lot of opinions floating around these days. I got my own. You know, they may not be publicly acceptable. They may get me canceled. But it's my goddamn American right to speak. If you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak to meet the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. If they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they seek. They anti this and anti that. So close-minded, really, they just anti-facts, and you can show them the proof. But if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed with from the news, then they don't want to hear it, or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the facts, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared. Shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to show it through balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. Are y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song? I know the type. Got a Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch. Never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit. They just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you know about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back with fresh vaginal wipes you can use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night. Knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it. They just sit there, sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves. Applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy because I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. But I'd rather have some toxic masculinity and have an inner vision, me bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See the algorithms keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber for your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters. Before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Nowadays, that's the American way. With this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say. But we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my ass. When it comes to the shot, I don't care if you got it. Why you care if I did it? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit is such a hot topic. You can get them in laws. I just got my 8th booster. Fucking round of applause. People scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot with a gun to my head after they pull the trigger when they vaccinate the kid. Raw thought. Oh, you thought I was done? Hell no. This is raw thoughts. You know how we do. Line these motherfuckers up. It's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller. Shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't a president, dog. Shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe. We all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's. Dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair. And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine, blew it on prostitutes. So I threw a line of crack rocks off the protected case of Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock. Like Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lying twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door, checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people in old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians. we don't claim you. Injected Rachel mad out with a fatal strain of madcap. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out in innocent Cooper's mouth. So ask me, Senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rat. They testing your ass when you have a temperature shit. We going guns, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris and Guantanamo Barracks. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. And you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Why he's the freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I want to hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said, shut up, bitch. Get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate, gathered up their ashes and put them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. As long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes, get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. You can get tested for fun to get a swab hot. There's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see, even if I sound off for ways. All I know is that we're way too lost to save at this point. I can write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccine. Cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect the motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
I used to always look at that sign, come on, open your own mouth.
Spinning around, how do you not get it fall down? Is that what happens when you feel the sound? But if that was me, I would be on the ground. I would not get up, I would dance on my back, throw my legs up in my air like I thought prayer, and wave a different side to side. And I bust into the windmill and right into a backspin. Freaker, right by the speaker, never seem to get enough. Priceless expression with space and possession, like yeah, that's the stuff. Electro, stay up, brother, all the live out. It's during the day, I like it that way, but it's perfectly normal at night. Great girl with a lollipop pinky and a face full of metal. Her eyes is as wide as a truck and somebody just floored the pedal. Her mental clearance is high, but the overpass is low. Her head holds on tight. When she gets through, she lets go. Cause she Just gathered in the corner, feel like the room just got a little warmer. Point at you, what up with that? But don't worry, yo, I got your back. But one of them dudes is big as the both of us, big old house, big as a school bus. Looks like it's never been through. I ain't got no gun, so I think we should run. I don't know about you. Around, how do you not dizzy out and fall down? Ah, that's what happens when you feel the sound. But if that was me, I would be on the ground. I would not get up, I would dance on my back, on my legs up in the air like I don't care. And wave from side to side, I bust into a windmill and right into a backspin. Freak girl, right by the speaker, never seem to get enough. Priceless expression, let's face it, woo! Like yeah, that's the stuff. Electro, staring on fire, home for my hand. Choosing the day, I like that way.
Hello, hello, hello. What? What's going on? Rookie mistake. Ha 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 ha. Sawama. Sawama, mama. You want to smoke a cigarette before we start this? You ready?
I'm ready. Peace and love. Peace and love. How you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. Let me turn this camera around here. Settings. I'm doing great. How are you?
Chilling, cooling. All of the
Chilling, chilling.
above. Much love to the chat. Much love. Much love.
Yes, to everybody. I sent some links out. My hat. You ready for this? Unhinged.
Let me blink. He kidnapped me, y'all. No, let me stop. Let me blink twice. No, I'm ready. I'm ready. If you're ready, thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. I figured before drop next, he said something. He's like, now you got your channel, you can interview Shalama since she's interviewed you. Yeah, I planned on it, but thanks. It's good that other people had their mind on it too. That's good. Drop's always looking out, trying
Yeah,
to anyway.
that's drop. Yeah.
Let me talk to the chat here.
Yes, go
What we
ahead.
got in here? Richard, Dojo, the realist McCoy, Mind's Eye. Talk to Paula, Charles Walls, Charles is. All right. Well, like all my live streams, I don't have any questions. I don't have the little um, thing with your name on it. I'll make that up right when I feel it. I'll go, AmA, a mani arse. uh, Adamant. Let's see here. Magnificent. And let me think of this last one here. Advantageous. Okay. AmA. I like that. I like that little name thing you do. That's cool stuff. Very, very mind's eye of you. Very crafty. I like it. So, well, very welcome. I watched your Nikki C um, interview last night.
Mm-hmm.
and I've never met the lady. She seemed very, very nice, but I like. You don't know her that well, do you?
I'm getting to know her better, but
And
I've known
how
her for.
you? I love how you interact with people. That you. I like to watch you interact with people, complete strangers. You can turn that phone in, and I watched you and your niece in Amsterdam.
That was fun, right?
That was fun. That was fun, definitely. Going to the get Indian food. By the way, she's a very pretty lady, and I like the red outfit you had on. Very nice.
Uh-oh.
Look,
Thank you.
that's red. It's your color. It's your color. Um. Okay, let's start with where you grew up.
Hmm. Oh, I just started. Oh, okay.
Start
Um.
where you grew up.
Yeah.
Got to tell the bus story. That's that's a guarantee
Damn.
because that's
Okay.
well, it's a pivotal moment in your life.
That's true. That's true.
So
I
okay,
was born and raised in Paramaribo. That's the capital city of Suriname in South America. Um, when I was, I think, 4, the whole family moved to Holland, the Netherlands. And when I was 8, I went back with my mom and dad to Suriname along with my other sister. Um, I lived a fairly normal, yeah, quote unquote normal life, but
you're the youngest, right?
yeah, I'm the youngest of 11, a whole football team or soccer team, 11 children. I'm the youngest. um, so I come from a large family. Um, what else? Um, yeah, my mom was a hard worker. My dad too. Um, I don't know if you. Um, oh, you wanted me to tell the bus story, right? Okay, so when I was 8, um, I was trapped in a bus, or it was like an accident. Uh,
You left school, right?
huh?
You left your school. Is
That
that were you leaving or going?
Oh no, it wasn't a school bus. It was in a actually it was a holiday.
Okay.
One of my older or two of my older sisters were visiting from Holland because I was back in Suriname. I was 8 years, and there was a parade going. And she wanted to take us to the parade, so we took the she we were on the bus.
Okay.
Um,
This I thought it was a school bus. Pardon me. My bad.
no,
I'm glad.
no,
Okay.
cause, yeah, because there were adults and many people in the bus. Um, um, so yeah, that
So
day. Mhm.
how did how did your how did this happen? How did the accident happen?
Yeah, so the bus driver, he was supposed to make let's say make a left, but he
Yep.
drove straight into a canal.
Okay.
And then and of course everybody saw it happening, and I was only 8, so I couldn't see shit. Everybody started screaming, getting up, and I'm like, why is everybody yelling? And people jumped out of the window, um and before I knew it, the water came to my, like, there was water in the bus. I'm like, wait, that's not supposed to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then before I knew it, it was up to my chin. And then I went under because people who were still in the bus trying to get, up. So they pulling me down. Trying, so it was chaos all over. All I could hear was people screaming. I tried to scream, but all I could do was swallow the water. And it was it was black, pitch black water. So I couldn't see nothing. And then I felt something under my feet. It was one of the chairs, so I could stand on it, and only my nose. stuck out of the water, my forehead to the ceiling, and that's how I could breathe. Like only the tip of my nose was out of the water, and with my forehead on the ceiling. And I'm 8, and by that time I was still a Christian, so I was praying loud, like, please, Jesus, I'm too young to die. I don't want to die. So-
Wow.
and all of a sudden there was silence. I'm like, oh my God, am I dead? Because and it seemed so long. I don't know how long I was in the water, y'all, but it seemed for me it was long. So um I didn't hear nobody anymore. I guess everybody was out of the got out of the bus. They swam to shore. I was the only one because I couldn't swim. So I'm thinking I'm dead. So now I'm like, okay, is this heaven? Wait a minute. So but I could hear my sister screaming like, please get my sister out of, my little sister is still in the bus. So I'm like, okay, I'm not dead, but I'm like, I can't swim. I want to go to my sister's, but I can't swim. So I finally said like, okay, Jesus, if you can't help me, then maybe this is the way I died today. So I let myself go and I started. I thought I was gonna drown if I went under, but it don't work like that. So I'm like, why am I not dying? Why am I not drowning? Because I started swallowing all the water, but when I couldn't swallow anymore, I had to come back up, stuck my nose out again. I'm like, this is not working. And then I guess some of the men in the neighborhood, they saw it. Of course, everybody saw the accident, so people jumped in the water, and that's how everybody got out. But they, because I was so quiet, I stopped talking and praying. They thought everybody was out. But when my sister told them, like my little sister is still in the bus, they jumped. One of the men jumped, and um he started feeling like touching, or how do you say that? He put his hands in the pitch black water to feel if I'm there, cause I was quiet. Cause I remember my mom always told me don't play near the. It was yeah, it was a big. It's still a big canal. It's even bigger now because they made a freeway there. But the water was pitch black, and um there were caimans and all kinds of weird creatures in the water. That's what I was told. So when the man grabbed my hand to free me or yank me out of one of the windows, I thought it was a crocodile or a caiman. So I pulled my hand back. He grabbed me again. I pulled my like the third time. I'm like, you know what? Maybe if I can drown, then maybe I need to be eaten by a caiman. My stupid ass. So I let myself go, and he yanked me out of the window. And then
Wow.
and I'm waiting because he's swimming with me underwater trying to get to to the surface, and I'm waiting like, okay, now he finna roll me up and bite and eat me. But if there was no pain. He just all of a sudden I felt sunlight on my head, and I opened up my eyes, and he brought me on the roadside, laid me down. Yeah, that was a frightening experience.
Yeah,
For
it had to change your life. Definitely. Even at 8 years old, it
it
had to.
did. It did. It made me more like aware, sensitive when I'm out. Like even though people think I don't see them, I see everything with my little beady eyes. I see everything around me. I have to now, and it made me more like I think that day my senses, or maybe I gained more spirit guides that helped me. Of course, I always feel protected now or surrounded, and my senses became more heightened. Like I hear so clear now, even though my eyes got, I'm wearing glasses, but my senses became more developed after that.
Spirit guides.
But yeah,
Let's talk about the spirit guides. Most people in Western countries, they don't, that's all folklore. They don't follow that
yeah.
program, so to say. How is, give some advice on the spirit guides, the do's and the don'ts.
Hmm. Well, first of all, if for people who don't know what I mean when I say spirit guides, see it as a part of you, a part of your ancestors, or quote unquote angels, if you will, if you still believe in the Bible and all that. Um, but when I say angels, I don't mean like how you be saying demons, Phil. Um, it's more protect, like, how do you say, man? It's like a protection shield assigned to you by birth, by nature. Because once I feel once you enter the flesh, you're vulnerable. Like, so there are things that you cannot see with your two eyes that are holding you up in the flesh, besides your own soul and your own spirit.
Right. And you believe everybody has this. I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we do if we're not in? How do we connect with that spirit safely?
Hmm. I feel like most of them, I feel when the time is right, you'll meet them. They'll come in your dreams. But it's not like you'll see a spirit or a ghost. Woo. No, it's usually a friend because they're gonna present themselves not in a way that you won't be scared. So it's gonna be a long, how do you say that? A friend that you've known for a long time but haven't seen in a while, and all of a sudden you dream of that person, and that person speaks to you in your dream or gives you a message, and you're like, wait, that's odd, or in real life, maybe how do you say that? Somebody steps up to you and says something profound or gives you a question that you had in your subconscious mind, and they start speaking about it without you even bringing it up. That could be a clue that, oh wait, because they can speak through other people, you know
Synchronicity. Would you say that's a good way to?
oh yeah. Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everybody. I didn't personally. I've talked to you about it. I didn't want to. I was afraid of getting the wrong spirit, so I let it come to me. That's the best thing to do. Do you believe?
I think so. Yeah, because you can't force anything, man. You can't force. Look, I'm gonna give you an example. When I wasn't aware of all the possibilities or all my capabilities or what. So for the longest, I've been okay. It's stopped now, but let's say ever since I became a teenager, I started dreaming or seeing um creatures in my dream, like a big serpent following me, and it's huge, yo. It's not a regular anaconda. No, it's big like a house, like, and long, like streets long, following me. And I'm running and I'm jumping fences in the dream. I'm like, you know, but it wasn't trying to hurt me. It just present, it's the wisdom, the how do you say that, the serpent, snake, whatever. But I was always scared until I stopped. I told myself, you know what? I was, or at least somebody older talked to me because I was telling them the dream. He was like, don't run. It could be one of your spirit guides, the wise serpent or what you may call it. Don't run anymore. So I stopped running and it stopped chasing me, you know? Um,
Yes, I do know.
yeah.
That's that's pretty scary. How old were you when that happened?
It started when I was 18, 16, because it used to, I would wake up all like I had sleep, how do you call that? Sleep paralysis.
Uh huh.
Ye- Yeah, I wake up all stiff, can't move, can't breathe. Because it terrified me. Even I try to wake myself up out of the dream, but it wouldn't let me. So yeah, my whole body was stiff. And then once I stopped fighting that feeling, like, oh wait, let me just, don't be afraid, don't be scared, let it happen. And
That's that's
once I
great
stopped
advice.
afraid, yeah, it
Great
went.
advice. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done.
Wait, no, no, you're good. You're good.
Now you have two. You have a daughter and a son.
Yep.
How old are they?
My daughter is 29. Yeah, I'm old. And my son is 26.
You're not old.
Yes,
Not old.
I am.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you. It's your day.
Sheesh.
You were never married.
Nope.
Smart woman. Very smart.
Hmm.
How about jobs? What have you had as far as your careers?
Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. Well, first, growing up or in my teenage year, I was a that tells you I'm old because I was an aerobic instructor, aerobics. um, and then I worked at how do you say that? Yeah. I'm old. So videos, damn video cassettes. They had them then. So I worked in a video store, where you can rent. I don't know what you call it, rental video rental place thingy. Um, while going to school, of course. Um, and then when I came here, I worked as a secretary for a debt collectors agency for 10 years. That was my last job here.
Now, when you said aerobics, you know what I envision?
What?
You dress like Richard Simmons.
I know. Yeah. Yeesh.
The bandana, the spandex, the yeah, the leg warmers,
Yeah.
all of it. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I was a
Sorry,
fitness freak. I did weightlifting, aerobics, and all that in my teenage years. Sheesh.
I didn't mean to date you there. When was that? That would have been what 80s in the early
Yeah,
80s, wasn't it?
yeah, 80s. Yep. Hmm.
Stretch, girl, work it, girl.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
that's
fun.
great. So, what got you into the YouTube world? The booby tubby land, as
What?
Kimbo would
Oh,
say.
yeah, in my Kimba voice, the booby tooby land. Peace, Kimba. Peace, crazy. Oh, Mark is in the building too. What brought me here? I don't know. I was listening to lectures, of course, Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Dr. Barashango, all the old scholars, Henry Clark, um, and at first I was just listening. I didn't have a channel yet. I wasn't even interested in, having my own channel. And then I started listening to Ray Haggis, a pastor who left Christianity, and he was debunking or exposing the Bible. I'm like, whoa. And then I started hearing about Malachi York, read the Holy Tablet, started, and then by then I was at work. So, I had the office job. So my colleague was like, you need to join. First was, I think, MySpace, but I didn't like that. So they um, convinced me to have a Facebook page. So I started my Facebook page. It's deleted. I have another one. So, but um, yeah, I joined Facebook, and I found many, old friends from Suriname. Um, and then I got into Malachi York. I'm like, oh, why doesn't nobody know about this? This is our our story, not theirs. So I started translating Malachi York's work into Dutch and putting it on Facebook, and they liked it. Um, and then his people from the Antilles or Aruba, or he had people everywhere, right, in the world. So they contacted me because they saw my post. They're like, "Oh, she's translating our work for free, so we can." So they contacted me. and they had me translate a couple of his small books. Um, and then they wanted me to join his tribe, or what you call it, by and I'm like, no problem, but if it's a cult, yeah, I don't want have nothing to do with it. They're like, yeah, but you gotta dress a certain way. You gotta cover your basically dress like the
The traditional
yeah,
African. Uh,
kinda yeah, with the
yeah,
big ankh and cover your head and yeah. I'm like, yeah, okay, thank you, but no,
yeah,
thank
I'll
you.
pass. I'll pass. Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
left that alone.
I can't see you in a cult. You're too free spirited.
Right. I don't do well in groups, man. Mm-mm.
This may surprise you, but I'm also a student of Bobby Hemmett.
Say it again.
Bobby Hemmett.
Bobby Hammett. Uh huh.
I'm also he also I learned a lot from him.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. That's because he brought it simple. He didn't use the fancy big words that I couldn't understand, or because I started listening to Phil Valentine, but he was more in the esoteric and the envelope of the what I'm like, what is he saying? And then I stumbled onto Bobby Hammett because he mentioned him. I'm like, all right, let me leave Phil Valentine alone with his big fancy words and listen to Bobby. You know.
He's a great man. I was leery at first, but of course, once I got into it, I seen the wealth of knowledge there.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, definitely. I've never told you that.
Mm.
No, I've never shared that with you.
No, we haven't discussed Bobby. Bobby.
I've for 4 years.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Um,
Yeah.
the Netherlands. When did you go to the Netherlands?
Oh,
How old were you?
I was 20, just before a month, no, 2 weeks before my 23rd birthday, I came back to the Netherlands.
Okay.
Oh,
23? Is that what you said?
yeah, or a
Hmm.
week before. Yeah, because it was in December. Yeah.
23. Imagine that.
Oh, yeah. See? 22, 22. See? That's
Oh boy,
crazy, right?
that's
Phew.
funny. That's funny stuff. Um,
Mhm.
Now I know you were at Sir Drops a lot before you started your own thing.
Mhm.
Because we talked about that. How has he influenced you?
Who, Surdra?
Yep.
What you mean? When I started my YouTube
How did he influence
oh,
you?
okay, let me where's Surdra? I hope he's listening. I always give him his flowers because I was listening to I don't know how I stumbled onto Bro Scientist, yo. Oh, yeah. After Malachi York, I left that alone, and then I went back to YouTube to because I like the lectures, man. And somewhere somehow, Young Pharaoh popped up on my timeline, and I started listening to him, right? And then he had a debate with Bro Scientist. So that's how I rolled into the Bro Scientist thing. Because when I saw Young Pharaoh started losing it, I unfollowed him and started listening to Bro Scientist. Because he put me on to the Mother Goddess and you know what I mean, his story, her story. So I started listening, and that's where I saw always Mind Size, Sir Drop, King of Fire Shelf. Oh, everybody on his panel, Dark Chameleon. That's where I met all of them, but I didn't know them yet, and I couldn't. At first, I thought Sir Drop was. I always mix Sir Drop up with King of Fire Shelf or K Smith. I don't know. Anywho,
Well, we're gonna let him know that.
because yeah, because or yeah, I didn't know because they never cammed up, so I was always confused, like who's this? Wait, but after I think 2 years or two of watching, I finally found Sir Drop's channel. When no at no one time I hit Bro Scientist link. And I was so nervous because the panel is full, you can hardly speak. So when Tough finally said something, he greeted me. And I asked him a question, but my English, and I was nervous. So, so Sir Drop was like, "Oh no, and he helped me out. He told Bro Scientist what I was asking." So I was so thankful for that. And then after that, I went on to Sir Drop's panel, and he was actually my first subscriber when I started my YouTube channel. He subscribed.
Cool. That's good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Yes. Sir Drop, Mind's Eye,
Bite side.
all those guys. great, great group of people.
Yeah, they're my day ones when I started going live. Mind's Eye was always in my chat. Dark Chameleon, Sir Drop, Philly OG. Yeah, they never left. They always stuck by me. Hmm.
Then we met.
Most 3 years now. Yep.
We met about 6, 7 months ago.
Seven. Is it? Oh, that's quick. Damn.
Yeah, it was November, I think.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
It's
Last
been about
year.
8 months. Wow, time flies.
Almost a year. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
we met on Charles.
Charles was. I got to thank Charles too. Yep. Charles
Yep.
was.
So
I
this
know Charles from Bro Scientist too. That's where I
okay,
met Charles. Hmm.
okay. But when we met, I fell in love with you, not like such a sweet lady, such a pure soul.
Oh,
I knew you. I knew who you were. I felt you.
okay. Like a soul record. How do you say recognition? My English.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Not to put you on the spot, but you didn't feel that way about me, but it's okay.
Damn. What, what you want me to? What you want me to do?
Hey, no, I didn't say. I'm just
What's
saying
that
it
voice?
wasn't. If it wasn't like that for you, I understand. I get it.
No.
You
You're funny. Ah.
know? No, actually, we hit it right off. Both of us did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
we did. I'm just messing around, putting you on the spot there. That's what I did. Yeah, like if I didn't do that, you'd think something was wrong.
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Look, I expect all the men in my life or my friends just to treat me like one of the bros. That's why I keep saying, Sir, drop me my cub. What's up, cub?
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, where are you gonna? Where do you see yourself going here next? What do you see yourself doing?
Hmm.
You have any goals?
What do I see myself? Well, I plan to stay alive. That's for one, and healthy. Um, you know, I got so many ideas and creative ideas. It's just too much to do in one day. I hate it when it gets dark outside because then I'm like, I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to sleep. Um, I take it one day at a time because once when my parents died or were unalived. Let me say that because you can't say that anymore. No, they were not killed. When they passed away, everything fell into place for me. Like you know, I felt like wow, they worked their whole life and then to be put in a box. You know what I mean? They try their whole life to come out of that box, but once you're gone, they put you in a box
Right.
with not even nothing, like no belongings, no, not your house, not the land that you worked on, nothing. Just the clothes on your back, some jewelry, and some makeup. That's it. So it put everything in perspective for me. Like, yeah.
When did
Hmm.
when did you lose your parents?
Let me see. My mom went first, 1999, and my dad, from a broken heart, 2 years later in 2000, or 2 years later in 2002.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That I had to kill the man. 11 children. How many
Mm.
years together?
Oh, 40s. Let me see. They met each other when my mom was 15 and he was 18. And yeah, he was her first boyfriend. And they married when, because I wasn't even born yet when they married. She had me at 37. By then, she already had 9 children at the age of 37, and she was already a grandma. Was my oldest sister. She got pregnant when she was 16. Dang
Well, he did it right. Dad did it right.
it! So she was a 37-year-old grandma. Damn.
So your
Hmm.
niece was a niece or nephew?
He's my nephew. But he refuses. He's older than me, but he refuses to call me auntie. He's
Yeah,
older
you
than
have a lot of that in bigger, larger families.
and I
That's good
look,
stuff.
it was so messed up. I thought it was my brother, because I grew up with him. My mom was, my mom was like a little bit bougie, light skinned. My dad was the dark one. My mom light skinned
Mhm.
like me. So when she had that little boy, she hurried up and sent my sister to the Netherlands to one of her brothers. Like, here, you go. You don't want to shave. You're gonna say it's my child. So I grew up with him. I thought I had a brother. And when he was 8, my sister is like, I want my baby boy. So she sent for him. So when you know, I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to go with him. I want to go with Glenn. He's my brother. He's like, no, that's not your brother. That's your nephew. I'm like, what? Man, I cried so hard. Damn.
So were your parents together 46 years?
Yeah, yeah. Till the day they died, they were
46
married.
years.
Yeah,
23, 46.
something like that. I lost count, but yeah.
I think you've said 46 before. I
Did
just
I say
wanted to remind you that that's two 23s.
really? Damn. Mm.
Hmm. And you're a five. We're both fives, right? In
Are
our,
you?
yep.
You're damn. Okay.
Yeah,
Your
that's
life,
right.
your life,
23, 3, 5, 32, 5. Yeah.
your lifespan. You mean is a 5?
Mhm.
Mm. Okay, okay. Hmm.
I think that's why we get along so well.
Do we? No, let me stop. Let me stop.
I'm trying to make it sound like we do, so you just
We be fighting. Damn.
ruin it.
Oh,
Though you shot me down, and you always always keep me just strung on there, just close enough, but far enough. I see how you are. You haven't told anybody that we've already got married and divorced, right?
and divorce. Sheesh.
Yeah,
Now
well,
he trying to propose again. This
no,
is
nope, nope. I did it once. I won't do it again.
okay. That's good. That's good. Yeah.
I love you, Alma. You're a very good woman, and a super lady.
Superwoman. I do my best, y'all. I do my best. Because that's all you can do. You know. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I just try to, just I'm me. Let me put it
No,
like
that's nobody else wants to be you, so that's
that.
all you.
Right. Somebody
Right
else got to do it. Somebody got to do
there, you go.
it.
Yeah, also, I don't know if a lot of people know these avatars that people see on these YouTube channels. You've made a lot of them. I can tell your work. That's something you volunteer your time to do,
Yeah, I
and that's
can't help
very.
it. And it's not like y'all ask me. I just do it and then send it. That's Yeah, sometimes I do too much and I have to stop myself. Like, oh, let me make this for drop, or let me make this for Phil or my time. Like, oh, okay, let me stop because they didn't ask. Sheesh. Yeah, that's me. I can help myself.
Well, that's where your creative talents come out because I said everybody else I've heard them tell you what they kind of want. I said just make it. It'll be more than I can imagine. You know, it's right.
Hmm.
I was right. And this lotus uh, blossom on my avatar has
Hmm.
been in my tarot.
Yeah, I didn't know what to put on your avatar when you said you can, do with it what you want. So I just imagined you as a shadow, or your shadow self coming out of that lotus flower representing your higher self. That's what I saw.
I was being introduced to I have company and she's introducing her son to me. Pardon me. Um, so let's see here. What else was I going to ask you? Do you see yourself? We joke, but do you see yourself? Do you look? Do you want a partnership again? Or are you okay?
You mean business or personal?
Fuck business.
Yeah. What?
Because we don't care about business. Business, business. I'm talking about the heart here
Dang it. Why you gotta?
because I can.
Ah, well, of course, nobody wants to die alone. You know what I mean? I would like to have or love to have somebody in my life that I can rely on, who's got my back like I got their back. Of course. You know what I mean?
I see you as a um, very fair woman to be with. Like
Hmm.
you get what you give what you get, and I see you doing it right because we're we're older now. We've done it wrong,
Hmm.
so now it's prime time to do it right.
That's me.
So good luck with that. Not that you need luck, because we're wise enough now.
Yeah.
We don't put up with no bullshit. Number one.
Mm-mm.
Number two, we know what we don't want, so therefore we know what we want.
Hmm.
I hope you find what you want.
I hope so too. I ain't fighting it no more like I used to, or I just let it be. Whatever it is that's gonna come my way. Um, you know, because I can be stubborn. I think every woman is that. But once I know now I know better, I'm more patient. That's it. Because I used to be like quick to just yeah, whatever. I'm gone. You know what I mean? But now I'm more patient.
You were, well, what I would call a, a quitter, quitter, quit on anything quick. You're a quick quitter.
A
No,
quitter or a quitter.
well, I mean, what would you call it? You know,
I used to
I
get
was too. I was the same way
yeah.
until I lost my wife, and
Oh,
then I was like, I'm not giving up on anybody anymore. Well, that was
right.
wrong too,
Yeah.
because there's people out there that don't deserve our love or our integrity. Our moral compass doesn't need to be turning north towards them.
Right. Right.
So
But at the same time, I don't know. I don't hold grudges, but I don't forget. You know what I mean? So just because I let you make the same mistake with me again doesn't mean I forgot. I'm just watching you, um, how you are behaving around me. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's like how how a mom is like she warned you about certain things, but you still do it. That's how I'll be. Like,
Okay.
yeah, all right, you know I don't like this, but you still keep doing the same shit. I ain't gonna say shit anymore. I'm gonna just let you do you.
Yeah, because most people will they'll step on that trap themselves. They don't.
Right.
You can't guide them through the landmines. You gotta just let them do it.
Yeah.
But you said something just now that kind of it didn't rub me the wrong way, but it's always it's like not copacetic for me. Forget.
Mm-hmm.
I won't forget, but I'll forgive. Well,
Mm-hmm.
can we feint that forgetting? Can we lose that in time? Where you do forget, you believe?
No, the reason why I say I don't forget, because even if I want to forget, it won't go away. It already happened. So that what happened that made me sad or made me happy. I won't forget. Like even if I want to forget, it already happened, so it's stored in my memory bank. So even if I want to forget, not five get, but forget, I can't. But I can forgive. That means get out of my feelings with that memory, detach my memories from my feelings from that memory, but the memory is still in the back of my mind, but now I can look back at it without emotions. That to me is forget.
There's the key. There it
Yeah,
is, right there.
right.
That's the key.
Hmm.
I'm I feel the exact same way. But well, I only have one feeling left in my
What's
in
that?
me. Bill, I'm not very. I don't open up very quick to people. I'm very
Mm,
now here I on YouTube I have been opening up because people don't judge. Everybody's everybody's in the same position I am here,
right.
and you are. We're all looking for something, our tribe, so to speak. So I just put it all out there. If you love it or leave it.
Right.
Do
Oh,
you feel
can you hear my background?
no?
Okay,
Can you hear
that's good.
mine?
No, that's good because my daughter is listening to
Do
so.
you feel that you're achieving what you set out to do as far as finding your tribe?
Good question. Well, mm, hmm, let me think. Well, I think yeah, because I met most of y'all, and I resonate with most of y'all. Like I said, and to me, it isn't like I don't know, maybe because I'm easygoing, but I didn't used to be like that. I'm really shy. You won't say, but I'm really shy. But it's like when you're on social media, it's like you have to put up an act, lights, camera, action. And I'm not saying I'm acting right now. I'm just being me, but it's more how do you say that? It's like you have to turn a switch or at least I have to turn a switch in my mind to be able to be um oh
See, I don't see that with you. I see you being the same person.
hmm. Yeah, because you talk to me offline, I'm the same goofy, you know what I mean? I don't.
Me too. Me too. That's why I'm calling
Right.
you. I'm calling you out.
Dang it.
You're
What?
not an actor. You suck at acting. Okay.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. I'm sorry. You suck at acting.
Damn. Hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. But no, you know what I mean? It's like
I do. I do.
yeah, sometimes I have like some people need a drink first. They need some liquid courage to say what they got to say. Um,
I don't. Neither do you.
yeah, me neither, cause I don't drink. Man, I don't know. I want to get no. Okay, let me stop. Cause I've been saying like I want to get drunk one time, but I don't. Cause yeah, I don't need all that headache. Sheesh.
Well, I would love to get some whiskey or some scotch, or and just get a buzz with everybody on the YouTube streets. And we're gonna have that party. I'm telling you, it's happening. It's gonna be in North Island, New Zealand until it's going down. Um, I'm gonna drop the link and let some people come up and harass you.
Yeah, they can ask questions. Maybe they have a question for moi.
Well, or harass you.
No.
That's how I'm gonna say it.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, that was harmless enough, wasn't it?
yeah. Yeah. You can ask. You can. I'm enjoying this. You can ask me questions. You know. Oh, it's warm. It's warm over here. What's the weather over there where you at?
It is like 70 and raining right now.
What's happening? What's we Fahrenheit? Over here we say Celsius.
Yeah. Pardon my dumbass. Let's see. Let me convert that. I need Dean for this. Dean, what's 70 degrees converted? He's always like, oh yeah, that's this. I'm like, okay, I believe you.
I think maybe 30. No,
Somewhere
but it's
around
warm.
there.
70 is warm, right? Or
Yes, it's warm. Yes. 32 is 0 for you. 32 degrees here is 0 degrees for you. We've got this Freemason temperature system here and measurement system.
Okay, but yeah, it's warm. Let me think it's I think it's 20. Inside temperature 26 Celsius, so it's warm, and it's almost 11 at night. So that's a good thing, right?
That's a great thing. We have Michigander Daniel up here. Hey, Daniel.
Peace.
What's up, brother?
What's going on?
Not much. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. It don't. You know what? My phone must be messing up because I can't see your guys' picture. That don't even show me up on the panel. It says it still says I'm backstage.
Nope.
You got to refresh, maybe.
Yep. You're on the spot.
Oh,
Speak
wow.
it. Do you know AmA that well?
I can't hear you. My phone's glitching out. I have to come back.
Okay. Here, I'll take you out. Oh. 20 Celsius ish, Richard says.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's not too bad, right?
No, it's nice. It's very nice.
Right.
That's why I was late also, because I had to pick up my tools from outside because the rain was coming.
Yeah.
Thank you, Realist McCoy. Won't you come up and talk to
me? Y'all come up.
Boy. The McCoy, the realist one?
The realist McCoy. You know, I always got a song in my head for everybody.
And Mind's Eye could come up, because we know you never talk to him.
No, I haven't talked to Mind's Eye in like months. We need to catch up, Mind's Eye. Bestie.
When I met Mind's Eye, it was like instant. Like Charles and somebody else was talking, and Mind's Eye and I were having a conversation in their conversation, and it was like click, click, click. I'm like, okay, I see you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. I had that with Charles. I didn't expect that because one day I saw he was live on his phone. I'm like, I didn't know he had a channel. Because I had him mixed up with another guy, Marvey, I think his name is. So I'm like, So I tuned in, and he was in the I think he was at the graveyard or walking down the street. I'm like, oh, so that's Charles was. So I started listening to him. I'm like, oh, he cool. I like his energy. Yeah. So that's how I met Charles.
See, I met all those guys at London Man, Charles,
London.
everybody at We Are Awake TV. Dean and I showed up right as their split happened, and Dean got caught in it. I didn't. I just stepped back and was like, I'm staying out of it. I don't know nobody, so I'm just gonna go where I'm gonna let the coolness lead the way. And it led me right over there. I'm glad I listened to it because I met you.
Right. Right. hmm And Mark, Mark is like, he misses my inside going off on the haters. Yeah, tell him, Mark. By the time he's snapping on him. Yeesh.
Hi, Richard. McRichard.
McRichard. Oh, everybody's
Yeah. Hey, McPhil, and hey, McAma.
McAma. I knew it.
McAma.
McAma.
How are you doing, Amma?
I'm good. How are you, bub?
Oh, I'm pretty good. I wasn't asking you, Phil. I was asking Amma.
Oh,
You're
wait.
very jolly, Amma. You pretty much put a smile on my face as soon as you opened your mouth and smiled. So I just want to pass that on to you, that your energy is one of happiness, I guess.
He's always on guard with me.
Again?
I said, you're on guard with me, figuring I'm going to back you into a corner.
No, I ain't on guard, Phil. Gosh, I'm open. I'm naked. Mate. I'm naked. I'm just wondering what this muck naming muck. I mean, London Man changed his name to London McLovin. We've got Realist McCoy.
There we go.
Now we've got Phil McReal.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Am I missing something?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's the year of the Mucks. Look up the slam dunk contest winner this year.
Mike Daddy. I don't know what it is. I think it's something Scottish, right? Or MC.
It's Meckish.
Meckish.
Yeah. Oh, there's McLovin in the chat now. Funny enough.
Yeah, you spoke. You spoke about.
Wow. So. Yeah, I haven't really got any questions at the moment. I'm just listening, but I can quite happily mute out. But I was fascinated by your story of almost drowning, because I almost drowned as an adult in the sea, and it is probably the scariest thing, apart from being in a tent fire, that I've ever experienced. Because there's time to think about dying.
Yeah.
But you were trapped in a bus up against the ceiling. I was in the open sea.
Oh, in the sea. Oh, that's scary. Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was about 8 feet or 10 feet from the shoreline, but it was like a shingle shelf, so that there was like the undercurrent that takes your feet away. So I could not get to the beach just because the shingle was removing. And I remembered this, and I was sort of 30. It was it would have been about 1990 in Crete. And I remember somebody in my youth telling me that one thing was, if you go under 3 times, you're dead. And another thing, the thing that actually saved my life was, if you're caught in some sort of waves, like being on the shore and you're getting overtaken by waves, is to actually face the waves. So you know when the wave is going to crash over you, which is when you can take a deep breath and then kind of ride that wave out under the wave and then come up again. But those 2 little bits of information pretty much saved my life. But like I say, I was in the open. Whereas your experience of almost drowning was like you're pretty much there's no escape. There's no apparent escape, really, is there? The way I seen it, so I sort of I quite felt for you now. I really did get into your position there to a degree of just drowning, because I can't think of much worse than drowning as a natural death, really.
That's funny because I had the same experience in a river, in a class 5 rapid.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they pull your knees to your chest, they'll pop you out. Because if you try to swim out of it, it'll just keep you in that current. I was in
yeah,
a, yeah, I was on a raft, and
yeah.
the guide flipped us all over. So, yeah, that's it. It's
Yeah, one. I mean, what I would say to anybody else in that situation, anybody that's heard what I just said, that was some advice that somebody had given to me, but probably when I was even less than a teenager, really. So it might have been like at swimming class or something like that. But that was two little bits of information that, and this is this you were on about remembering to forget things, or to forgive but not to forget. And it's one of these things that I hadn't remembered this. It wasn't in my mind at all until the time I actually needed it. About face the waves, take a deep breath, the very second before the wave crashes over you, and then you're kind of like prepared for that. But I think one of the crucial things is to, in all situations, is to remain calm, not
mm-hmm,
panicked.
mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
and because not get angry. It's like rage. People that are in rage react in a different way than people that you know take that 10 seconds and then react in a calm, rationalized
Right.
situation. But I did feel for you, and particularly at 8 years old, in a crocodile infested river or alligator infested river.
Hmm.
Um,
But the funny thing is, I was, maybe if I saw it happen, I would have been panicking. But I was so calm for my age. I just saw the water get up to my knees and higher. I'm like, what's happening? And before I
yeah,
could ask anything, I was like, whoop, whoop, swallowing water and trying to, stay afloat. And that what you said, like if you go under 3 times, you're dead. I went under 2 times trying to drown myself because I'm like, this ain't helping. So
yeah.
I'm sure if I would have did it, because when they took me out, my whole belly was swollen like I was a 8-year-old pregnant little girl. Like I had a big belly because of all the water I tried to drink.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing about my experience was, I was about I was in a crowd of people, children and families. We're all in that same part of the beach in the sea. But something stopped me crying out for help. By the time I did manage to scramble up the beach, I was absolutely shattered. I had no energy whatsoever left. I just collapsed on the beach. Um, yeah, but it's quite weird, these little things that are. It's sort of like sowing seeds, isn't it? It's like if you're going out preaching a bit of the good news, or a bit of scripture or something, and these things don't germinate immediately. Uh, that those little nuggets of life saving information took 20, maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years to germinate to that point when I actually needed them. So there's a nice sort of synergy with sowing seeds, um, from a scriptural point of view, and people, or even from a like sowing seeds of truth. Just because people don't get it now, it doesn't mean that they're not going to go away, and it's not going to play on their mind while they're trying to get to sleep. Or somebody else is going to mention something about a certain topic. Um, They're going to think, well, if two people say this thing, there must be something to it. But it's that sort of mind jog. But this is why I think it's just so important to even just sow one little, like they call it, like sow a mustard seed. It's just one little word or one little bit of advice, and then leave it. Leave it. Stop trying to hammer people with too much information. Just enough that is relevant. And like I say, you know, You were saved from death, AmA, for a reason. Surely. And look how you turned out. You're just like a beautiful. I'm not talking about looks. The looks to me are, subjective anyway. It's just the energy. So, God had a purpose for you, and it's and then the other thing is you joined up with Phil, because I don't think I've been on a live stream with you before, maybe in the chat. But you joined up with Phil. This moment in time, maybe the last sort of 2 years, people are getting together that have that love, that one love thing, McLovin. Going through McLovin and McReal. There's too many mucks.
Yeah.
But at this moment in time, there are all these people that have a story to tell, that have something good to teach, founded on love and equality and justice. But they're coming together at this specific moment in time. So I'm just sort of, I'll just say, yeah, we're sort of saved for a reason, and I think that reason is now, most definitely. We're joining up. It's a divine intervention of the frequency and vibration that love is, I guess. And even if anybody said now it's a load of bullshit, Richard, I was going to say, well, not to me. Just because I can see a pattern that's emerged over the last, most definitely over the last 12 months, but going back 2 or 3 years, and not just because of this illness thing that was going around.
We're all trying to get out of the muck, Richard.
Yeah. You know what they say, though, where there's muck, there's brass. Oh, that's an English expression. I'll shut up now.
Oh, where there's muck, there's brass.
Where there's muck, there's brass. One man's muck is another man's.
Okay. I dig it.
One man's muck is another man's treasure, something like that.
Can I ask y'all something? Have you ever been depressed before?
Have I ever been?
Yeah.
No.
Depressed.
Everybody. Yeah.
Have we ever been what, AmA?
Have one of y'all ever been deeply depressed before?
Depressed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a manic depressive, medically. And I have been as long as I can remember, really.
My bad for laughing. I'm reading the chat. The realist McCoy is like, can we get back to interrogating? Damn.
Yeah, I'm with you speaking about a lot of what I see with the relationship stuff is a lot of people think it's a game and they've been taught to think it's a mockery. I mean, look at Married with Children. Look at the movie. Matter of fact, El Bundy does that show with that new show with his family, and he's got a gay son and everything. And
What?
yeah, they constantly demasculinate the male figurehead.
Right. I feel that. Yeah. It's like they want to get rid of the traditional family.
Yes, they want to destroy the nuclear family, and it's working. I can see it in society. I grew up in all different aspects, so I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah, I agree.
In all cultures, in all cultures too. In all cultures.
Plus, it's doing away with the role of the man and woman. I was going to ask you, what do your 2 children? What do they do for? I don't like to use the word job, but career. AmA?
Can you repeat the question?
Who's that? Somebody having a shower. What do your children do for a career? I'll use that one.
I haven't. My daughter, she's 29, but she's mentally and physically disabled.
Oh,
Um, but my son, he's 26. He just started he started his own security business.
oh.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
My son, oh, he just started. He
He
just
just
started.
started, is he?
Yeah.
Is he
Like,
just is he like self-employed on his own, or does he employ
yeah,
anybody?
his own business.
Yeah.
But he's still working two jobs, but and he taking
Oh,
courses to become a security guard. So, but he already signed up. He's like, no, let me do this. But he finished school and all, but but he doesn't like his profession. First he finished the electrician. What you call it? Yeah, he's an electrician, but
yeah.
he don't want to do the work. So and then he took another course on bookkeeping.
Oh, yeah.
So he does that on the side, but now he wants to do the security guard thing. So yeah.
What would he? Do you know what he would really like to do? Sort of possibly in a like a creative way. Has he got? And is he creative at all?
Yeah, he writes his own lyrics. He's a rapper. He got his own little studio and all.
Is
So
that right?
yeah, he makes his own songs too.
Ah.
But
So is that
I
is
always
that?
told him like you gotta have a plan B. Don't be focusing on becoming rich and famous with your raps. No. So that's why he doing his business on the side too. So
Oh, that's
that's his plan
superb.
B. Yeah.
That's superb. Oh, Plan B, definitely. Yeah, Plan B. Particularly in something so niche, really, as
Right. Right.
um, music.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's cheered me up. That, and you obviously you encouraged it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be in his rap video, but he won't let me.
You need to write.
Backup dancer or something. Yeesh.
Yeah, you got quite a unique voice, so maybe perhaps you could add something to his sort of raps, like maybe if he did a rap about getting told off by mummy, you know, like there's I think there's like an Aerosmith,
Mm,
uh, or it might have been a Prince tune. I think it was an Aerosmith, and there was somebody playing their music loud upstairs, and like I think it was like the father shouting up the stairs, "Turn that down!" And then
oh, that's
um,
Macaulay Culkin.
something like that. Yeah, that was it. That was it. So
Yeah.
perhaps you could get on his raps with like telling him just something along the lines of that, just to get in there, and then when you shine, then he says, "Wow, mum, wow, I think we got something going here." Because I mean, that'd be quite a unique approach again, wouldn't it? To have, and the way I sort of see rap music is very personal and personable.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of like gangster rap. It's talking about the real life experiences, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Liverpool.
he does only conscious rap because he ain't no gang. He doesn't smoke. He
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
drink.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I just use that as an analogy for
I know.
like just because gangster rap is known to be like it's talking about the streets.
Right.
But I'm not implying that your son is a gangster. I just use that as an analogy to sort of associate what rap is, which is pretty
Yeah.
much telling the story of um, a personable experience for the person that's actually writing the lyrics and singing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, you know,
But he has it from me because I used to rap too in my days.
is that right? Wow. Wow.
Yeah, but
She called it aerobic rapping.
no, no, no. No, because my real name, I don't mind saying it. My real name is Denise Jordan. So they used to call me DJ,
Ah,
So I used to rap and dance and all that. I was in a group, singing group, dance group, whatever. I did my own thing because I was a little bit of tomboyish. So yeah.
tomboy. Yeah,
What's the
yeah.
most?
Bit of a tomboy, but you didn't go the whole hog. You didn't go the whole way.
Mm-mm.
I mean, tomboys these days, I think the system is um, sort of cottoned on to that tomboy thing. Boys want boys. You know what I'm on about. We'll get away from that. But yeah, the
Uh,
tomboy. I got one sister, and she was a tomboy.
so,
Um,
Alma, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I
yeah,
see it. What's the most important things that she hopes to instill in her children? Well, since my daughter is she is who she is, right? She lives with me. I take care of her. My son still lives with us, so because he can't find an apartment, so I let him just stay with me. I don't mind. At least I have protection around me now, because So, but the most important thing, and I'm gonna speak of my son, um, is that he always knows that he is responsible for his own actions. Um, and he is like he's very wise for his age. Hell, he put me on to the knowledge, if you will, or becoming, my higher self. Because he used to tell me about Bob, no, not Bobby. It started with, I think, Umar. And I'm like, who's Umar Johnson? So I started listening. And then from there on, I found the rest. But he's the one who put me on to the knowledge. And he was only, what, 14. um, and I'm not saying he's always been like that, because he used to fight as a teenager, police, whatever, bail him out of jail. So he got in trouble too as a teenager, but he got himself together by the when he was 18. He was already serious. So the most important thing, installing in the both of them, but I can only speak for my son because he's the is that he is responsible for his actions. Um, he he knows what he's doing. Hell, he even checks me sometimes because I'm messy, or not messy, but I'm all over the place always. I'm multitasking always, so he has to. Um, when I see him ignoring me, that's when I know I'm going too far. I need to do one thing at a time, because I tend to do many projects around the house. Like in this corner, I'm painting, that corner, I'm crafting, that the other corner, or So he's like, "No, the house is too messy. You gotta clean the shit up, mom." And then when I don't do it, he'll start ignoring me. So that's when I know, okay, I need to get my shit together, because my son is ignoring me. So, but yeah, the most important thing, like I said, responsibility. That's it, and the rest will follow.
Number two is coming up here.
Uh oh.
yeah, good advice. Huh? Yeah. Another one might be I don't have children. So I'm sort of coming at it from a non-child place, but I think being a place to go, being that person to be able to turn to whatever we've done, for advice, you
Yeah.
know, but you sort of understand what I mean. I know that. Being a friend as well as a parent, I guess, something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that too. But I had to learn. I don't know, because he's a boy, so it's different. I don't know, or a man almost. So it's different. Like if I could look, my daughter, she talks, but she's her she has the mentality, or in her mind she's like 6, 7. So I can't really talk woman talk with my daughter. So it's if when I have to have a conversation, it's with my son, and he's
yeah,
wise for his age. When I told him my life, kind of, because I didn't went into detail, but he wanted to know about me, the family, and our roots. So I sat him down and I told him everything I know about my family, my father's family and my mom's family. And he sat there and he wept. He started crying because he couldn't believe that I came this far on my own without no help from nobody. Because ever since, like I said, my parents died. Though I have many siblings, there's a separation after the death of both of my parents. So, because everybody went their own way, you know.
Hmm.
Um, so I'm kind of isolated, and I don't mind. Um, course, I have friends, but you know what I mean. It's when you have a large family, it still sucks when um, not everybody is on the same page as far as the knowledge, because most of them are still indoctrinated, if you will.
Uh-huh.
Half of them took the JAB, the Maxine, So it's sad that I can really relate or talk about stuff like Phil said. He saw me and my niece in Amsterdam the other day. I was live with my niece. She understands me. She is Sagittarius, just like me. Um, I can talk to her. She's my oldest sister's daughter. Um, so I'm her auntie, but she understands me. But most of them, it's yeah, there's a separation. Um, I forgot the question. I don't know what it was. My bad, y'all. I don't know if I was answering the question or just
Well,
talking.
the original question was what was the most important things that you hope to instill in your
Oh,
children. So
yeah.
you know
You answered that.
you've
Yeah.
answered that and elaborated on it. Yeah,
More. Yes.
you know, and
Right.
I mean even sort of sharing family history is crucial. I think it's like the hand-me-down knowledge, isn't it? Culture, the knowledge.
Yep.
It's how we used to be. We're uh, mouth to ear rather than.
Mm.
There's one that I learned quite a long time ago, and it's about because you mentioned about your son being as if he is a man or something like this. But this was taught to me, and it was a boy becomes a man when he can do the work of a man, and likewise, a girl becomes a woman when she does the work of a woman.
Mm.
And that was taught to me decades and decades and decades ago. And it's one of those little nuggets. I think, well, if you've got a 14-year-old child that's actually going out and doing an adult's job, you pretty much got an adult,
Right.
you know. So, and in this country, I think children who leave school at age 14 and 15 and go out and get a job, working really, really labor intense jobs.
Mm.
So, times have changed a lot, but that was a sort of thing. When they take it, and it's being able to take that responsibility. Because I know uh, young men that have actually gone out, and I'm talking, sort of 16, that actually support the family. So they
Mm-hmm.
go out, they work a job, um, just to make up like a family income sort of thing. But yeah, it sounds like your nurturing of your children is pretty much admirable, really, and role modelish. Everybody needs a role model,
Right. And
you
that's
know.
why I try not to be their friend, but sometimes it's hard because when we're out, and maybe because I don't know, maybe now I look older, but back then everybody thought my son was my little brother because he's taller than me, um, broad shoulders and all.
Yeah, yeah,
So that I now that he's older, I can, because even me, I had to check myself like, no, he's not your friend, or he's not even your little brother, he's your child. So
yeah,
treat
yeah,
him like that. So
yeah.
yeah. or just because I'm a single mom and he does, you know, because he started to at one point when he was like in his early 20s, he started acting like the man in the house, and I'm like, I had to check him several times, like, nah, wait, homie, don't play that. Like, because he wanted to make decisions for me now. Like, nah, I want to buy this couch. He's like, nah, I don't want this color. I'm like, okay, who's paying the rent over here? So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, mhm.
Well, like you said before, he's filled the void there that he's the man of the family. So
Yeah,
he puts a lot of responsibility on himself he probably wouldn't otherwise put on himself. And
yeah,
that's admirable.
yeah. He takes it very
Definitely.
serious.
Good job, Mama. Good job.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's old school. As far as I'm concerned, that is old school,
Yeah,
traditional, maturing.
yeah. And I
You know.
never put him in a position where he had to fight for me, or because I never brought a man home. You know, I'm a homebody. Like, I like to be by myself, doing my own thing. Man, I get so irritated when the phone rings. That's how of a loner I am. So yeah, I always. I don't know. Oh damn, the questions. What are your goals for you? I don't know. When I started my YouTube channel, I wanted to um talk about, and I still do talk about spirituality. You know what I mean? Make people aware, especially about my culture, because I'm born in Suriname. Um, so I wanted to bring that out or tell people about my culture and tell them that it's okay. Like, it's even though it seems weird because they say maybe because we call it windy, right? So, um, but it's a way of life. It's not a religion. It's a practice. It's something you eat, breathe, sleep every day. It's working with nature, So that's what I wanted to tell the people about, and I still kind of do. um, when I talk about the spirit guides, and so yeah, that's so my goal for my YouTube channel is to bring awareness to spirituality. That it's something personal. It's not something that you can teach anybody. It's something personal. It's an experience that you have to undergo yourself. Mhm. Um, my favorite. Oh, yeah, my favorite food. I don't know. I stopped eating meat. At least I try. For a couple of years now. I only eat chicken. I stopped using dairy products. But every now and then I eat chicken. Chicken. I'm not gonna lie. I stopped with rice though. But I won't say I'm a vegetarian. I just um stopped eating, beef, pork, and all that. So, but I don't have a favorite. Um, I don't know. I can't say now.
Can I ask you why you stopped eating cows and pigs and things?
Meat? You mean stop eating meat?
Yeah.
Because I noticed the change in my body once I stopped eating meat. It started with a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I didn't even miss it. Because at first, when you stop eating meat, I bought other things instead of that, like the tofu shit, and then I'm like, oh, and then I started researching what it really is. I'm like, okay, I know I need to stop that too.
Uh
So
huh.
I finally, I saw the change. I felt less bloated. My back start, because now even though I don't eat chicken every day, like maybe once or twice a week, when I eat chicken, my back starts hurting again,
Uh huh.
and I feel bloated.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
What was the instigator of you? not to stop eating meat though? Right at the beginning, you said, "Oh, you noticed a change," but what was that thing that made you stop for a while?
I don't remember. Let me see. I think it was my son. Yeah. See, everything's my son. Man, I think he came to save my life. Because
Wow.
I remember when I was pregnant or before when I had my daughter, I'm like, okay, I might as well hurry up and make another child with the same man because I don't want, I don't want different baby daddies. So I asked him like, "Are you gonna give me a child? I know you're gonna not, you're gonna leave me, but at least get me pregnant before you leave." He's like, "All right." So he got me pregnant. He left, but then I had my baby boy. But while I was pregnant, I was sad, because I know he was, my ex was gonna leave me, so I was sad. I'm like, damn, yo, why did So I don't know, but I think my son felt my sadness throughout my pregnancy. And so when he came, um, I don't know. Anyway, that's a long story, but I felt because one day he came home from school and he's like, "Mom, we gotta stop eating meat." I'm like, "What you mean? What you talking about, Willis?" He's like, "No," because there was, I think a teacher showed them a movie or a YouTube video about how they, um, the chicken and the cow and everything. So at first, I didn't want to hear nothing, but he kept on insisting. Like every time I would cook a meal with meat in it, he wouldn't. He would put the meat aside and eat only the veggies or and the rice or potatoes or whatever pasta.
uh-huh.
And then I got so fed up. Like, you know what? Let me listen to him. You know. So I think my son put me up to it if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Oh wow. That's quite amazing. That. Do you mind if I ask if Daddy's still around? Is he still part of their lives, your children's lives, in your
Oh
life?
yeah, in and out, but yeah, he's still he's still a part of it. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh damn, another question. What qualities are damn McCoy? Hit the link. Gee. Um, I don't know. I just yeah. What can I ask for? I have everything I want in my life right now. So everything how do you say? Everything that comes, that's extra.
Everything but me.
You know, it's like what you call it? Um, I don't know, man. Because when let's say you date someone and then they ask you that question, what you gonna say? The standard shit, yeah. You gotta be honest. You gotta be this. So it's like I treat people like how I want. Wait, yeah, like I want them to treat me. Yeah, just be you, and that's if you love you, I'll love you more. That's it.
Uh huh.
If you love yourself, I'll love you even more.
If you love yourself, you can be loved.
That's right.
And maybe that's why I'm single.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm single by choice, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
By choice.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% by choice.
I'm a
Uh,
four-time loser now since the woman.
Hey, four times, not four. Dang
Yeah,
it,
I'm
Phil.
4 times. Yeah.
is that you've been married 4 times, Phil? Is it?
Well, so Almana is in the spirit. Yeah, but yeah, she already divorced me.
They divorced you.
Uh, well,
Wow.
the last one tried to kill me. The third one tried to kill me.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
And yeah, well, I divorced. The first one divorced me. The second one I divorced. The third one tried to kill me. And so Alma and I are. She don't know, but we're still up in the air.
Hmm. I
Wow.
don't, as long as
Uh,
I don't see no ring on my finger from Phil, so yeah, we're not. Yeah. What have
Yeah.
you done
It's a
for me?
ring of the heart. It's a ring of the heart. Ha, you just hurt my feelings.
Dang it! My bad, y'all. I didn't mean that. Yeah.
This is why we can't do this. You have no concern for my feelings.
Ah.
Damn it. I
Is
can't
this
catch a
oh
break.
is this live stream between AmA and Phil? Is this some sort of like speed dating
It's a
experience?
joke. It's a
Is
joke.
that what
'Cause-
it is?
It's a,
yeah, yeah, it was. Yeah, kind of. But
Wow. So I'm a bit of a gooseberry here.
we crack on each other about it because we
Yeah.
figure, yeah, we do have a lot in common. I will say that, but a lot. Not just in our minds, but in our lives. We're both fives. We both see 23 all the time. We both, you know,
yeah, that's weird, right? Look, it's
Yeah.
23. It's 23 over here. Dang!
Wow.
bingo.
Okay, now it turned 23, 24. Dang it! But yeah, it was
You
just
seen
good.
it. It's all that matters. How
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
that? Bada
I,
bing, bada boom.
I see 322 a lot. That's my biggest number I see. 322 or 223. Either
Mm,
way around, it's 322, isn't it? So there's something about the number 23 that's
yeah.
pretty significant in the realms of I don't know, some sort of exposure, like signaling or something. But it's generally usually in a negative connotation, not something that's positive. Yeah.
Yep.
So well, we got a threesome going here with the 23s. Two threes, three twos. Wow.
Every time. Mm-hmm. Phil, soldier.
There he is.
Stop. No, I don't want a black ring. I want a diamond. Let me stop. You're muted, Phil.
Bought my own
Oh,
ring because I knew you're way over there and I just help you out, and that's what I wanted.
What?
yeah. So we missed
Thank
the
you,
proposal
Salama.
then.
Thank you, Salama.
What did I do again? Dang it. My bad, y'all. You know what?
I
My mouth.
love it. That's funny shit. What's your perspective on the racial division and what? Oh, I wasn't gonna ask that one, but McCoy did. Thank you, McCoy. And
Dang
what
it.
is it
You better hit
like
the
living where you are when it comes to be to race?
when okay, race.
Well, I'm getting ready to highlight that. There it is.
Phone is a friend. Okay. My perspective on the racial division. Well, where I'm from, Suriname, right? Like it's a metropole of all races. Like, sheesh. I grew up with Hindustani people from the island of Java or Indonesia, Chinese, Jewish. What else? Portuguese. Man, it's a mixture. So I grew up with every race. Um, and that's why I speak what 3, 4 languages.
Hey,
So it's yeah, and my mom never raised me to be biased or cause and she took care of all races. Like they could come to her or stay over for the weekend if because she was always even though she had all of us, she always took in like children who got neglected of if it was for a month or two, she would take them in. So I didn't have that growing up. I didn't see no difference until I got what 7, 8. I started getting or noticing in school that I was different than how do you say it? Because of my hair, my skin tone. Because believe me, even though I'm dark skin or light skin, whatever, there is within the quote unquote black culture there is also racism because if you're light skinned now you're considered bougie or whatever, you know what I mean, or arrogant. So yeah, they started treating me like I was, they used to call my nickname was Red Bone. That's it.
Red
Yeah.
bone. I was
The
gonna
Red
say Superfly.
Bone.
It's more
And
of
I
a
didn't,
more
because
sh- more of a shadism than racism.
yeah, right.
Mocha.
I wanted to be
Yeah,
dark skinned so bad because
I
they used
mean,
to call me Red Bone. I'm like, like I hated that name. I wanted to be dark, so yeah. But I don't, over here, it's more, I live in the Netherlands, it's more, how do you say, hidden, the racism. Only when you get, let's say, because all my neighbors are white. So, quote unquote white, because white ain't a color, but you know what I mean? But they're more, they're friendly, yet nosy. Um, when you're in the backyard, they're like, hey, they want to know all your business. My son got a new car. You got it. I see your son got it. They want to know your business. They're always in my business. Um, but it's more hidden, the racism. As soon as you get into an argument, now I'm
I would
busy.
rather people just come out with it. That way you know where they stand.
Right.
Just speak your fucking mind. Come on, say it. You know it's in there. I know it's in there, so just speak it and let's get it over with and let's handle it. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
And because I don't like that undercover tension because I feel it hard. I know you do too.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Like I don't be like, if I don't like you, I don't like you, and you'll know if I don't like you because I won't be around you. I'll just go my own way.
That's right.
So I hate it when people are fake, and then once you get into an argument, now I'm a nigga. What?
Hey, we won't. Hey, don't talk like that on my channel, please.
I'm sorry, I had to say it.
um, I would have loved you if you were green, okay, or purple. It doesn't matter. Your spirit is well, like Richard said earlier. You're a beautiful person in your spirit. So
amen, amen, absolutely. You know,
Yeah.
this is the thing. What if everybody was blind?
Mm.
I say I'm brown in up where we're from, and everybody else that's brown is white. We're like, let's swap. Let's see what it's like.
Yeah.
Well, on my defined color is magnolia pink. So,
Oh.
Don't tell too many people that, Richard.
okay, okay. I'm an extreme minority, me, the magnolia pink. I'm the only one I've ever come across of that race. The magnolia pinks. Yeah,
Just
but
steer away from the LGBT community and just
Um.
don't say that in those presence of those people, please. Because I don't want to lose you, Richard.
Yeah. Let me
repeat
tell
that,
you.
please, Phil.
I gotta
I,
tell you
I said,
something.
don't speak that. Don't say you're magnolia pink in the certain communities
Let me see
out
that.
there because I don't want to lose you. They'll just snatch you up, man.
No. They've got a gay pride event, a carnival, on the 22nd of this month. So they got a march through my little town. Then they've got this massive musical jamboree in the local park. So will be going down there. I've already got my banner planned, and I've got I distribute the light newspaper. So my reason for actually being down there is to distribute the light newspaper. I'm not there to discriminate against people's choices they make in life.
Mm-hmm.
But I will be dressed in all black, just so I don't get mis construed as being something that is aligned with the
Look at the
rainbow
time.
flag.
Damn.
What's that?
No,
Put
Go on.
the
right
time.
Pride Month on
20,
it.
20, 23, 20, 23, 30. Dang it, now it turned 32.
23,
Yeah,
32. There it is. Hey, Richard, write Pride Month on it. Then use the last two letters of Pride and the first three letters of month underneath it.
yeah. demon. Yeah. See, I got this theory about how the gay movement all of a sudden has has been has been thrust to the fore in such a very short amount of time. But I've been watching it since I think it's probably the 80s in Britain, when homosexuality was illegal, and then there was a politician, Jeremy Thorpe, that was outed as being homosexual, and then they changed the law. Now gradually, so I've been aware of this, and I've been watching it, and gradually creeping out. Now they're in a position where it's people are proud to be that way, whatever way they choose. But I got this sort of theory. You know how Christians in the end times, the Christians are going to be the ones that are being persecuted. I've got a theory that one of the reasons, perhaps, why they're out and all these, well, they're getting all these um, people to come out of the closet, as it were, is that they will be persecuted as well. Because one thing we've probably got coming is some sort of Sharia law. Okay, the way I see the world is, and the way the world is moving.
Noahide.
Noahide law, Sharia law, they're quite similar, aren't they?
Uh,
And
no,
aren't they?
no, not at all.
Okay, well I'll take that back then.
Three of the Noahide laws are punishable by death, and two of those are um, they are idolatry and the worship of Jesus.
Okay,
Do you think?
well
Do you think?
Sharia law, Sharia,
Oh,
go on, Emma.
no, I want to ask something because y'all going on a whole nother direction. That yes.
Sorry,
Yeah, yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
What's up,
I want to
Tom?
ask. Do you think people are born happy?
Yes. Yes, I do. I do. I think it's through the genetics, the food, the manipulation of our
Mm,
DNA, our bodies, our everything that they've done. Yes, and then they compound that with the indoctrination and programming.
Yeah.
but
So
so
when you're
you're
There
born
is
saying
that way, yeah, I do.
there is there is something that Realist McCoy highlighted. He come on my live stream. That was a fantastic. He just did a fantastic presentation, but it was about the term soy boy, which I'd heard of it and I didn't have a clue what it was about. Now apparently soy, which is a fundamental ingredient in tofu, funny enough,
yep.
soy actually changes. I think it alters the estrogen levels in both girls and boys, which then transforms their genetics
Mm,
to be of the opposite of what they were actually born.
mm,
So that's quite an odd thing. And we're still on topic here because you did mention about tofu. You did bring tofu up, so I'll bring that up. But it's sort of coincides with this agenda that has sort of come to the fore now, where veganism, there was a massive push to push veganism and meat-free diets,
yep.
um, vegetarianism, fake meat, etc., which is only really a recent phenomenon. And now they're sort of outlawing cattle, beef and pig, and even chicken in favour of the bugs. But that sort of coincides really with what McCoy had said a month ago or something about how soybeans can change the levels, can change the perspectives of human beings, right? And
Yeah.
particularly the younger generation, because they're still developing. So maybe that's got something to do with it.
Well, I don't know. Cause look, maybe I mentioned it before, but I have a brother and he is J.
Yeah.
He's happy. um,
Happy.
ever since he was a boy, he was a chubby little boy, and he was always sick. So my mom cuddled him a lot, like he was and he was born between all the girls, and then the other boys came, but he was born,
How
be-
old is he, Emma?
he's 60, so 61, 62 now.
Yeah.
He never had a girl, still lives by himself. Um, and yeah, I remember when I was what 8, 7. He used to dress. He used to dress in my mom's dresses and her high heels and wear her wigs and parade around the house. But we thought it was funny, you know. And
Yeah, yeah.
um but when my dad was around, he just. But still, if you look at him now, he dresses. He does. He don't cross dress like he's a gentleman with a nice hat on, long coat. Like he's just only when he's around us sisters, he'll just like smack his lips or whatever, or be But he's just he doesn't act like a he is that. Of course, in Suriname there was kind of a stigma or taboo on it also, but he came to the Netherlands when he was 13, and then my mom left him with my older siblings, and she took me and my other sister back to Suriname. So he grew up in Europe, where everything was free. You know what I mean? Um,
Free.
free.
I mean,
I
that
I'm
the
gonna
freedom.
I'm gonna throw another one out there. One of my best friends is a gay man,
Mm,
believe it or not, and the gay and lesbian communities have been hijacked.
yeah.
Actually, because they do not represent the gay and lesbian communities, and I'm gonna make a funny out of it because it's hilarious. He is a his name's Butch, who's a bottom, and he's racist.
Wow.
Gay man.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
he's like the
not even.
contradiction of a gay man.
Yeah. Well, you can say Birch. It's been.
Butch, that's
The
his
problem.
name. That's his name. His name's Butch.
Birch.
Butchie.
But
Bushy.
Butchie, the bottom.
right.
Wow.
But I see he says cancel. I'm gonna answer the question. You mean the question I asked, right? I think so. But yeah, let me say that because I can speak from I don't know, not experience, but because my brother is that, but I don't feel he was born that way. Nobody's born that way because the spirit and the soul is neutral. Once it enters the body, um, it's the way you vibrate. That's your frequency, and that's what you're gonna put out. So I don't think I feel society made us that way or made them that way, but um, I don't think you're born like that.
Well, his sister's dressing him up in dresses didn't help him none.
He didn't. He did it. He did it himself.
Well, is he the youngest?
No, I am.
No, the youngest boy.
Yeah, he is.
There you go.
Other brothers didn't like that for shit like they used to
Right.
ignore him and just don't be around me, get away from me. Um,
Yeah.
but and he still to this day he feels that because he doesn't have any children, he can't keep a man. So he's by himself now.
He's like us.
Right. So it's like he still feels guilty inside because he feels in his heart of heart and his soul of soul that he's not supposed to be like this. And maybe I don't know.
I see it as no victim, no crime. What you do in your own privacy, your own home, that's on you.
Yeah, I don't know. No,
That's how I see it
nah,
here
that
in the U.S. That's how I see it.
I
Now, if
know.
I live somewhere else, you know,
I know, but he knows how I feel about it because I told him like, look, if you want to die alone, don't leave no legacy behind. That's up to you. But at because at a point in his 30s, 40s, he was trying to date women, but he couldn't. Yeah, because he wanted a child. You know, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. So it's like he knows. Cause I feel the same way like you. Look, if you want to leave a legacy behind, then because it's something in the mind, man. Because I asked him like, were you abused? Were you, because
it,
we didn't grow up together. So he's like, no. But every now
in retrospect, though, Solomon, why would you want to leave it legacy back in behind in hell? In retrospect, knowing where we're at now,
and then,
I mean, it's kind of like a double-edged sword for him.
yeah, but
It's
that's, nah, I don't want to think doom scenarios because like you. we're trying to make this place a better place for us and
Yes.
for our children, right?
Yes.
So when I leave, I'm hoping my son does his best to make it a better place for him and his children. So that's
Absolutely.
how, yeah. So that's how I want to think, and so when I say leave something behind for your legacy, cause and that's why I keep making the YouTube videos, the random shit, just something. So when I'm not here anymore, if I have, cause I don't have grandchildren yet, but if I do, my one day my grandchildren and their children will be hopefully looking at my videos are like, oh, granny did that, that's so old. But still, uh,
Um, do you know who Mr. Hanky is?
no.
Look that up, and there's the legacy. There's the, Mr. Hanky. There, you get a laugh out of that.
What's that?
Just look it up, Mr. Hanky.
What about hey, Granny can rap.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Granny was dancing because I be dancing.
Yeah,
I
groove with
start dancing.
Granny.
I need to dance a little bit more. No, let me stop. But yeah, it's just I don't know. But
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I see both sides of it. I do, because I have lesbian cousins. I have the gay friend,
right,
and to me, it was, I didn't even look at him that way. You know,
yeah.
so, I've been in lesbian bars so tough, the pool tables didn't even have balls. Okay, I walk in there with my cousin, and everybody, all them butchy dyke women are looking at me like, "Don't look at my woman." I'm like, you can't help it. I mean, it's like if you, I just, it's a whole nother world.
Yeah, nowadays you look the other day, look, of course, right across the street there's a 7-Eleven, right?
Whole nother ball game.
So the other day I crossed the street to get my cigarettes because yeah, I smoke cigarettes. And I'm like, oh, let me walk around a little bit in the neighborhood and make a so because I wanted to make a short. So I turned my camera on. I was pretending I was talking to somebody on the phone, but I was filming, right? So here come I'm standing at the stop. Yeah, I was standing by the stoplight, ready to cross the street. Here come I thought it was a woman, right? But I don't know why they gotta be all extra. Like I don't walk like that. I don't smack my lips like or be like, oh, no, I don't do all of that. But why they gotta be all extra? So okay, I'm crossing the street. Here comes a skinny dude, but I thought it was a woman, but yeah, it was a transgender. So I'm pretending that I'm not filming, so I'm trying to talk into the phone, trying to laugh, or but of course I was gonna film her, cause she was walking all extra, swinging her hips, swinging her arms. You know how to be walking. So, so she saw me filming her, so she stopped me in the middle of the goddamn crossover. She's like, I know you're filming me, and I heard her voice. I'm like, oh God, that's a dude. She's like, I don't want to be on camera, so can you please turn it the other way? Thank you very much. And she kept on walking. And I turned around. I wanted to smack her upside her head so bad when I realized it was a dude. And
Yeah,
I
what I do when I see him out, I go, "Hey guys."
oh,
That's what I do. My wife would be like, "Shut up, Phil." I'm like, "What? They dressing wanting to be looking like guys." I figured, "Hey guys, what's up?"
right.
I mean, if they didn't want to be called guys, they wouldn't dress like that.
Hmm.
That's the way I see it. So, I'm like, I would say all kinds of crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
You know me.
Hmm. And she lives around here, or it lives around here, because I keep seeing her now every now and then. I'm like, and then she just, gives me the look like, yeah, I saw you. I'm like, bitch. But yeah, it's weird because nowadays you can't even tell, or at least I can tell, because you look at the Adam's apple or the cheekbones or the whatever, you see it in their face, man, or the broad shoulders,
The hips and the thighs are the big giveaway.
right? But
Yeah,
no, but nowadays it's not the body. I can see it in their face, and even the voice, you can hear it too. Um,
right.
or the nose, but not man. They get everything fixed right nowadays. But still, it's like you can, especially if it's a cross dresser or a transgender, they they always got an attitude because they're always on defense mode. You know, so you can even speak to them or so.
Yeah, I call those shims. Shims, right to their face. Shims. Oh, you mean shim? She him. Shim. What do
Right.
you? I'm not. I'm not giving them any. They don't have their pronouns. I'm not doing it. I'm just. I refuse to go there. I'm just not. Call me whatever anybody wants to call me. I'm not doing it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's Kabbalistic mindfuck is what it is, and they just are too stupid to realize it. Do you know the? Does anybody know the whole agenda behind the transgender movement?
Yep.
About
Stuff.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Phil?
the it's a Kabbalistic program. If they can make what they're doing is they're stopping our forward population progress in the next life.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You confuse a man now, then he's a woman, he'll be confused then, and boom, you just stop that man from creating.
yeah.
That's what it's all
It's
about.
it's like flipping it, isn't it? It's like,
But
Uh-huh.
it doesn't
and
make sense though, because aren't we supposed to be slaves? Like, if there's no more people, babies being born, and who's gonna be working for them? Like, you know what I mean?
they
Well,
got
they
AI
want
for
us.
that.
Yeah, they want us all gone now. I mean, as far as they want, there's 500 million on that was on the Georgia
Georgia Coast.
Guidestones.
Mm,
That's how many. Supposedly, that's how many demonic entities are here. It's 500 million. So that means 7.5 billion are
mm,
we're gonna go bye bye. That's not gonna happen. But that's you can shit in one hand and want in the other. See which one fills up first.
right. Oh no, man. It's just oof. But yeah, look, they ain't winning. Cause if they like I told you the other day, if they was winning, we'd all be dead.
That's
So they
right.
can't. They cannot
Oh,
get
I mean,
rid of us.
there is that element of torture that they enjoy. You know, you can either chop somebody's head off now, or you can torture them and chop it off next week. They delight in the suffering of people. That's what they do, and
Mm,
this is being drawn out. It seems to be moving very quickly, but it is a slow, drawn out process.
mm,
And for people like you, us all that can see what's happening, it is torture. It's mind torture. And then you've got the physical torture that everybody will be going through. Um, but this is the thing; they're not in for the quick kill. They want torture, and I
mm,
think ultimately they want us to murder ourselves. Okay, like the Crimson Mist, the Rwandan
Exactly.
Crimson Mist, which where this like zombie apocalypse might come in to play is when they mess around with the human mind on mass scale with their 5G network. They can alter the perceptions of the human mind so that man will turn on man. This is women will turn on women, and they will end up murdering themselves. So whose hands is the blood on? Is it those that have had their minds messed with? So they do go out. But that Crimson Mist was it wasn't more than this. It was the ultimate psychological warfare experiment, Operation Crimson Mist. But this is what I think. They don't want a quick end to this. They delight in suffering. For them, this is a sport. What they're doing is sport. And while most people like sitting watching football or snooker or pool or badminton or bowling green or whatever, their sport is watching people annihilate themselves and suffer.
Well, what they've done, Richard, is see they've inserted themselves as the keeper of us. So, like you just said earlier, they want us to take ourselves out. That way, they're not responsible for paying for us.
Yeah.
So,
That is in their mind.
yes,
Well, it, if anything, all I can say about the whole situation and our race, our human, quote unquote, human race is we gotta stop giving our power away. Always know that we're here to remember why we're here, and while we're doing that, um, stop giving our power away and keep a positive mindset, because all the doom scenarios that we create in our minds, um, it's just gonna be that a doom scenario, because we could, we'll be creating or manifesting that what we think. So once we start changing our mindset and thinking positive and not giving them quote unquote so much power, uh,
word.
we can change this whole reality. Because if they
Mm-hmm.
was winning, we wouldn't be here. So the fact that we're still here and there are so many of us thinking positive, um,
Uh-huh.
just, that means, it means something. Um,
That's it.
And
you know,
it is a growing energy.
it
It's a
is,
growing energy.
because look, once we stop giving our power away and taking back what is ours, um, how do you say that? It will change our whole DNA
Yep.
structure, and the children that will be born will be we'll create warriors and fighters, not weaklings that are
Richard,
scared.
how many people don't realize that they're manifesting their reality, not ours?
Yeah.
Um,
That's where it's at. That's the whole key to this whole thing. We got to
Yes.
stop manifesting their reality and manifest our reality.
Right. Because they program us with what they want.
That's
So
right.
we're thinking like, oh my God, the government, this, they're killing our children, they're teaching our children to become this and this. You know what
Right.
I mean? And
Yep.
by
yeah.
thinking that you change your DNA, you know?
Yep.
So yeah.
But our
Well, no,
it
hold it,
doesn't
hold it, hold
affect
it,
us.
hold it. It's
It
being
doesn't.
aware. It's being aware and recognizing
Absolutely. Breaking
these
that
things.
spell. Breaking the
It's
spells.
exactly that. It's not manifesting their reality or
We're
their
different.
desire.
We're different.
It's
I'm
like
speaking on
you
the
said.
lay person. I'm speaking on the lay person, not our spirit.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I understand. So just by knowing these things doesn't make us part of the problem.
No, no.
It
It's
makes us part of the solution.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, absolutely. We're in a different, we're on a whole nother
Paradigm.
paradigm
It's a
than they
whole other
are.
There's a frequency,
Yeah.
isn't it? We're
Frequency,
on a different
yes.
frequency.
Yes.
And another thing, when you see me vibrating high or Phil or whoever, mine's I, Ocean, everybody in the chat, when you see us vibrating high, we in our bag, jump on the train. Don't be
Yeah,
like, oh, that's pseudo. Let me write something in the chat. No, jump on that train.
yeah,
Because the bigger the flame, the more power.
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Absolutely.
Even though I don't understand some of the things that um, Cosmos Kid would speak on,
Hmm.
it was. I felt it. I didn't know in my mind, but I knew in my spirit, and that's where we're different, right there.
Right, right. Because I learn every day from everybody. Because I don't know, like I say, I don't know shit, but I know something, and that is me. And that's all you need to know. We're here to remember who we are individually. I can remember for you, and you can't remember for me. You got to do that yourself. I got to do it myself. Once I remember my soul contract, why I'm here, the mission becomes clearer and clearer.
Uh-huh. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I've been getting into my Akashic records, Richard.
Getting into a what?
My Akashic records. I'm realizing what's mine here, where I stand.
Did you say Cosmic Record?
Akashic records are what's in our DNA. What's in our cells hold a library of information.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been accessing it.
How have you done that?
Well, in dreams and mushrooms.
Oh. Mushrooms. Panic. See, this is the thing. I'm trying to remain sober. I might have a smoke of herb about once every 3 months. I'll have a little binge. I don't drink alcohol anymore. Maybe once a month I'll have a glass of cider. But I'm trying to keep myself pure in mind, unadulterated by any influence. So mushrooms. I've taken mushrooms in the past. The experience is taking me out of me. I'm having to use synthetics, as it were, to induce my thoughts, or to do what you've just said, is to be attuned into what we are, the core value. But I mean, the clarity of thought that I've got if I'm sober. So if I I might have 2 or 3 days smoking, not getting stoned or anything. I'm just having a smoke, light smoke. I'm not doing it to get off my head or anything. And then after about a week, I'm kind of sharp again. I've got a really sharp kind of vibration. So it's like sort of like looking at a straight line drawn going from me into the distance. This one sharp line. If I then have something like, let's say I have a spliff, okay, a verb, that single line then becomes multiple lines that are taking me away into another train of thought, which is nice, okay, but I don't want to. What I want is one line to follow. So I'll go down this. I'll call it ganja route for a couple of days, and then I miss me, and I miss that straight line. But what I've actually done is, there's a different element of creativity and thought that comes in with. I'm not into hard drugs or anything like that, but there's a different train of thought that we're introduced to. A lot of people say their minds have been opened and their eyes have been opened when they experience mushrooms or ganja or alcohol even, or LSD or anything like that. It opens up a new portal. But once that portal's been opened, it's one thing that's in the psychological DNA, okay? And it's not something that can be forgotten. So shut the door on that. Well, not so much shut the door. Just come up with a thing that is putting, from my perspective, putting me in that room. So I'll come back out onto my one straight line, my straight sharp line, because that clarity is, it's better than any drug, to be honest. Just having that clarity of vision and thought. So for people that are perpetually stoned, okay, that smoke every single day, they're so far away from that single line because they are distracted and tugged. Maybe not everyone, but that's the sort of thing where having being psychologically introduced to another concept by using things like mushrooms or ganja or alcohol or whatever it isn't how we were created. We were created as single vibrational beings. with the exact right amount of chemicals and chemistry. Okay, and the mind is, the mind is a tender thing. But all I'm saying is, because you mentioned how do for me to find my, what do you call it?
Akashic records.
Your Akashic records. I'm
Akashic
gonna have to go.
records.
I'm gonna have to go out and
I've been
down
saying
some.
for the past few years, though, Richard, that I can honestly say that all that LSD is finally going to pay off. Because I am open. I am open to it. I have just gotten confirmation on the mushrooms. I just
Yeah,
like to eat mushrooms. I'm not some bullshit. Yeah, I like to eat hallucinogenics. You can't fly, you won't die. It's all good.
Um,
So I take that trip. I'm out. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll have some answers.
can I speak on that?
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
Because I feel the Akashic record, everybody has their own Akashic record that they can
Yep,
access. Or not their own, because it's one big collective, but it's like if you want to access that, go within. Try fasting.
absolutely,
Try fasting, only drink water for like a week. Or you start with 3 days and then just meditate or just but and when I say meditate, because I don't meditate, I don't know anything. My head is all over the or my mind is all over the place, so my meditation is just when I think of something I can go deep, and that's my meditation. So
yeah,
um try fasting, um and then
yeah.
try go within, because the answers, every answer that you, all the questions that you have for yourself, because it has to be about yourself always, because you're going to
absolutely.
get to know yourself better, your shadow side, right? So ask questions, but I feel like the question is the key, not the answer. So once you start asking the right question, you will unlock the key to your Akashic record. But you got to be willing to take the time and listen to yourself, your intuition, because the answers are going to come from within.
Let me put that in this perspective. If your street's dirty, how are you gonna clean it? Solomon and Richard, how would you clean your street up? What would you
Depends.
use? What would you use to clean your street?
Well, it depends what the mess was. If it was just like litter, I would pick it up with my hands. If it was dust, I would sweep it.
Okay. See, I'd use a backpack steel blower. you know,
Well, I haven't got one of them.
everybody's got a different way to get to the same. There's many keys and many locks to the same door.
Yeah. However,
Right.
you're using something that isn't of you. Okay, you're
But
using it.
I've been doing it. It is of me. I've been doing it since I was 16.
Yeah, but the blower is might be an extension of you, but it isn't part of you.
Well,
Whereas if
neither is
I,
a broom.
yeah, all right, and so I'll just say I'm picking up litter.
Okay.
I'll pick it up with my hands.
See, I'd use a grabber, 3 foot on its
No, 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 no,
with a
no. I can't
paw.
be arsed with that. I can't be arsed with that. I'll pick it up with my hands.
Well, I can't bend over. My hip's bad.
Well, you use a grabber. I can bend over it. I just think it's quicker. I'm building site material. If there's something on the ground, I'll pick it up with my
Sure, sure.
hands.
Absolutely.
I do it. I do it walking down the street. If there's, in fact, this is what I do. If there's not a huge amount of litter on the streets I'm walking down, I will pick them up. But if I got a street full of litter, if I go in town and the whole place is a total refuse dump, I'm not gonna spend my time doing that. That's what the council are there for, is to clean up shoppers' litter. But if I'm walking up and down my own street, there's not a lot of litter. Most of it is thrown out of car windows as people are driving by, like in McDonald's, McReal,
Yeah.
and just like crisp rackets and things like that. Well, one every 100 yards. Well, I'll pick it up. And I'll just pop it in a bin, or I'll even pop it in my pocket and bring it home. And You know, that is me. That is me using what I've got. And if I was naked, if I didn't have anything, if I didn't have if you know, if I was naked, you know, I could still do that. I might get arrested if I went out naked litter picking, but you know,
Got a funny story about some trash. See, I grew up in the country, and there was an old abandoned railroad track. People would dump their trash. Well, one guy made a mistake of leaving some mail in it. So I took my Bobcat and my dump truck down there, and I loaded it up in the dump truck, and I took it to his house, and I dumped it in his driveway. I
yeah,
took, yeah, a couch, a mattress, a bunch of like 20 trash bags. I loaded up in my dump truck and took it to his house. And he's like, I paid somebody to get rid of that. I was like, well, I can't help that.
yeah,
It ended up on my road right by my house. I'm just bringing it back.
yeah. You should have said to him, "You can pay me now for bringing it back."
Well,
Fly, we, we, yeah,
he
we,
called the police. Once you call the police on me, we're done.
yeah, we
Yeah.
call it fly tipping over here. Fly tipping,
Fly
and
tipping?
fly tipping, yeah. It's when people just dump
Oh, okay. I
on the
call it
side of
being
the road.
trashy motherfuckers. No respect for the mother. You know, that's the way I see it. Yeah. Pay the $30. Damn, you know, come on. You spent $10 more in gas. Drove right by the transfer station. It just irks me. But I've done that a couple times. Yeah, they're not happy when they get home.
Yeah,
That's the great thing about having equipment and a dump truck. When I did.
yeah.
I don't know if do y'all have any more questions or
Um, yeah, I do. How would you rate this interview?
oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah. That's fishing for compliments, or
No,
Yeah.
no, it's my first interview, so I want to know how I did. I'm critiquing myself. I want her to slam me, girl, slam me.
No, you did good. You went a little bit personal. No, not you. The chat was a little bit personal in my business, but it went well. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Y'all got to know me more, and you know what I mean.
I love you, my friend.
Yeah. Love you
yeah,
more.
No, you don't. You can't.
Yes, I do. All right, I'm not gonna lie.
You're gonna argue about this.
My
I know
heart is
it's late over there. What time is it?
my
It's your
heart is
bedtime.
taken. It's 011 0011.
Right. Put your butt to bed.
No, you know I don't sleep.
Well, try it.
I'm like I sleep standing up.
um, yeah, I have no more questions. I've enjoyed myself actually. This is my first interview, so
Really,
yes.
you did good.
I mean, other than asking a guy if he can finish concrete, other than that, it's my first YouTube interview.
Okay, we need to do it more often.
I enjoyed it.
I did too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's stop before we start crying, okay? All right. I don't want to cry. Don't make me cry, please. I have an image to uphold.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right.
yeah. I'm gonna leave you in peace because, like they say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So I'll leave you two to it.
Hey,
Anna, it's been an absolute joy because and the thing I will
and there,
mention
it's
is
the Trinity. What's the Trinity?
the
Bam!
bill,
In
the
your
bill
face with a
that
can of mace.
Anna. Yeah, what you said about fasting, Ammo, is I think that's quite important. It's a good like detoxifying um, process to go through, not only for the body but for the mind as well. Gives the body a time to relax. You know, like the
Right.
stomach time to relax,
Yeah.
and
The reason why I brought it up is because without even realizing that when I was 14, it happened the first time. I was in a deep depression, but back then it wasn't called depression. So I didn't know what was wrong with me. I stopped eating for almost 2 months.
What?
Um, only drank water. Almost died. I looked like a skeleton for real. I didn't. I stopped going to school. My mom was like, didn't know what to do with me. Um, and then I started, cause I was just I laid in my bed day and night crying because I wanted to die. I didn't even know why. So that was kind of a long fast, you know. And that's where I discovered my dark side. Because if you're laying in the bed for like almost 2 months, not eating, only drinking water, as a teenager, it took me to my dark side because I was in my head crying, wanting to die but couldn't die, figuring out like, okay, I need to starve myself because I don't want to live. And I went through that phase twice when I was first when I was 14 and then when I was 16. So um, it was an eye opener for me because I started, when you don't eat that long, you start, my head is spinning. I can't really think real. Like I started hearing voices and yeah.
Yeah. See, I could have got you right out of that. I mean, like, stick your tongue out, so man. I got some check 25. Doop. Not this is not medical advice.
Yeah, that was the dark period in my life, man. So I know I've been to places. It took me to places where I don't know it. Oh yeah, I heard.
What made you come out of it then? What made you come
Me,
out of that fasting?
it wasn't a fast, but yeah, it like when I started hearing voices one morning, I woke up and I thought there was somebody standing outside the window, but there was nobody there. But I could hear girls laughing, and I'm like, "Who's that?" So I looked out the window, nobody. Closed my eyes again, and I would hear them say in my language, of course. I heard two girls giggling, and one told the other, "Come, come, come! Look, she's dead. She's dead." I'm like, "Wait, are they talking about? They talking about me? I'm not dead." And then, and it happened three times, and then the third time, I'm like, you know what? Something in my spirit said, "Girl, if you don't get the f out of this bed right now." So I got up, went to the kitchen. My mom was making me, because she was making soup for me every day, but I wouldn't eat it. So yeah, that day I started eating again, and from that day, yeah. So basically, I had to pull myself out of it.
You
Yeah.
heard these voices in the Netherlands, these native tongues in the Netherlands, right?
Oh, when it happened, no, I was still living in Suriname.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was a teenager. I was 14. Yeah.
Oh, right on, right on.
And
Well,
then,
thank you again.
yeah,
It's been a
yeah, yeah. Oh,
pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
Okay.
I see Rebecca on the panel.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Much love to you, sis.
Hey,
Yeah, much
Bex.
love to you. It's nice to get to know you better.
Yeah.
You were back and forth between the Netherlands and Suriname then, a couple times in your life before you moved back there to settle at 23. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, no, as one time, like as a child, because I come from Suriname, and Suriname was a colony of the Dutch from Holland, right? So after the 1975, when Suriname became independent, they got their independence from the Netherlands. That's where everybody moved to the Netherlands. So my mom was like, and then the country went into poverty, like, because nothing was being imported, no chocolate, no, so um, my mom was like, okay, the whole family, we're moving on up. So everybody came to the Netherlands because there are lots of, like, Suriname it's 6 times bigger than the Netherlands, but it's only not even a million people living there because 80% is rainforest.
Wow.
So most of us are over here. hmm Yeah. So when I was four, the whole family moved to the Netherlands, and then my dad couldn't cope. He couldn't find a job. It was too cold. So he went back after 2 years, and after a year, my mom was hearing all kinds of stories like, "Oh, I saw your husband in a bar with another woman." So she's like, "Oh, hell to the no! I'm going back. I'm gonna get my man," because they were married. She took me and my other sister, because we're the youngest. She took us back when I was 8. So I went back to Suriname with my parents when I was 8, and then I was unhappy because the rest stayed here because I'm the youngest of 11, so the rest stayed here, and I'm like, I want to join my siblings. So when I was 2, I moved back here. Yeah.
Youngest of 11.
Yep.
Whoa. Wow. I'm the
5.
eldest of 5, and I thought, wow, that would have been quite a chore or a challenge to bring up 5 children, but to bring up 11 children and being part of a big family, a big sibling family, is a blessing, really. I think.
It is.
And to be one of 11, wow,
Yeah.
I'm the
awesome.
second oldest of 8 myself too, so big family.
Yeah, wow.
See? Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got a football team there,
Right.
or a soccer team.
Mm-hmm.
Well, football. We call it football.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
say, yeah.
one of 11.
Yep.
Wow.
It's nice to have, but it's a blessing and a quote unquote curse at the same time, because as the youngest, they tend to, not anymore, because now they come to me for advice, but they used to smother me, like, and my mom always told me, don't talk back, because there's an age gap, 20 years, 15 years. So
Uh-huh.
I always had to just shut up and listen and just do what I'm told. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
yeah, it was,
yeah.
it was annoying for real.
I guess as a younger member, though, what you will do is learn from your older siblings as they go through their life experiences. I guess that's one benefit of being the youngest. Being the eldest, you've got to be like the trailblazer, I guess, and then the one that makes the mistakes. The first sibling to have the police knock at the door
Hmm.
when Daddy said, "Whatever you do, don't get the police around here."
Yeah,
You know, and then
I'm right in between 5 girls.
Ooh, damn.
wow, that explains it.
Yep. And then I didn't have a brother until I was 13.
Wow. Did you get the hand-me-downs then? Are you
No, I
familiar
got
with
all new
hand-me-downs?
stuff. Was spoiled rotten because I was
Yeah.
the only boy on both sides of the grandparents for a
Wow.
long time.
Uh-oh, I only got hand-me-downs.
You know what hand-me-down? Is that all you got, AmA, was it?
Yeah.
Hand-me-downs. Yeah.
And I had to sleep on the floor because I was a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
See, I lucked out. I had my own room and everything, so I didn't realize how good I had it.
Until you lost it.
So I
That's
lost
what I'm
it.
saying. You don't know how good you've got it until you've lost it.
Yep.
You don't know. The cow never know the use of his tail till the butcher cut it off.
The oldest shot herself with a 357 in the chest. Lost her 10 years ago now. It's been 10
Wow.
years.
Wow.
That's
Ooh,
why people that want to say they're going to commit suicide, no, you're not. Use your thumb, not your finger. You stupid. People that do it don't say it. Just do it.
Yeah. People that say it, I see it as a cry for help, really. But
Uh-huh. That's the
please,
wrong way to start the cry.
yeah. Yeah.
Playing
Yeah.
some Almond Brothers there. Soul Shine, Almond. It's your exit music.
what the? Oh, say it again. Yeah, and you
This
speak
song's called Soul Shine.
so okay. Oh, my exit. Oh, that means time to go. You're kicking
Well,
me
no,
out.
you said you were going to leave, so I'm saying this song's 6 minutes and 44 seconds long, so
Yeesh.
you got about 4 minutes. I'm just
I
messing with you.
got
I've seen this earlier and I've added it to this playlist because I thought of you.
Uh-huh. You.
That and Freaker by the Speaker by Keller Williams. I can see
I'm in
that.
the I'm in the process of transmutating through alchemical procedures a flower. I'm helping a flower ascend while I ascend here. I'm smoking a joint. I don't know
Also,
exactly what I'm saying, but I was trying to be like, there's many
right.
paths to the same thing, Richard. But there's nothing wrong with a good period of fasting or abstinence from anything. You know, like
Awesome.
it definitely enhances
Mhm.
things for a lot of people.
Absolutely,
Sure
yeah.
it does.
Fasting
But,
Yeah.
for quitters.
but I was looking for a good defense. I'm like, the flower wants to ascend. It wants to become part human and help me ascend. We both want to move up in this universe together. Me and the
Yes.
weed.
I gotta let everybody know the rabbit died. So
Oh damn.
no,
The rabbit. Oh yeah.
the rabbit
Yeah, I'm
died.
sorry, little baby rabbit.
It wasn't me.
You know that the rabbit died
I
from
want
having a
to add
baby.
that he did not do mouth to mouth resuscitation, but he did do everything he could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I draw the line on
But
nostril
setback.
resuscitation for a wild animal that might have mange, lice. Yeah, no, I'm not putting it in my mouth.
I
Now my
know.
dog, I do it. I do it.
I was
But
just being silly.
I know.
You
No,
don't have to resuscitate any. Nobody has to resuscitate anything they don't want to.
well,
I don't know.
I helped my dad resuscitate our Doberman, and it got a piece of fat stuck in its throat. And my dad and I blew through our nose until we got the fat out. It was pork fat off a piece of ham,
Yeah.
about 10 inches long. She got it jammed in her throat.
Wow.
And she started dying. We just started
Wow.
breathing through her nose, taking turns breathing in her nose. We saved her. Yeah, I've
Smart.
had my arms all the way up to my past my elbows to my shoulder in horses, cows, pulling out foals, colts, calves. So I've done my fair share.
Yeah. I pulled carrots out of the ground. Does that count?
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
I'm vegan, so I don't.
Well, we didn't eat our horses. And we told our sisters, two of our sisters, we told them that we trade cows. When we take our cattle to the butcher, we trade them. Somebody else gets our cow, we get their cow, so we don't eat our own cow.
Is that a truth?
No, it's a complete lie. But
Okay.
they didn't want. I couldn't tell them they were eating their own the cow they named.
Yeah. It's quite deceiving, really, because if sort of farmers coerce cattle into being their friends, okay, and trustable, and then they try to slit their throats. I think it's a bit well, there's a deceit for you.
Well, I put my first horse down at 10 years old. 10 years old. I was 10 years old. I put my first animal down.
I plucked a chicken before.
A chicken.
Yeah, I plucked it. I didn't kill it though. My nephew did that.
I shot this horse with a 30-30.
Damn.
Yeah, 10
Okay,
years old.
too much information. You don't need to know all that.
No, I mean, hey, it is what it is. My dad went out there to do it. He couldn't do it. He set the rifle down. I grabbed the rifle, walked out, and did it. To me, I'm doing it a favor. I wouldn't want it to sit there and suffer. I'd want somebody to put me down. Please, anybody, right here, right now. If I'm in pain and suffering and there's no saving me, put me down. That's fact. Why would you let something sit there and suffer in pain and agony? Makes no sense. So that's the way I see it.
All right, who's afraid of dying?
I'm not afraid of dying.
I'm not.
I'm looking forward to it.
Mm.
I don't really believe in it, but I won't believe in it till it happens to me, and then you
Mm.
know
It's
that's
like
sort of
heights for me. I respect it.
Mm.
The 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 situation of death, because I've been in many. It's
Mhm.
more of a, and it happens so fast. Well, it happens slow motion, but it happens so uncontrollably out of your hands fast before it slows down. It's over before you know it. And you're like, how the hell did I just do that? Glad I did. That's been my situation.
Have you ever, cause you had that accident, right, Phil?
Uh
When I,
huh.
2018, I had a heart attack, right? So, um, after that, when I came home from the hospital, I was in like, I don't know, maybe the aftershock, cause all of a sudden I started thinking, um, what if I died? Because I don't know, it was my house looked different, you know, because I was still
Yes.
having chest pains, but a different pain. But for women, it's mostly, of course, it started on my back, so that's why I didn't know it was a heart attack. So I walked to the hospital, walked home with blood clots in my heart in my neck. So I put it that. But anywho, it was a weird experience because for a whole week I thought I died, and that my son and my daughter was the only one that could see and speak to me.
like
Right?
like that movie, Six Inch.
Yeah. I had to snap out of it because I would get sad and I'm like, oh my god, they're the only one that see me. This is so sad. I died, you
Laughing
know?
with you, not at you, girl.
Yeah. Oh my
Because
goodness.
I've had this. I've had some people love to pull guns on me. I just say it. People love to pull pistols on me. I don't know why. Something on my forehead to pull a pistol on me. But luckily, I've always been able to take the pistols, take care of the situation. But that helped me. That helped me because it's happened about 5, 6 times before the wreck even happened. So I was almost like I was prepared for my wreck to happen, if I can say that. If you can prepare for something like that, because I didn't feel anything about like that. I felt survivor's guilt after I was tried to be killed because I couldn't say why. What the fuck did you do that for? What the hell are you thinking, Marcy? I couldn't say it. I couldn't get an answer, and it drove me nuts for like 2.5 years. So, but it made me who I am. So there's that.
Yeah. I ain't afraid to go, man. If it's my time, I just want to live, man. That's why I say like I want to. I'm trying to live every day like it's my last. You know what I mean? Because I used to keep things to myself, but now, you know what I mean. I just speak it like in Dutch we say ja heb je niet kan je krijgen.
In
That means
America, we say no regrets.
right. That
No
part.
regrets. Hmm. Good shit.
Yeah. Just live like it's your last, man. Enjoy. Cause once we're gone, we're gone. We're not gonna know shit. And that's why I don't even matter what they do to my body. You know what I mean? Cause I'm gone.
We're keeping these bodies. We're getting the new updated versions. We're all gonna look 33 years old. We're gonna be studly and sexy and whatever you want to label as a lady. But I'm gonna keep this because I like it, and I'm keeping this
Mhm.
model. I'm just getting the updates.
Me too.
I just put it that way.
Yeah.
And I've had this vision of yeah. I had this. I already know that's what's gonna happen. I've seen it already. We're all good looking, and we all look good. We're all. You got a daughter, a mother, and a grandma, and they're all 33 years old. You're like, you ladies look nice tonight.
Yep. That's what I tell my mom all the time. We're gonna be on a beach and you're gonna be wearing your string bikini.
That's right.
Yeah. My mom loved her string bikinis in the 70s.
I'll say,
She rocked
"You're
those
looking
things.
great, ladies. Sexy today. Have a good day."
There is a similar concept in the movie In Time,
Mm-hmm.
where people don't age beyond, I think it's something like 25.
Oh
People
yeah.
retain that age, and they've got the probably the wealthiest family. Time is the currency here, so
Yeah.
people are paid in time on a digital clock it's on their arm. If you're not seen In Time, it's available to watch on YouTube. Just type In Time, starring Justin Timberlake. But there is that concept that people get to a certain age, they don't age physically, but it's that concept of time is the currency. So the wealthiest families have got like 1,000 years on their lifeline clock, and there's the father, there's the wife, and there's the daughter, and they all look exactly the same age. So that's that'd be a bit kind of spooky, I guess, to a degree. But I can remember my mum being 26. You see, I got that memory of my mum being 26, and I would have been 45. I would have been like 45, 55, 65. I would have been young. Okay, so maybe like a 9 or something like that. But I can remember how my mum looked at 26, and it's stuck in my mind because she comes down and visits once a month. And I mentioned to her a few months ago that I said I can remember you being 26.
She had you as a teenager, young mom then.
She was a young mum, yeah. Yeah. I was created in wedlock, but I think it was out of necessity. But yeah, but the youthfulness, I sort of look at my mum now, and okay, she's got still got that youthful smile. She looks young. In a way, she looks younger than me. She's more healthy than me. I'm almost dead, but yeah, it's quite something. It's like in an ageless realm where we just get to experience everything that's been created.
Yeah,
So
I had an 86-year-old woman make me feel like a complete dumbass the other day. This has been a hilarious story because you know how you see I fucked up and I said, I bet you were smoking hot back in the day. She said, what do you mean back in the day? I was like, well, you're still smoking hot. Pardon, I'm sorry. My bad. She's
did you
86
say
years
that to
old.
her?
She laughed at me. She's like, I got you.
Wow.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hilarious stuff.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
So I'm not in a rush to die, but when it happens, I'm gonna be.
You won't.
Praise the Lord for that. Thanks. It's a torment. This life is a torment.
I think I've had the concept for a long time that when we would pass, that we would wake up from our dream in our other where we're at, where we're really at.
Detached from the body. Because I think
Is
more.
it?
Yeah, because look, or it just in another dimension, but another you, another version of you. But to me, my soul or the soul and the spirit are just like, for me, the soul is a monster. It's like your shadow, right? So it's like when you're gone and you release yourself from this prison that we call the body, there's no beauty, because people think like, oh, hallelujah, you're going to heaven and everything is pretty. No, we're going back to being a monster. So
Yep.
there's no need for beauty, because the light that we hear, that we experience here, just because there's light, daylight. Now we can see, and now because nobody wants to be ugly.
Maybe this experience is our soul tripping on
Oh,
some
what?
sort of mind, rather than a trip on some sort of some sort of chemical that is within this realm that's
Mm,
making us trip. Maybe oxygen. Maybe
right.
oxygen is the drug of the soul to take it on an LSD trip.
Right.
I knew
No,
you did LSD, Richard. I knew it.
but
I've
no,
never
but
done LSD. I've never done LSD. It scares me.
That's how you got here.
no, but
Maybe that's why you're scared.
I'm I'm saying, like, just because we can see each other, or we just because we define what beauty is, or we think what beauty is. Um, how do you say that? Because look, if it was dark all around and we never experienced light, then everything, there was no need for, there would be no need to be beautiful, or like beautiful flowers, nature, and all that beautiful. You know what I
Um,
mean?
however, imagine if we were all blind.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Beauty exists. In fact, beauty is more prevalent for the blind because when we're dealing with people, other people, because the body, the vibration of the body. People like empaths and things like that can sense um, different energies, different emotions in other people.
Mhm.
So I can sense anger, I can sense frustration, I can sense depression in people to varying degrees without actually seeing them, even though I can see them. So there's something beyond the physical. It's that energy. So in the world of darkness, beauty still exists because we just coming from your voice, AmA. You know, the way you conduct yourself and the way you speak. Same with
But,
you know, it just exudes.
but I'm saying, no, look, I'm saying, listen, my dark comedian voice, listen. Let me stop. But no, I mean, like, if say there was never light, right? We only knew darkness. Would even the word beautiful exist? That's what I'm asking. Like, you know what I mean?
If the world beautiful is what a sin.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a sin, but
Now, what did you say? I misheard that.
okay. So look, let's say there was never sun, there was never light. We
Oh, son.
only When we were born, there was always darkness. We never knew light. So, because I feel like beauty came with, how they said Lucifer, or what you call him. He played the music, sound, whatever,
Yeah,
and it
yeah,
was
yeah,
beauty.
Lucifer. Yeah.
So I feel, if there was no light ever, never ever, would the world know what beauty is? Because if you don't have eyes to see, then you can't. I don't know how to. I don't know how to. What's that? Uh-oh.
Here's the spirit. Actually, I've been shown all this. Let me share it with y'all. Now, these are all orbs. Now it's raining. It's raining also. So, but it's not raining in this one. Just these two.
Hmm.
So it's not raining. These are orbs flying around. They move ahead. They come before the rain, before the dawn, before the dusk. That's when they move the most. Something about the moisture in there, I don't know. But here's how I know this is our spirit, because I have also captured photos of apparitions. I would attest this to these are in the book of life. The apparitions are what they knew themselves to be, which is in the physical form. So they made a physical form apparition in Earth.
Hmm.
not in the Book of Life. Yeah.
They're so cool.
Right. Show them the one with the. Let me stop. You know what? You know which one I mean.
Which one? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, I do. I
Yeah,
absolutely know which one you mean.
that's my favorite. Sheesh.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Right here. Where's she at?
Fast
Mm,
seatbelt.
right here.
The one with the three. Yeah, there.
Hmm.
Oh, Rebecca, are you sick? Okay, watch close. You see it?
Wow.
Yeah, there's three of them.
Wow.
Cherub. Six winged.
Yeah.
Yep, there it
I
is.
like the one that looks like the fish almost swimming through water. You know the one I'm talking about, Phil, with the that one looks like someone walking.
Yeah, I took
Yeah.
that one right after. I took that one to prove there's nothing there after I
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, it's pretty neat that but there's that that one that sort of looks like a fish floating across the screen. I don't know if you
Mm.
This one?
I don't know, it was one of the bigger ones and not so ball like, a little more like you like a sound wave moving through water almost.
This one is.
Translucent.
This one that blows people's mind. It blew my mind when I seen it. I'm like, whoa, what the hell just happened?
Right, McCoy? Mm.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Cool.
Like little fairies almost. I don't know.
Would you liken that to your smokeless fire? Is what I was thinking. I have this one. Where there's three of them. You see those Christian um, memes with the three angels? That's what the one there, one there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've had some wild. It's all my witness, so I can prove this stuff.
McCoy's asking if they're gins.
Um, well, they never tried to harm me. I don't think. I'm not sure. Actually, McCoy, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to talk to him.
No, gins. From what I know from gins, is they only come when the place, like let's say the place is really like dirty, like blech, blech.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they even stay in your toilet, like yeah, they cause dirt, or how do you say that, filth and dirty, like ugh, that attracts them.
Hmm. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
The one I'm thinking of looks sort of like a manta ray in the water, then, like the gills of a fish, and it's going across the screen,
Hmm.
and it's quite close up. You showed it to
Uh,
me the other night.
okay.
But these are all still really cool. I'm not trying to be like, oh, that one's the best. I'm just like, they
Yeah,
come. They're so,
they're all
yeah.
amazing. They're simply amazing.
I like it when you show all the little ones where they're zipping around, like by themselves, or the ones that were sort of chasing or fighting. And then you show that big ball like that, and you can see how they all work together, you know, um, to make
Oh,
that big ball.
in where I think in his backyard where he had the car, right? Or was it another one?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know if she means that one, but
Yeah, this is just one of the. I got two accounts, so I got them on two different Two different ones.
That with the tree. Oh,
What was that, Tuama?
I see three. Oh, I don't know, cause I saw the tree, so I thought it was that one, but there's more with trees.
Well, here's one of my favorites. Now, there's two types of fairies. This I know for a fact. Um, here we go. There's one.
Yeah, where you just move. Minute you're behind the car, and then the next minute you're you shape shifted. Dang it!
Oh, yeah, no, there it is.
Ooh,
Yeah.
oh,
That's a lot like the one. That's so cool. That's almost exactly like the one you showed
what?
before, only this one's moving faster and is much bigger.
Can
But
you
still, so
slow it
cool.
up? Can you slow it up?
Yeah, that's
Oh
when they, yeah.
my, that's not a. Is
A
it a mod?
fairy.
Could it be a mod?
There we
I
go.
don't.
No, it's not a moth.
Where's Svetlana? Where's Svetlana when you need her?
Right?
Ooh, that's dope. I never saw this one, Phil.
No, I get two or
Me
three
neither.
here.
Look
Yeah,
how it makes the leaves on the tree look like a face watching, right? And the arm, all the light ends up being super personified right here, like arms reaching around in an old lady's face or an old person's face, and then it's just coming straight towards it.
You can
oh
see its legs.
yeah,
Yeah.
that looks like Tinkerbell. What the
Uh-huh. Exactly. Tinkerbell's evil. I'll show you a good one. I'll show you a good. This is. There it is.
wow.
Yeah, you can see the. I've watched them come out. They all come out of the ground. They don't come out of midair. They all come out of the ground. Every single one of them,
Hmm.
and go into the ground. It's amazing. Simply amazing. There we go.
Man, you need to make shorts. Did you make shorts already with them?
Hold on. Yeah. These are all in my.
Okay.
Yeah. It's right here above my truck.
What's
This is
that?
the good kind right here.
Hmm.
Looks like a fairy to me, man.
It's walking. Wait a minute.
No, it's flying in the air. It's above my truck. My truck is right here. This is a strap on the back of my truck tailgate with reflectors on it. This is over here. That's the front of my truck. This is right above my cab of my truck. You'll see me walk out right here, and then you'll see two take off that way. When I go out, you see the light. There it is. There's the flashlight.
Okay.
Boom, there's one.
Oh. I don't know. To me, it got. It looks like it's walking. Man.
I'll show you. I have a really good picture of her. There you can see her wings. Her legs. Yeah, the light, the camera makes her look different.
See the legs? It's walking. I'm telling y'all.
No, it's in the air. It's above. Here, look. See me? You'll see
Yeah,
me.
but still, it got legs, and it looks
Yeah,
like
yes. Absolutely, it has legs.
yeah. That's what I'm
Absolutely.
saying. It's walking in the
Yeah.
air.
Yep. That's her. I have a couple videos of her. She's followed me all from Indiana
Mhm.
to Alabama, and this is in Florida here.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got her in all three spots. Um,
It's like a little, like a gnome.
well, she protects me.
Mm.
She's my spirit guide or my protector, my like you would say.
Mm-hmm.
Here, here's one of them again. You're like, oh, that's a worm, that's a spider, that's a bug. No, it's no bug.
Let me see if that's the same thing. Ooh, too quick.
I'll slow it down.
Wow. That's dope.
That's one of those 3x3 deals. The one that's by me in the truck. See, it comes up. Yeah, pretty amazing shit. Cray cray.
Yep, I see the feet again. Yep. Zoof. Whee.
I have no clue what these things are.
Yeah.
None yet. But there's a bush. This is the steps to where I live right there, and there's bushes on each side. I watched those bushes in the video talk to each other. They look right, they got heads in them. They sitting there turning and talk to each other. Man, I felt, and I had a tree business down there. And I felt so bad after that. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I got sorry to do this to you. It, there goes one. It just definitely gives you a different perspective on everything. Everything.
And you said they move like most they show up most prevalently at the times that the camera switches into its night vision or infrared or whatever, right?
Yes. Yes. Yep.
And then
Mm.
before storms and stuff, like they're getting
Uh
away
huh.
from something.
Yeah, and you know, like when you have a lot of here's one of those 3x3s. When you have a lot, the dew's real heavy,
Hmm.
Yeah.
that's when they move around a lot too. It's real high humidity.
Misty.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
I would liken these things to like I guess over they watch over us. These 3x3 deals. I don't know how else to put it.
Right.
It's always around. I've had them looking right at me I can look at it in the camera, and then I turn the camera outside, and you can't see it.
What is that? Cool. It's split in two. Hmm.
It kept playing hide and seek with me.
That one's funny. That one's like some little nanobot, like
See
out
this right
moon
here?
tanning on their magic carpet
Yeah.
ride.
That's an orb.
That's 3 years ago. Hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely nutty shit. But I have theories on all of it, and it kind of confirmed itself. So
Right.
so I'm okay with it. See, like it's the camera just switched.
Man, I'm scared to put a camera in my backyard. I don't know. I don't want to see it.
Don't be scared. No, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
No, not scared, but because I know I'm gonna see some shit. Damn. Whew. Ooh, that's a lot. Damn. Look at him.
And I'll look at the camera and I'll think about them and they'll appear. I can talk to the orbs. I can make the orbs change direction, spin around by my thought.
Mm.
So I'm communicating with them.
And this is daylight or is it night?
It's just going to the night.
Oh, okay.
This is a little bit after. So you can see the sun's going down. This is the west.
Mm. So those are not fireflies, right?
No, these are not. They wouldn't show up in the cameras. Like, did you see it get real bright? One just got real close to it.
Mm.
No, these are not bugs. I actually have bugs on video to show that it's not bugs. There's one. There she is. See it?
Mm-hmm.
There.
It's like peekaboo.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Ooh. Was that lightning?
No, there's one come close to the camera.
Mm. Oh yeah. People want links in the chat, but nobody's wrenched up yet.
Oh, heard my
I
demo.
dropped it, Phil. I dropped it in the chat up here. If you want to cut and paste it, it's in our back chat.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. How did you? Yeah, I remember how to do it now, so AmA. I lost Richard. If Richard's still here, I lost. I can't be like Richard.
I'm here. I'm here.
They strong armed me, Richard. They're all crying about wrenches. So
Yeah, you know that was a condition. Like if I give you a one-on-one, I need to be a super moderator. No, I'm kidding. No, but you gotta wrench us up.
and she's like, all kidding aside, give us our wrenches, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could also just give SoSo AmA one.
No.
She's
I'm gonna
been
give everybody one,
vying for it for a while. It's true.
Everybody gets one but Mark.
Everybody gets one but Mark.
Oh, not Mark.
Hey, yeah, that's the only thing I can hold against him to make him get up here.
Yeah, I'll get him. I'll get him to talk. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'll get him up here. He's gonna, when he gets up here, I'm just gonna not say a word, believe it or not. I just let him go. I'm like, all right, get it. Let's get it.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
get him to do a one-on-one with me.
Absolutely.
I'm just
Anyway,
talking
yeah.
about Facebook.
Let's see. That was 6:30 at 21:21. I think it shows up at 21:21:21.
Mm.
Right here. 11:12. Oh, I was looking down here, but yeah, it's up there too. I think that's when it shows up. Here it comes. Oop,
Ooh.
it's
Ooh,
coming.
I see the shadows too.
18, 18, 19. There it is. Boom.
Yo,
There it is.
yo. Wow.
Comes back up. They move so fast.
Mm. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Wait, is that? Mm.
Oh, 19.
Mm.
Anyway, enough of that. Enough of that garbage. Let me give these people their wrenches before I get.
Svetlana. Who's Svetlana? Do I need to sub up? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't checked her content out yet, but she's shown up on Charles' panel a couple of times and dropped some real
Oh,
gemstones of information about physics and metaphysics and light and
okay.
yeah. Yeah, the first time she came on, she couldn't hear, so she just spoke, and then she was gone, and then she came back today. Yeah, it was great. It's a great. I don't, it was it. Yeah, it's. I'm not sure what if she produces content like that, but she
Uh,
produces content when she shows up. That's for sure.
okay, yeah, I seen her. She does live because I clicked on her live stream. She did a couple of lives. Oh, but that was 2 years ago. Dang it. Okay. Because she hasn't been live in 2 years. But I saw. Wait, why am I? Wait, Phil? Uh oh. No. Come back. Uncle Phil. Are you there back?
I'm here.
No, where's Phil? He dropped off.
Oh, is he?
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that.
He went to wrench people up. He said.
Yeah, I think you might have.
I keep dropping her link.
He literally just. Lord. Let's sing some old school songs because we're old school.
Old
Like
school.
Ario Speedwagon, ABBA.
Yeah. Yeah, REO Speedwagon. Yeah. I can't fight this feeling anymore.
Oh, that's my
I
favorite
can't sing
one.
those, so someone
That's my
else will have
favorite
to.
one.
Is it a different one?
No, that's my favorite one.
That's your favorite, yeah.
I can't fight this feeling.
Yeah.
Yes. Or was it Toto? Rosanna? Or Roxanne? No, Rosanna. Rosanna. Rosanna.
Yeah. Oh, McCoy's got a wrench. Yeah. Check out try a comment, SoSo AmA.
Okay, let me try. Nope, not yet.
McCoy's got a wrench.
Let me find
Spanish.
out. I'm gonna type something. Let me find out. No, because my name is still not blue. Still? Yeah. He only no. Oh, he only gave nah. Wait a minute. He only gave me oil. He did it on purpose. This is funny. Yep. Give us an encore from last night. What you want?
Where's Phil got? Has he gone to the garage or something?
I don't know.
Where's he gone?
That's why I'm. Oh, I have a delay because on YouTube it shows us three without Bex. That's a long delay. Damn. Let me refresh.
What's it like in Holland at the moment, AmA? As far as I know, we were getting reports in Britain about I think Phil's back now. We were getting reports about farmer strikes, etc., to do with the nitrogen.
Oh, I don't know. I don't follow. Don't know.
Haven't you? No.
No, I don't. Unless there's an alarm. Like the other day, all my 5 phones went whew, whew, whew. You know that noise? Oh God!
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
a test alarm, and then outside you could hear the horns woo, for like 15 minutes. Sheesh.
Wow.
So I'm like panicking. I'm like, what's wrong? But it, and then I look. It was just a test. But yeah, they don't do that for nothing. Something's brewing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's Philip there. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, there's so much going on in different directions. It's really impossible to concentrate fully on one thing, isn't it? It's just, there's Phil there. Where have you been, Phil?
Phil.
I went on a vacation.
That was a quick one. Sheesh. Wait a minute.
Well,
Where's my
it was 2. I've been going 2 months, guys.
why am I not looking like a Smurf yet in the chat?
Do it. I already did yours.
Oh, my bad. I take back. Yeah, I love you.
Now what?
Okay.
What did you say? What were you saying?
Nothing.
That's what I thought.
So who wants a link? I can drop link. I can drop links.
I'm getting everybody.
Oh.
I got you, Jared. And JJ.
The creator provides if the dude abides. That's funny. Oh, Jared. Yeah. And what about mine time? My best.
Hey. Slow down. Slow down.
What?
All right. I can only move so fast. I was doing him just as you said it. I'm like,
Quick draw.
I wouldn't have used the word fast. I would have said you can only move so slow.
well, I have 2 speeds: stop and slow. So if people keep bitching, I'm gonna go to stop.
Stop and backwards, reverse.
Okay, is Rebecca blue yet? Let me find out. No, not yet. Wow.
I know I'm blue because I'm not blue yet, but I'm trying to hold it in. So I'm
right.
It's coming.
Remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
So if you've got a blue spanner,
so almost green.
I'm green.
That's right. We operate in the greens.
Yeah, the green chakra. That's right.
So the next time I'm in your chat, you know what I expect, right?
Gray. Because you like the color gray, right? So I'm gonna take your orange. Now that I got orange, I'm gonna take yours.
You can take it, but I get a green one.
Dang
right?
it.
Can you give green? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's managing moderators and standard moderators.
Oh, is that the green one? I never knew that. No, that's not true. Because Ocean is a standard.
Green. When I'm green on channels, it's because I'm subscribed. It's because I
Yeah.
pay for a membership.
You're right. That's only for memberships. Then you get
Well, then what's the difference then? How do you know the difference? How do you know if you're different?
Well, I don't know. I just know that when I was a moderator on Lou's channel, when I became a member and was green, I wasn't a mod anymore. He had to make me a blue wrench again to override the green. But super moderators, I don't know if super moderators look different or if they're supposed to be stealth.
Yeah, no, they're still blue because I make
Yeah.
on my channel. So
Okay, good. Because I was worried about somebody getting upset because they're not.
I just really want.
Huh?
I really want to figure out how to do the strike through on letters so I can type in Not Know's real name when I do the @ Not Know, but it just doesn't work.
yeah, right.
I know. I'm trying. It's like magic.
And I
Keyboard
hate
magic.
when people have an emoji before their name. Like, then I have to find the emoji if I don't want to,
Yeah. But still.
Manage.
Who said,
The chat looks good, Phil.
Jared is like, see you around AmA while I'm dropping these links. Dang it, Jared.
Thank you, Phil.
He's like, I know I want to be pink. Okay? Okay? I've never seen a pink one. Moderator. Man, they need to change this shit, man. I don't like. Did you see the new emojis?
Oh, the YouTube emojis?
Right.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Oh,
very strange.
Yeah.
Pride.
I'm not using none of them. And the ones that they added before, I don't like them either.
Some of them are confusing too.
Yeah. Because even StreamYard doesn't recognize them. They'll spell the whole world, the whole world, the word, or the emoji. They put it in words when you're on StreamYard. So when your comment is highlighted, it'll say the heart, love, instead of just showing the heart. So they gotta fix that.
Yeah, got a chat full of smooth moderators. Smooth moderators.
He's a smooth operator. Phil is a smooth operator. A smooth. Oh no, you're right. Smooth moderator. That's a good one. Yeah, in celebration also, AmA, we all receive wrenches.
Phil got a game.
Damn, his phone died.
Phil's did?
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-oh, we're stuck. We're stuck. We're stuck in the matrix. Help!
Well, I'm sure you can resuscitate it, Phil, like you did your Doberman. Yeah. Well, that means this stream will go on until such time as he shuts it down. And if he can't access it, he can't shut it down.
He really wanted to holler at the chat. Kimber's like, I don't need no wrench. I know my work. That's right. You go, girl.
His phone died.
So
What about his computer?
Right. I thought he was on his computer. Keep smiling. That
Wait.
what that's what wrenches are for. For good times and bad times. The
Yeah.
wrench is on your side forevermore.
Well, looks like I'm the only one that hasn't got a spanner.
Ah, testing,
Yeah.
testing.
I'd rather have a hammer. If I had a spanner, a spanner in the morning,
Sing it.
spanner in the evening, all over this land.
You must understand. What's it? What's what? No, what's a wrench got to do? It's got to do with it. Oh shit! Ah, I'm goofy.
But you're the hostess now. You've got the super wrench,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
secret super wrench co-host,
Which Mark?
incognito.
Oh, Mark is gonna be so pissed. Mark, quick, type in the chat so you can get your wrench. Cause he wanted a golden wrench for so long. He's been waiting for this golden wrench. Jeez. Ah. Oh, Phil is stalking everybody from his own chat. That's fun. Oh yeah, y'all didn't. I don't know if y'all sub to Greedy Vegan. Oh no, it's called Talk Your Talk Media. Girl, they had me singing up there. So I hope everybody votes for me. Let me find this link, drop it in the chat so y'all can go vote. Is that cheating? Wait.
You got
Oh,
my vote. I'll
right,
give you that golden wrench. You get the golden ticket.
right.
Straight to the semifinals.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, they don't. It's like every week they give out a cash prize.
Cash
Mm,
prize.
yeah, but the show is called Bring Your Own Bar, BYOB. So it's rap, poetry. So if you have poetry, you can participate and win a cash prize every week, every Saturday, 7 p.m.
Cool.
hmm Dojo or somebody, I think Dojo or the Realers. Can y'all drop the link to Greedy Vegan channel so they can go watch the show from last night? Sir drop one a couple. Sir drop one 3 times, man. Dang it.
Cool.
Yeah, he won 3 times. hmm So anybody with bars or if you can sing or because I see your avatar, Rebecca. I know you can sing.
That's stand-up comedy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that too. They do stand
Yeah.
up too. Oh, that'll be so dope, girl. Yeah,
Thanks.
you do that
Yeah,
for
I'm not much of a singer, although I do think that with practice I could easily carry a tune. It's more a confidence thing. Um, I do know the notes. I can tell what notes things are. I learned to play piano at a young age, so it's
really.
sort of it's not natural to me, you know? I'm
Yeah.
blessed to be able to read it but and play it, but it's not it's very rigid music
Mm,
for me.
okay,
But I
okay.
but once I found stand-up comedy, I definitely learned the joy of all live performance, you know? Like really learned to appreciate all forms of live performance and yeah, and video and stuff too, but it really yeah, I've always been a little bit neurodivergent when it comes to music and stuff. Like I like the people around me to be happy listening to what they're listening to, and then I can get into it. But on my own, I sit in silence a lot,
Mm,
you know?
right. Man, I would love to. I have a keyboard. I bought it. Can't play for shit. I bought a guitar. Can't play for shit. I can't read the notes, but I love to sing.
Mm,
But yeah, I don't. I want to learn it, but I'm not. The only thing I play is the what you call that? I call it a flute, but it's not. It's I forgot the name. You see
Like
this?
a recorder.
Is that a recorder?
Cool. Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I love that too. I can play that too. You can play that though. You can play piano too. The definitely a easy anything you can play on that. We could easily translate to your keyboard.
At the same
really?
time.
Yep, yep. Just one note at a time. Yep.
Mm,
So like that goes. That plays 8 notes, right?
yeah.
C D, and it starts on C and ends on C. The high C is it's got 7 notes, and the highest one you remove your thumb for. There might be 8 notes. But the very bottom note on that is a middle C, I believe. And if not, I could tell you. Yeah, do. A deer, female deer. Yep, do.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la,
Yeah.
ti, do.
I thought
So you,
myself I can't read no notes, so but I would love to learn it, so I can
well,
write my own songs.
anything that you play on that, I could easily translate to your keyboard, show you the notes, and then you would start playing with the chords and the variations that you can play in the sort of 8-note chords you can make for each note on a keyboard, right? Because you've got more than just one octave. That's what you've got there as an octave. Goes C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, or C, D, E, F, A, B, C. Is that right? Yeah, no G. Um, so it's, but with each notes going up on a piano are called an octave because it's 8 notes. Like C to C, it's actually 7 notes, but they include the 8th note as the 8th one starting the next octave as another C because they're the same tone. I'm probably not doing it justice and probably confusing the crap out of it, but you make up your own music on that, and we could easily show you how to play it on your keyboard at its basic, and then show you some chords, and it probably come quite intuitively, you know. I have a piano here and I learned to play piano as a young kid, but I never practiced much because I'd always start again when I made a mistake and it would frustrate my family. You know, I've got a really good ear, but I've got a mathematical mind. I've got siblings that played better than I did, you know? And so I think half the battle of of playing an instrument is actually owning it to play. You know what I mean? Like you got the guitar, you got the keyboard. It's better than not having it and wanting to play it. It's better having it and not being able to is still one less hurdle to get over, you know?
Right. Mm. Mm. Uh-oh.
Ah.
Poke you in the eye, like you.
Thanks for the wrench, Phil.
Yeah. Nobody thanked me because I had to do it because you guys. You're
Trying to
thanking
make
me for forcing me to do something. I feel like a victim. I need a victim's advocate here. I feel abused. I need therapy.
He feels abused. Damn.
I need therapy now.
You can lay on my couch.
Yeah, give me your cash app. I think I've got most everybody. When somebody comments again, I'll get them.
Did you get Richard?
Yeah, did you get
He
Richard?
needs to comment. I can't go back that far.
You did.
Did he? Well, I was gone. There he is. I see him. I thought he was the McRichard.
Little Richard. Not Little Richard.
There he is. Now he won't beat my ass
Did you
with his
get
broom. Oh, I got the blower. He's got a broom.
Kim
Or no, he's picking up his trash. That's right.
Make sure my hair's okay. In case boy comes on.
Yeah,
Oh Lord.
boy. That crazy ass.
At least
Like
I cut all my hair off.
you fucking got any room to talk. Look at his hair. It looks like his when he comes up, you know.
Yeah, but
Four notes and definition.
The
Okay,
lady
Ricky.
needs to be mindful of her appearance, as I'm all like, because I just like made it all like.
So, AmA,
Huh? What? Who? Wait. What?
you getting tired?
Kinda.
I got a question for you. You ready?
Shoot.
All right. Now, what was your biggest failure?
My big. Oh.
I've been waiting for that one for last.
And
How you like me now?
yeah.
Good thing I asked you how I did before I asked you this question.
Yeah.
I slap myself. Like, don't say it. Don't say it. My biggest failure. My biggest failure is.
Come on here. It opens questions. And getting cornered by Phil.
I don't know. It's like when I disappoint myself, when I make a promise to me and I don't, you know,
Well, should know better not to make promises you can't keep.
I know, when like I'm gonna stop doing this or eating this or because yeah, I'm a cookie monster. So
So your biggest failure would be your willpower.
yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah.
I know.
Uh,
Now I know not to be upset when you say you're gonna quit something and you don't.
Still, because I tend to punish myself by if I really want something or let's say I want to buy something, but
Well, you are a shopper. You need to curb that shit.
mm,
You already know I'm right. But
no, I mean like it's like because I broke my own promise and then I'll punish myself by doing what I really like to do or not doing it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But yeah.
On the same thing, when was the last time you failed? How recently ago?
last night I seen her eat a cookie.
Well, we can amend. We can say, well, I'm not going to achieve that. That's too much of a leap. I'll just have a little nibble, and I'll nibble away. I'll nibble away.
She's like, my face is getting fat. I was like, my waist is getting fat. And I go, I'm sitting there eating. Like, we're not very good for each other. So
Sheesh, I'm a
we're not
cookie.
very good support for each other.
Yeah. Because he's like, stop eating cookies, and then he whips out a chocolate cookie. Like, wait a minute, eats it in front of me. Like, wait, hold up, bro.
Yeah, I suck. I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the last time. Of course, I said to myself, I need to lose some weight again because I was right up to where I wanted to be. I could, fit all my clothes, and now I'm getting fat again. I'm like, dang it. So yeah.
Good thing your spirit's beautiful and pretty, right? That way you can just be like piss on it. I don't care anymore. I get like what's that guy on the oh shit, what's that movie where he plays the British guy and he does this and that big fat Irish guy. What's his name? Wayne from Wayne's World. And he does, yeah. He's like, I'll hold the world ransom for $1 million.
Dr. Evil.
That's Dr. Evil. But what's the movie?
Oh, Austin Powers.
Yeah, Austin Powers and the guy that goes, "Get in my belly." I don't care if I look like that.
I think too. Couple thoughts on. I mean, I'm at the heavier end of. I've spent a lot of my adult life at this weight. I've lost weight and been really proud of myself. 30 pounds lighter when I've been really judgmental of myself on the upswing at that very same weight. But I think that having had an eating disorder when I was really young, I would rather exist in a realm teetering on the edge of a bit of dis-ease or aches and pains because of my overeating than because of my undereating. Like, one is more imminent death than the other, and both reflect, even when I was really, really thin and anorexic, I wasn't happy in my body, So I clearly got over eating disorder behaviors that were going to kill me on the one hand, but I never really got over some of the eating habits or even the lifestyle changes that made me thin. So even when I went from this weight down to 155 pounds because my weight was holding me back in comedy. And I felt really insecure when I was really talented, And what's interesting, though, is it becomes even more unbelievable, the stories I tell when I lost weight and I was thin, and I'd be telling my tragic dating stories. And people would be like, how could this happen to such an attractive woman? But they didn't. They happened to someone much heavier, much more wallflowered. So I don't know. I'd rather be able to survive some sort of like iceberg event on the risk of being unwell. That's one thought. And then the ideal is that our images in front of us have been manipulated for our lifetime, and if not centuries. And we've been trained to compete against genetically modified people, literally. Right? Yeah. And they're not even women, a lot of them, even though some of them are actually born women and would argue totally differently. Like, I'm just saying they actually are swired in utero to be an XY chromosome looking beautiful, fertility dependent woman, right? So some of them really are women, but they've been uplifted. The gay male voice really has dominated our hair industry, our fashion industry, our creative industry much longer than their partnership voices were uplifted, to start giving advice to straight men, and that influences our psyche, right? Because they have this Adonis looking male being presented as the ultimate male, which is their dream man, this like David statue guy. And then they have these skinny, twiggy style women being represented to us as the ideal woman, which is actually their ideal femboy. So, yeah, so I just think, not to be too body positive to the point of unwellness, because I kind of have been, but it's only way to actually accept my body or to change my body, I've learned, is to love it and adorn it beautifully in the now. And then it morphs with me as I see beauty in the mirror and work towards, goals. Because I think at least also limiting your cookies. I'm almost done my little monologue here, my soliloquy, but eating cookies when you've set a goal to say eat less of them, at least you're setting goals, right? Like my boss used to say to me, and my boss used to say to me, does current Becky think about future Becky's anything? And aside from maybe it's reestablishing a bit of financial security in my life, which is nothing compared to other people. But I just mean having a few months rent in the bank, just to be prepared for things sort of, that usually get eaten up by some accident or need for a new car, but thank God it's there. And then you start saving for it again, I guess getting stuck in that loop maybe made me be less, I'm not a big planner is what I'm trying to say. So I envy that goal setting.
Hey, goal setting's good, definitely.
Right.
Or are you putting a spell on yourself when you don't achieve your goal?
No, I just look. I'm over 50, y'all, so I don't give a F anymore how
That's right.
people perceive me. It's what I like. To me, it's important how I perceive me, because I got to be the one look in the mirror and see me, right?
Yeah.
So as long as, like you said, like as long as I'm comfortable with me, I'm Gucci. But for me, it's more, because I had a heart attack. I gotta watch my weight. Like I don't
Yeah.
want to, so that's why I feel like nah, I gotta get back in shape. Like yeah, I was happier when I was when I lost all.
I,
I
I,
lost
I feel
over
that for sure.
60 pounds, man, in a
Yeah.
year. So I'm like,
Mm.
yeah, I don't want to go back to that. Like, but yeah. Yeesh.
I was being serious about setting goals for yourself. I've noticed people that make lists, list makers that don't achieve that list, curse themselves because they're not achieving. They're 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 putting spells on themselves. They're cursing themselves by not finishing what they're set out to finish with this language we have. I truly believe that because I watch it happen all the time, and people are angry and upset and mad, and they're walking around pissed off. I don't. I don't make. I write stuff
There
down, but
might
I
be a
make lists to
there
achieve.
might be a trick to that.
Yeah, there is. There. It's my. I've lived it. I've watched it around me. I said, quit
Or
doing it. People that stop doing it and listen, they automatically boom.
so one of my friend makes a list every morning, right? Every morning. And his first thing on his list is number one, make list. Right? Then he makes his list of things he's going to achieve in the day. And when he's done, he crosses off the very first thing on the list every single time.
Yeah.
Right? And just to support the fact that that's the momentum of the list making. That's why he does it. So every single time. Make
That's
Well,
a
the,
really
list.
big,
good.
the biggest joy in list making is crossing articles and items off.
Mhm.
So you know straight off the bat he's on a winner if I'm making the
Yeah.
list. But setting goals isn't a bad thing. It's probably setting a time schedule to a certain goal. You know,
Good
realistic.
good point.
Be realistic. SMART. SMART is I think it's a business model. Specific, measured, achievable, real target. I think. So it's got to be within the parameters of what we can actually achieve knowing ourselves. But list making for me is a thing just because it empties my head of things I've got to try and remember to do. But the only thing I don't make lists for is shopping. And I'm terrible at shopping because I forget a lot of stuff and I buy stuff that wouldn't have been on my list anyway. So, but you know, setting targets is not a bad thing. It's setting targets that aren't
Attainable.
attainable, achievable, yeah, attainable, or unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they say, "Oh, I want to run a marathon, 26 miles in an hour," you know, or 3 hours, I'm not going to run out my first time and do it in 3 hours. It's going to take about 5 years of training for me. You know,
And that's
but
exactly what people would do. They would put so much on their list. There's no way they could achieve that.
well, it depends how you know. If you've got little things on the list, like do the washing up, right?
Yeah,
Make the bed, little things like that.
I'm talking like business. Like you're not going to lay a whole wall today. You know, like a 20 feet and 50 feet long.
Yeah, well,
I'm being exaggerative, but these are the things that my friend would do. He would make unrealistic goals for himself, and I'm like, no, we're only going to get half that done, man. There's no way.
Well,
And
there's only so many bricks a person can lay in a day. Okay, if we're talking about a brick wall,
yeah,
and you
I
make
just
a
use
list,
that
and
as an example, right?
let's say somebody can lay, I don't know, 500 bricks in a day. They need to make a list of and included on that it will be 600 bricks just in case I have a good day, plus enough mortar, cement, and sand. That would be the list to go to the builder's merchant and say, right, I want this for today, and but that is set to an achievable, measurable, achievable target because you know the person can lay 500 bricks a day. But there, you know, it's sort of like a strategy, isn't it? A strategy to get you from A to B, getting your chores done, whatever your chore might be. It might be to put on weight, it might be to lose weight, it might be to maintain a specific regime like running, jogging. I started jogging, and I timed myself in the first time, and I got about 20 steps outside my front door, and I had to start walking. But the following day, I managed twice the distance before I had to stop and walk a bit to catch my breath again. And every time I went out, I just improved. I improved the time and I improved the distance that I could, But so I didn't say I'm going to run around the block, and I was only doing like 20-minute run around the block. But all I was, and I wasn't even trying to beat my previous record. I just noticed that I could do an extra, extra 100 yards the following day than I could the previous day. So I knew I was going to be quicker. And it's like, if you've got a box of cookies, if you've got a box of 50 cookies and you're eating 50 cookies in a day, just say, well, no, I'm not going to give up cookies. I'm going to eat 49 tomorrow. And then I'm going to eat 48 the following day. And after 50 days, you've got a free packet of cookies to look forward to. So eating one fell swoop in a binge. It's achievable goals, really, even if it's just like, it's like giving up smoking is my biggest failure, not being able to give up smoking. Because I'm not trying hard enough, because I really don't want to. But cutting down is a way of reducing that intake. So it's sort of setting achievable goals, really. And if cookies are your thing, it's nibbling away. How do you eat an elephant? Well, they say one bite at a time. So it's like
mushrooms.
Say again?
I'm going to go with mushrooms.
How do you eat mushrooms? Until such point as you think, you know what, or here's one I learned. Never try and beat a bad habit. Replace a bad habit with a good habit. So if your penchant is 50 cookies a day, maybe say I'll have 40 cookies a day, and I'll fill up the space with something else that is equally as tasty, but is more healthy for me. So it might be like eating a banana, which is sweet. Bananas are your thing, or an avocado. But replacing some of the bad habit with something that's a good habit, that over time you'll think, do you know what? I'd rather eat bananas and fruit than I would cookies. And then cookies become a treat rather than a staple of the diet. Just a suggestion for those that are struggling with cookie addiction. Cookies Anonymous. If you want to try Cookies Anonymous. Yeah, hello. My name's AmA, and I'm a cookie holic.
Yeah, I read a Taoist philosophy when you want to change a conscious habit, before you even try and change that, to just make the conscious effort to try and change an unconscious habit. So, for instance, just start opening the door with your left hand instead of your right hand. Try to change your laugh, or change your gait, like just literally and consciously do it. And by tripping that link of, you're not going to necessarily change your walk because you don't necessarily want to, but because you're consciously trying to change an unconscious pattern, it'll make it easier to change a conscious one.
It's like going against the muscle memory, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And which takes concentration. But this is a thing I actually do now. I vary my gait when I'm walking around town, because I know they've got these new cameras up in my town. They're not going to put new cameras up that aren't able to have gait recognition as well as facial recognition, because gait recognition is a thing. How people stand, how people walk, how people hunt. Everybody's a little bit different. Whether you've got pigeon feet or the opposite of pigeon feet, or you walk, with your feet pointing backwards. Everybody's got. So I have been conscious that I kind of, one time I might like limp on my left foot walking down the street, like I'm in the hood, and then I change the foot, and then I walk with my legs slightly apart, so I'm doing a bit of a John Wayne. So that is one thing I consciously do, but it's not to it's not to get out of the habit of just walking my normal route. It's to try and confuse the the gait recognition. You know, walk with a straighter back, walk with a hunchback, just walk with a different gait, really. Just because if the gait recognition really is a thing, you know, let's try and you know get it to question itself or something. Oh, there's Richard there, but he's.
Oh, that reminds me, Richard. I got something to tell you.
Oh, am I in the corner?
Maybe. Now, when you wear all black, make sure it's not chaps, and make sure if it is chaps, you got something underneath them, a black vest or a black biker hat. Other than that, you can wear anything else black. Don't wear that shit because you fit right in. You know what I'm talking about? You ever see that movie, Police Academy, when they go to the Blue Oyster?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Don't wear the black biker gear.
Yeah, no, I go dress like a homeless person actually, because I can't remember the last time I bought a new pair of clothes. I'm going back over a decade perhaps. Apart from undercrackers, that's the only thing I bought and socks. But I haven't got anything. I haven't had anything new. The only new things I got are second-hand charity shops. Like I might buy a nice T-shirt or a pair of strides, or like a fleecy jumper or something like that. But I haven't bought anything new. But so I do actually look a little bit like a homeless person.
That's funny.
Really?
And you do your skull and crossbones flag?
No, I'm not into any sort of symbolism like that. I don't even like wearing anything that's got like emblems on. Really, I like plain T-shirts. I like plain everything.
I'm telling you, Pride Month in glitter. It's there. I'm telling you.
You might point this out to me because one argument I have got that if I'm approached, I'm not going to go down there shouting and hollering against anybody. You don't
have to. You don't have to say a word when you put Pride Month and then the 2 letters and the 3 letters demon. You don't have to say shit. Just walk around. Hey, do the president or the Price is Right wave as you're doing the, like this wave here.
Yeah, well, I've got a bit of scripture. As straight as the gate. Is it straight as a gate? That's quite odd. I must keep my gate straight. And they're actually taking over the whole of this Bivory Park. It's quite a big park, public park. But I'm primarily going there.
Gate's a new slang for homosexual. Did you know that?
Well, I'm talking about the GAIT gate.
Okay.
As in your stance and your walk.
Yeah, you walk with a sissy gait.
Yeah. So I'm going over this bit of scripture. I'm trying to find it verbatim. But the reason, if somebody says, "Oh, you can't come in here. This is like gay day," I'll say, "Well, I'm here. This is a public park." Well, what's that scripture say? I'll read it. Straight as the way, or straight as the gate.
Straight is the way. Narrow is the gate. Straight is the way.
Straight as a path.
There you go.
Is it Psalm 5:8? Leave me. No, it's not that one. It's nothing so.
Narrow is the gate.
And straight is
the way. Straight.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It was Hebrews 12:13, and make straight paths for your feet, lest that which is lame be turned out of the way, but let it rather be healed. But if somebody turns around and say, "Oh, yeah, why are you here with that bit of scripture?" And I say, "Well, firstly, I just don't want to get. I'm making it known that I am straight because I don't want to get chatted up, and as simple as that, really. But I would expect some sort of trouble. But
I'm gonna give you some advice. This is solid advice, and I'm not joking. When you if somebody approaches you, don't turn your back to them. because that's showing that you're the bottom.
No, I got my
I'm just telling you
underpants.
that's real shit. That's real shit.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
did that.
My underpants have got a symbol, like a road sign on the back, no entry.
I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know. Hey, some guys
No,
like a
no.
challenge. I'm just I'm just looking out and trying to cover all variables for you.
Covering
All variables.
all entrances and exits.
That's right.
Yeah. No, I'm not going down there with hatred at all. I just want to go down there and
Oh, yeah, I know
in
that.
an
Of
environment
course.
where
Gay
I might
bastard.
be able to. There's another one as well. I might have told you this before, Phil. And I said God's rainbow is 7 colours. Now it might have been you that corrected me on that. I said, well, God's rainbow is more than 7 colours. But we've got red and yellow and pink and blue, orange and purple and red. Well, there's 7 colours in God's rainbow.
Yeah, they reversed the purple and the they reversed them.
Yeah, but there's only 6 colours in the flag, isn't there? The gay flag,
Yeah.
gay rainbow flag. So they're missing. You know, they've got a. I mean, I guess technically they've got a screw loose. They've got a screw missing. They've got a colour missing.
That means they're not
And
complete. It's like the cross story. Crucifixion. It's fiction. It's not complete.
good one. I haven't come across that. Yeah.
They're all actors. They're actors. It's all a show.
Yeah. But I think there's something a little bit more sinister to this being outed now. And it's a way of cleansing the earth. And going back to the Georgia Guidestone, I think you mentioned it earlier on, which has been playing on my mind for pretty much since they blew it up. It's already 500 million. Now, if you look at all the ones that are assisting in the agenda, going down to you include your politicians in that. They sign a pledge of allegiance, like your Freemasons, your secret societies, even down to the police sign, pledge allegiance to the crown. So they're all subservient to a master, okay, of some description. It might be the king of this country. So would the total number of people that are facilitating this, from like your judges, your politicians?
Oh, it's huge.
Say again.
It's huge.
It's got to be quite a lot if you also include the military, and you also military personnel, plus you include the police and military personnel as well, the armed forces. Most of the work can be done by AI and machinery, but they're still going to need people to do certain things. And this is where I sort of have this belief that perhaps your lowest order in that hierarchical system of the 500 million would be your police force at the bottom, or your Freemasons at the bottom, their lower order Freemasons. They're the ones that do all the dirty chores, like cleaning the streets.
You said bottom.
Whereas these higher order ones, like, these uber wealthy ones at the top, are the ones that are just going to be lording it over everybody else. But they still need a hierarchical system within that 500 million. Now, they'll wipe away the likes of you and me. They'll wipe away the weak human beings physically. They'll do away with all the homeless. They'll do away with all the elderly. They'll do away with all the unemployed. They'll do away with all the unemployable. They'll do away with all the people that are physically unable in certain, degrees, or disabled then, okay? They'll do away with the prideful. They're not going to like people that are going to want to be indulging in fun pursuits. Much like if you look at the Chinese, the way the Chinese and the North Koreans operate. Fun ain't a thing really for them. You know, particularly North Korea, where most of the people go through the military system. They've got huge swaths of armies. Particularly China. I think China's got the biggest army on Earth.
We've got there's 7 rifle, shotguns, and pistols to every grown adult here in the United States.
Wow.
Like there's probably 15 rifles, shotguns, and pistols in a gun safe, like 10 feet from me, and enough ammunition to I could hold up here for probably a month.
Yeah, I bet you couldn't hold up against a bunker bomb, a bunker buster.
Well, they're not gonna waste that on me until they have to waste it on me, but they're not. It's not gonna come to that. I'm telling you.
Here's a thought. I know we're way off topic here, talking about ammunition, but is it possible that if a certain frequency can make your bullets explode?
They won't fire. Weapons are not going to fire at the end.
Yeah, I'm talking about the silent weapon, which is a frequency weapon.
Mm-hmm. We can transmute that.
They will point it at your house, and they can set a certain frequency that ignites the what is it, gunpowder in the bullet? Is that the?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That they can make it expand within that small casing and set off. You know.
Yes.
Things like this, because the silent weapons are going to be ones that people are going to say, "What the flipping heck happened there?" Well, I don't know what happened there. Everything just blew up. There's nobody about, like they did in Rwanda, the Crimson Mist, Operation Crimson Mist.
And what I'm saying also about the gunpowder not firing, that's also Quran prophecy.
Okay. Well, so your bullets are pointless then?
Yeah, for now. Yeah, they will be. That's why I make swords and knives and tomahawks, and I've been making them since 2015.
Yeah.
And I didn't know why, but now I do.
Crossbows?
Crossbows.
What about the sling?
Slingshots, yes, absolutely. And slings, yeah.
Yeah.
There's my buddy here, I'm staying at his house now. He actually has the stones from the slings. They're finding them artifacts, the actual stones.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all this. There's more artifacts here than anywhere in the world, I guarantee it.
Wow.
Plus, I know 2 people that can make arrowheads. Like you can make a bird point. It's like a little small point in 5 minutes.
Yeah. See, as children, we used to have like flighted canes that were propelled with a bit of string.
Mm-hmm.
So you have like a pointed, it's pretty much like a garden cane, about 2 foot long, pointed on the end. Put like a flight in one end, and then put a knot in the end of the what I would call it an arrow, with a little knot in it, and then you kind of knot it in, and then run the string along to near the point of the arrow, wrapped around your finger, and then launch it, and those things will fly. So you don't even need a bow and arrow. All it will take is something that is, and the force is quite immense, really, that can be gotten with these things. But it's obviously something that needs practice for accuracy. But even just, these non-mechanical devices.
Yeah, I'm going straight Viet Cong on them when it happens. It sounds funny, but I'm not joking. Punji pits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best thing you can learn is how to tie a knot and use your leverage.
Yeah, that's exactly that. It's exactly that. it's like throwing a javelin. It's all about technique, isn't it? And
Yep.
um,
My next is a atlatl. That's what I'm making next.
you should rename yourself Phil McRambo.
Well, they can call me shithead. I don't care what they call me as long as I'm defeating them. They're going to call me enemy number one. I guess I don't know. I don't see it happening like that. I see it. I see the spirit working in doing amazing things that people don't think it possibly could do.
Yeah. Mike,
Because
Mr. Gander just said violence is not the answer. That's what got us here. That's exactly true.
well, I disagree. How do you stop violence? You stop it with bigger fucking violence.
Well,
And then we can calm down. You can destroy out of love. What do you do with a John Podesta? You give him a fucking kitty care after we win?
you stick him in a padded cell, mate.
I'm not feeding him. I won't.
Harm and influence his way.
Not mine. Not here. Maybe where you're at, but I'm not doing that.
So there you go. Get in there.
There you go.
Get in that little room.
I want them gone. I don't want to have to even worry about them. Even turning a guard, turning a cook. If you've ever been in prison, which I have, you realize how people are corruptible. So you don't want. That's how we got here. Corruption. We're trying
to do away with corruption.
That's right. We're gonna get rid of the corrupt. You're gonna be under. You're gonna be under the ground, not in the cell.
So people need to. I mean, we've gone way off topic here, but I mean, if you look at the number of people that are in prison, it's by design, and it's by lack of opportunity in a lot of these. A lot of inmates are there out of desperation, out of not being. I'll use the word loosely, but entertained in their creative elements when they were children growing up. They were forced into a tube of unnatural indoctrination that takes away the human being takes away the being human out of the human being. That's what indoctrination does, and it ends up with competition. They've reduced the number of jobs, which increases the number of unemployed and unemployable, which means a lot of people do have to turn to crime in this consumerism world that's being pumped onto everybody. And a lot of it is out of desperation. Poverty.
Of course, that they've created. We're going to do away with that. There will be no more of that.
Yeah. And then the best thing to do is say, listen, you lot, all you politicians, you sit down there behind that glass screen and we'll show you how it's done. And we're taking away all your money, we're taking away all your power, we're taking away all your authority. You sit in that cell, you be a prisoner, and you see what true righteousness and justice is. Boom. There's no violence in that. There's no violence in that. Love is the only way that yeah. Is this your collection of potato peelers, is it?
This is it. This is what I'm.
Yeah, I got better knives I use in the
Yeah, I made these. Yeah, this is like this blade's 10 inches long.
Yeah, that's another thing. No, it's just that 7% UK prisoners will sexually abuse children, according to John Widger. Well, it's all by design. It's all by design. Everything is by design. There's no accidents. There's no accidents. Truants.
Absolutely.
I had a chat with my mum earlier. I know I've gone way off topic here, but I was having a chat with my mum. Now, when I was at school, I was sent home from school by a teacher that wasn't actually my teacher, with a message written on a piece of paper in green ink to my dad. And so I phoned my mum up today. I was having a chat with my mum today. She said, "Oh, I've got some of your schoolwork here and your swimming certificates and stuff." And she said, "I'll bring them down." She come down Saturday. And I said, oh, that'd be good. And then it reminded me of this letter that was sent home to my dad, and it was Richard needs extracurricular activity. I invite him to my house, this teacher, Mr. Napier. And about 6 or 7 years ago, this guy, Charles Napier, appeared on the news. He'd been in jail for 16 years for historic child sex abuse cases against children. And this was the same guy that sent me home with a letter to my dad. And I said to my mum today, I said, right, firstly, I haven't spoken to my dad for decades. But I said, please, if you come down, can you see if he's got that letter? Because he went down the following day and he complained to the headmaster. So somebody mentioned guilt, survivor guilt. That's I carry that around with me, survivor guilt, because if I didn't have a dad that loved me enough and understood the world enough to know that I was being groomed, then I would have been a victim. Okay, so I praise the Lord and thank God for giving me parents like that, which is why I'm so bent on ensuring that children have good parenting. It's like, I look at AmA there, Realist McCoy. He's come out with, the things they say. These are role model parenting. Are they skills? Yeah, well, I guess so. Yeah, but this is why I'm so hell bent on promoting good parenting. Homeschooling at the moment is a necessity just to get them out of that system. But I forgot where I started this.
You started. Your point is that everything's fucked up.
Everything's fucked up, yeah. But somebody, it was Noah said 7% of the UK prisoners were sexually abused of children. That's what prompted that, and it's true that it's by design. If you've got a child that is in competition with another child, you've got a winner and a loser. Just in something as simple as a mathematics test, you've got a winner and you've got a loser. Nobody hates a winner, and nobody loves a winner, and nobody loves a loser. But the loser, gradually over time, maybe they're not good at numbers, maybe they're not interested in numbers, but at that specific time in life, 8 years old, perhaps. But gradually over time, it's eroding the confidence and the character of that child, rather than letting children develop in their own time. That is so crucial. So we'll get all of those that are in charge of the indoctrination, like the Rockefellers, and all the other ones, and the whole system needs a bloody good reboot. So listen, you go and sit behind that plate glass window there, that's behind bars like Hannibal Lecter. You sit in there, we'll feed you. You still got to wear a jumpsuit, but we'll show you how it should have been done. And then we're always educated on how it should be done. So people that are experienced in how to care for somebody without killing them slowly, or how to educate your children in even reading. I think Realist McCoy has said something about sounding in learning numbers, in learning how to read. And I've actually come across a few videos of people that are teaching their child how to read by sounding subsequently to that little interview. And it's a way of, rather than remembering what a word looks like, it's just knowing how to pronounce the letters in order that they are shown in a word. And it pretty much makes sense. So the whole system needs a reboot. We can't go and cut the heads off of everybody that's been a total devil in all these things.
I've got that already covered. I already know what I'm going to do there. You see this?
Yeah.
You're going to have the mark. You're going to be marked. Yeah, 1 or 2. Everybody's going to be distinguishable. We're going to know who they are.
If I showed you my face, mate, you would think, "Oh dear, something."
No, I've
Somebody.
seen. I know. I already know. I can tell. I was a fireman and a medic. I know what's going on. But that don't matter. I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about a child. I was molested at 8 years old, so I kind of have a personal stake in this.
Yeah, I understand,
You know.
and I do
So,
understand. I do
and
understand.
my moral compass says they're out of the fucking the needle. They're even in existence, and that's what we got to do. You guys do what you want to do. That's what I'm gonna fucking do in my zone. It's just the way it is. I hate to be that way. I shouldn't have to be that way, but I didn't start this. But I'm gonna
Yeah,
fucking finish it. Careful what you ask for, right? They say you might get it.
yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, careful what you wish for; it might come true. Yeah,
Right. I mean, I'll put them in. I'll put them in drums and kick them off a barge in the ocean and make a reef out of them. Artificial reef. I mean, I've thought of all kinds of shit to do with them to make them fucking useful. Crab food. I hate to be that way, but it is what it is. What if they have you ever read the Jesuit Oath?
oh,
There it is. Read the Jesuit Oath if you think I'm cruel.
yeah. That's the Jesuit oath, mate. That's a religion, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's religion, but that's where we stand right now. We stand in their religion, their Jesuit bullshit and their Judaism bullshit and their Abrahamic bullshit. Basically, their cube worship. So I know it's hard to because if you got love in your heart, can you not destroy out of love for what's the innocent? What's it say? Take care of the orphans and the widows. Well, to me, that's the greatest. That's the greatest show of love is destroying what harms them. Even Jesus says, if you harm one of these children, tie a millstone around your neck. He even says in Luke 19:27, if they don't believe my reign on this earth, bring them before me and slay them. Luke 19:27. He says it. Jesus says kill them. Look it up.
Yeah, it's Matthew something, isn't it?
No, Luke 19:27.
Let me have a look, and I'll read it out.
Yeah, Luke 19:27. That's them great changes. Because Satan wouldn't change his own Bible, but it's changing to truth. That's right. That's right, Michigander. I've literally shot a dog on a lady's leash. It bit my daughter right in front of her. Am I cruel? Fuck no, I'm not cruel. I don't know how I made the shot, but it was one of those. What was that movie where they take the bullets and move Arkham? It's the way it felt when it happened. I shot it right here behind the ear and it came out its eye. Just one of these pop. It's meant to be. It is what it is. I know it sounds. I hate even talking like this, but people might as well fucking get used to it because it's what's coming. We can kumbaya all we want, but I'm just being realistic. What we got to do. We're here to take our shit back. Everything they took from us. We're all billionaires. We're all have kingdoms. That's fact. If you don't know it, you will. You'll see. No, Phil's just talking crazy. He's talking crazy shit. It's true. It's true. Too much shit has happened to me, and too many coincidences that don't exist have came. I've never built a knife or a sword in my whole entire life, Boom, there's my first sword I just showed you. Where'd I learn that? It's ancient, ancient in my body. It's in my fucking DNA. I've never made any weaponry like that, bladed weapons. All of a sudden, I can make it. Boom! How'd that happen?
You put your mind to it, I guess.
I didn't even know what I was. I just had the want and the need. It's like I gotta have a bladed weapon. I don't know why. I just gotta have one. And everything I showed you, I gave all that away to people. I bake somebody something and I'll give it to them. I didn't. I sold one tomahawk because I needed the money. I sold one for $125, but they're fiberglass handles, a SOG head, hickory handles. And I always integrate like plumbing. I was a plumber down Alabama. I would integrate. I like to repurpose and use things that most people wouldn't think of. So, yeah, like integrate plumbing parts into it. Like a saw blade, nothing makes better tomahawk head than a circular saw blade. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Kimba? I woke up out of sleep with things I know how to do that I never knew. There you go. Yeah, you just confirmed it. You just confirmed it. Hey, so AmA, quit talking so much. Shh. Yeah, she never shuts up.
Don't make me slap you, Phil. Because you forgot you got yourself on the big screen, like like we're not on the panel. Like
I'm sorry. I was just talking and I got carried away. Pardon my damn arse. Pardon me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. My bad. See, I get. Don't get me started.
Round 2 coming up after the break. No, correct. Phil, better out than in, mate. Really?
It's passion. It's a passion I can't explain. It's there's no words for it.
Well, that was 20 minutes of words. If there's no words for it, I do understand exactly where you're coming from.
Guilty. Yeah. And I hope, Richard, and I hope I'm completely wrong for you. I hope you don't, none of that ever has to happen for you. I really do. I'm not, and I'm not asking anybody else to do it.
Yeah, I probably won't be alive for much longer anyway, just for my health issues. But
whatever. You're not gonna go. Don't say that.
Well, it's the way it is.
Right. You're not that lucky, Richard. You're not that lucky.
Thank you, Phil. I do, and this is. I think it was AmA mentioned earlier on about every day is a blessing, or thank God for the day, etc. Because every day I wake up, it's the appreciation of every day's life. And I know I said I'm not afraid of death. In fact, I'm looking forward to it, but I don't want it to happen before I've achieved what I'm here to achieve, really. And if I know that tomorrow when I wake up, it's like, wow, I've got another day here. It does. It's so humbling to be given another day, which it really is.
Well, you're gonna have hundreds of them, thousands of them.
And I don't think I've been put here on this earth to slice people's throats.
No, it's not even like that. It's here to bring protection and love and tranquility and peace back to this realm that's been taken from us.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, then that entails slicing throats.
Yeah.
For me. No, You can be like, don't, Phil's not gonna do that. He's just talking shit. Don't, you can be that guy for me. He's not gonna do that.
Yeah. Well, everybody has a different. Everybody has a different ability. Let's say.
That's right. We all have a
And
mission.
we all have a different mission. Exactly that. Exactly that. And even getting down to the fundamental basics of humanity, you have a man and you have a woman, and they're both as equally as important in the creation of new life, and they both have slightly different roles in maintaining and nurturing that new life.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
there's two of me. There's two of me. You guys haven't seen yet. Well, you just watched 20 minutes of the other me. But there's the loving, the compassionate, the guy who does stuff and doesn't say, I do stuff out of love and don't say anything because it's not how you do it. You don't do things for people to be built up. You do it because it needs to be done. Um, there's two Phils.
well, I think it's within all of us, isn't it? It's the ability if we have the ability to know what is bad and what is good, potentially that is within all of us.
That's right.
It's just whichever we choose, and we do have a choice in this. If we maintain control over our own being and our own emotions, it's the same with it's the same with any addiction. It's knowing when a substance becomes out of control, then it is a problem. However, I've got friends that are heroin addicts. They've been heroin addicts for 30 years, and they function. They do. Well, I've got one person that's like this, one friend that's like this, and they know how to control it to get what they want out of it, what they need out of it. But there are other people that end up killing themselves because they just don't. Because they just let that element of being able to control. Same with alcoholics. Same with any substance misuse or use. There comes a point when the element of it getting out of control is the problem, like eating too many cookies.
There you go.
It's
Hey,
knowing.
I gotta put my hood down on my truck. I'll be right back. It's nasty out.
Yeah. I don't know what I was. Ladies, please interject with something that isn't about cutting people's throats. There's a Peter Tosh song, Equal Rights and Justice. I want equal rights and justice, everybody, equal rights and justice. If you've got equal rights and justice across the board, surely that is the recipe for peace on earth. Yeah, it is. I know it is.
So do you think the most evil things that people could have possibly done are forgivable?
Such as
Harming
murder.
children, suppressing, I don't know, suppressing truth from, creating a world of inequity, but harming children would be my first one.
Let's deal with, because that's the closest thing to my heart. That is my main focus is addressing child abuse, child sexual abuse in particular. Okay, so it's difficult to forgive. In fact, it's impossible to forgive, I think, somebody that harms a child unless you look at that person. And not unless. If you look at a person that is an abuser, were they brought up abused, so that they believe that that is normal, which is what this normalization process we're witnessing now. How children are being manipulated into being abused, by mutilating their own bodies, questioning their own gender, by this manipulatively designed movement.
Do you think people that run a company that produces dolls as under the guise of harm reduction, or that say produces CGI film or footage, do you think that's forgivable? Creating an industry of marketable goods that allow people to foster
And
that
exploit.
and exploit in a...
No, it's not right. Can I just tell you something? When I repented, when I became born again, okay, I had an experience that said, right, that is God saying to me, Richard, I am here and I've answered the question of yours. Okay. That was my first testimony of me thinking, right, God, thank you. Okay. But what I didn't ask for was forgiveness. I didn't say, oh my Lord, please, I repent of my sins. I wish I hadn't done all the bad things I've done in my life. I want to start again. I didn't ask for forgiveness. I asked for understanding as to why I'd stolen, why I'd had nasty thoughts about people, why I, just done all the. I've never murdered anybody, but I've dishonored my mum and dad. Just all these things, but I didn't ask for forgiveness. I asked for understanding. So I find, and somebody has said to me, Richard, and I told this to somebody, and they said, well, you might want to rethink that because you made a mistake. If you're asking God to, if you want to be born again and you're asking and you're repenting of your sins, you need to ask for forgiveness. And I questioned it. It racked my brain for such a long time. And I still harken back to that. It was have understanding. Don't forgive me.
But have you stooped to those levels? But if you've never stooped to those levels, then it's easy to think that you can put yourself in someone's shoes. Even if somebody else, pardon?
Stoop to what levels?
To the levels of harming a child.
Raping and killing children.
Oh,
You didn't live with yourself. You'd take yourself out, Richard.
Buying a doll,
this is going up and down in different directions. Right, I'm coming from. I haven't abused any children, so this is first person. This is my first person testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is why I said, forgive me, not forgive me. Please understand, and I will change. There's a reason why I stole. Okay, I was tempted. I've been on building sites, and I've taken boxes and nails and things like that, bits of wood. I've stolen from shops in my life.
That's called profit sharing.
There's a reason for it. Is because I was immature. Okay, and I didn't understand the implications of the depths that it would play on my conscience. Now that is, if a paedophile went and said, "Forgive me for being a paedophile," or understand why I was a paedophile, because if they thought that was normal until such point as they said, right, we need to stop the cycle, and stopping the cycle is a big a point in a paedophile's life, that if it's a family, if it's inherited through the family, like your hillbillies, I think they call them hillbillies, like your where they live in the woods and everything's incestual. That to them, they're not doing anything wrong in their eyes. So it needs something to happen to them that breaks that cycle. Okay, but this is where the understanding versus forgiveness comes in. I understand why I was like that. Not I personally was like that, but understand why they were like that. And if it's part of their nurture program where they were brought up to believe that this is normal, then that's where the understanding thing comes in. I still
I
battle
think
with that.
I think you're putting yourself you're really putting yourself in shoes you've never been in. You know, like you really are. Like I'm just saying that and even to assume that God would stand under that, right? To actually sit there and be so forgiving that he would think that there was someone was created in such a fashion that they could be so brainwashed, that they could be from such a young age made so evil that they would never question what they were doing as wrong. Like I can't fathom someone with that
going
lack of
against
humanity.
Jesus' word. Sorry, I can't hold my tongue no more. You're actually going against Jesus' word, Richard.
What words were those?
Jesus says if you harm one of these children, it's the same as you might as well tie a millstone to your neck and we're going to throw you in the sea.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so, I mean, what would Jesus, WWJD, I'll give him a hug. I'll show him the love that they missed out on. I'll give him that last minute of, hey, it's okay, you know. Sorry.
And to be clear, like your compassion is beautiful. Like it's beautiful. You know, and that's what I see is your humanity.
It's not about compassion, it's about understanding the individual.
I'm not standing under no pederast.
Yeah. I think it's more, Richard, I think it's more for you. I think it's more of a, what if we're wrong, maybe.
What if what?
What if we're wrong? You feel we're wrong?
No,
I'm totally, honestly, I'm totally against child abuse. Like I say, I
know, but what if we're wrong?
I'm somebody that was saved from going through that experience, but I've been proactive in protests in Britain, in Nottingham, in London, against institutionalised paedophilia, battling against the police, battling against councils and county and town councils and city councils, battling against the government. That don't seem to be on the side of the victims.
Can I chime in?
Yes.
I'm not. This is why I say it's not for me to forgive. It's for me to forgive somebody that's harmed me. That is my choice.
Right.
But I can't force my will on somebody else to say, right, you've been abused.
Here's the thing though. If you placed yourself in that position like you kind of are, you couldn't forgive yourself. You would take yourself out. I wouldn't have to do it.
What do you mean?
If you molested, if something happened and you did molest, we're just using this as a. Hold on. Let me land this plane. Your integrity in your mind and your wholesomeness, you would never do it. But say if you did do it, you would take yourself out. I wouldn't have to do it because you would know that it's so wrong, and you would take your fucking self out.
I wouldn't do it, Phil, because I know it's wrong. I would not do it because I know it's wrong.
I know, but
way. Because of the normal path that I have been given, and I know what is right and wrong. But listen up.
You can't assume that that's where it came from.
Please a minute. If I was in the jury, I was one of 12 in the jury, and there was a paedophile up there, and I'm presented with the evidence, I would say, if the evidence was compelling, yeah, guilty. Whatever the punishment is, he's guilty or she is guilty. They are guilty. I'm not going to say, oh, he's guilty, but forgive him. I would just, you're a tease. I'm not here to defend paedophiles. In fact, they're the biggest bane of my life. And here's the thing: I got struck. I got a video and I got a strike because there was something called Poppy Doll, okay, and I did a very in-depth video on it.
But can
go ahead, Johanna.
Yeah,
please.
I'll shut up.
I've been trying to chime in for the last, but look,
Just say, hey, Phil.
No, you know I'm this kid.
I know. Please do though. Please, because your opinion is valuable here.
No. Look. Because it was about. I think it's about forgiveness, right? And Rebecca is saying, like, if it's about it, or I don't know. Does it depend on the act? Because whatever it is, right? Murder, pedophilia, whatever, right? Um, it all to me at least, because I can't speak for nobody. It boils down to yourself. Because like Kimba said in the chat too, I feel the same way. Forgiveness is for you, not for them. Because while you're being bitter and holding on to like I know, like bad things happen to people. So but while you're in that role of being hurt and holding on to whatever happened, no matter what it is, it's you that is suffering
Uh-huh.
and not the person that did it. They might have a guilty conscience, but yeah, it comes in like maybe stages when they're asleep, they can't sleep or whatever. But you're the one suffering. So forgiveness is always for you. That doesn't mean you forget, but you forgave.
Well
But
said.
you got rid of those negative emotions attached to
Yeah.
that whatever that happened. So it's not for them, it's
It's
for
an
you.
element of control. It's an element of them having a domination over
Yes.
you.
Yes. Take
An
back
element.
your power. That's
It's true,
forgiveness.
isn't it? I'm not condoning. If it's like I say, I'm not condoning it at all. I'm not condoning it at all. In fact, I'm completely condemning it. That specific child abuse. Um, you know.
We know, and we know that. We know that.
I definitely
Nobody.
never said you were. I was just trying to show that in some extreme scenario that all forgiving, all accepting, all justifying willingness to see the best in people has to be defined by some sense of righteousness and authority. Two things can happen to the same brothers, right? Two brothers molested by the same person, and one goes on to continue the chain of molestation and one never does. Is one better than the other? Right? Like, I think yes. I do, so I
Oh,
think at some
absolutely.
point,
Yeah, I totally agree.
you know,
Yeah, in the
yeah.
eyes of
And
righteousness and what is right and what is wrong.
yeah.
But why
And I
would
know
why
for
would why would the one brother carry it on and the other brother stop?
well, exactly.
Spirit. That's what.
Yeah.
Well, it could be about the nurturing that the one
That's too much blame on the mother or father, right?
one
Like,
that
and
stopped.
science actually already supports we're born with like so many more characteristics than they even chalked up to nature or nurture, like current science. And then if we're going to disregard that science because current science is already telling us that boys can be girls and girls can be boys, and that there's deadly diseases that we can't even see and don't even see the effects of, I get that. But then when do we throw out the science that told us it was all down to nurture, society, mother, this, that, like we've all been subject to so much brainwashing, and here we sit being able to sift through the truth even with the differences of opinions we have or faiths we have or try to sort it out, like
Well,
it's like
not all science is true science.
but it
It's
sounds
like,
like mother blaming. It sounds like mother blaming to me, and I don't have kids, so I'm not being personal in that sense. And if I am taking it personally, it does sound like it's that same thing going back to like blaming the nurture, which is then
well,
blaming
the nurture is a
society, for
generational.
instance.
The
I'm not saying you're.
nurture would be a generational thing, so it's not the
Mhm.
direct mother. That and to have a mother and a father that are both that way inclined to sexually abuse their children, that has well, that's quite a difficult one to comprehend. How two people can get together to conceive to achieve that goal of abusing children. That must take a lot of trust in both parties, particularly when they know that it is wrong. If they do know it is wrong, and for two people like that to get in to become wedded or married or to have children, it's either some sort of dark web connection, like some sort of dark web dating site, or like in Great Britain in I think it was 1976 it was formed. The Paedophile Information Exchange was a touting British political party headed by and the secretary, financial secretary, was a guy called Charles Napier. It was the guy that was a teacher at my school that sent a letter home to my parents. Charles Napier was a
You're
teacher at my
depressing
school,
me with
and
this.
he
I'm
was
getting
part of this.
depressed.
He was, say again.
You're depressing me with this, with all this talk about gay people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Charlie.
Yeah.
It is
Let's get
depressing.
on
It
it.
is depressing, but you know what?
And
Jojo summed it up best. It has
nah,
to be these things. This spirit led here. You know me. That's why I never make a script for any of my lives. It goes where it goes. I'm sorry it's depressing anybody, and my
Well, this is
apologies.
if it's not discussed, if your government won't discuss it, and you can't discuss it down the pub, and you can't discuss it in church, and you can't just discuss it at your local council offices, and you can't go in the park and vent your anger at what they're doing to the children, where else can it be discussed? It's one of these elephants in the room that nobody wants to discuss, and it's pretty much up to parents to address the situation. It's up to all adults to address the situation,
Richard,
particularly those.
I know,
hold
but
on 1 minute, everybody. Hold on 1 minute, please. Listen, 1 minute.
Where that makes you guilty of premeditated murder. She raped my son. I intentionally killed her. How did you do that? Starting from the beginning, when I found out about what Stoney was doing, it was 9 months later after finding out about Stephen. So for the whole 9 months, we were in the house. She was still raping my child. Did not know that. When I first found out, after told me, I took a minute because I was not understanding, that she did that to him. But I repeatedly punched her on many occasions. My son, I told him to tell me every single thing she did to him. So as she was telling me, he was telling me more and more things that she did. I assaulted her every time he told me what she did to him. By assault, I mean I punched her. I put a bag over her head till she lost consciousness. I threw hot water on her, scalding hot water from the faucet. Did you hit her in the head with the Yes, I hit her in her head multiple times, over and over.
Okay, so is this lady wrong, or is she protecting her son?
I would say that was a crime of passion.
Exactly. But what that woman did to her son, it wasn't a crime of passion. It was intent, done with intent, done with malice.
And she should have been punished. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she did. She killed her.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, that is in essence that is self-defense, because what she's actually doing is defending her family.
That's right.
I'm not here to judge.
I know Salama would do.
All I would say was that was a crime of passion.
Yes.
Born out of not being in the right frame of mind, for one thing. And I'm sure there's a medical way that she could get released from prison for that, because she wasn't. She probably
won't even go to prison. She won't even go to prison. She'll go to a mental institution in the psychiatric ward. She'll go okay through it, and she'll be out.
Good.
Yeah, I was in Detroit, Michigander.
But yeah, absolutely.
Now I know there's not one woman on this panel or on this chat that wouldn't do the same fucking thing.
Look,
any of you, if you knew your friend that you said thought was your friend was molesting your 8-year-old son and your 10-year-old daughter, and then making them do things, and some of the shit, I stopped it way early. It gets vulgar and way, way bad. Nobody could keep their. I couldn't.
Okay, I'm gonna just mute up then.
No, I'm just saying it. So, we don't know until we're in that position. Have you been in that position?
No, and that's not what I'm saying. But you won't even let me speak.
I
You,
am. I am. Please do.
I've been trying to speak. But no, the reason why I said that because it happened to me too. I was molested as a child too, so it triggered me. So that's why I was like that. But
I
I'm
knew
okay
that. I knew that. I knew that.
with it. But you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
um,
It's triggering. It brings back. It brings back memories for
Yeah, I
me.
can't take that.
you know what I mean. But
I thank God that I was molested by a 12-year-old that was molested by a 25-year-old and not a priest or the 25-year-old. I don't know how it would be if it was. I was 8 years old. He was 12. I don't let that define me. But if a man did that, I don't know how I would be. I'd probably be way fucking worse. I don't. I knew you were, but I don't know your situation. And everybody has their own story.
mhm. And I had to dig deep to just not reach out and touch
Right?
the one that did it. And it happened later too as an adult, but whatever. It just changes. It changes your or it changed me. Let me say that my outlook on life, on how you know how to deal with people, and I'm never going to change. I'm still the same Denise as before. As far as giving everybody the benefit of the doubt. But once people show me the true color, and that's it. I had to forgive me for blaming me
Right.
and
Yeah.
letting go of the emotions attached to the memory. So now it's still a little bit triggering. I'm not gonna lie, yo. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Do you think it made you a better parent? It did me.
Of course.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I raised a daughter on my own.
See,
So
it
from
does.
3 years old, yeah. So I made sure that shit never happened to her.
Mm, yeah. So it's I don't know. It's a touchy subject, but somebody gotta speak on it. You know what I mean? Um, and we don't always have to see eye to eye because everybody got their own story. So
True that.
yeah,
True that. But I feel as you and I being put in that position, and any other who is put in that position, that we should have the loudest voice for
yeah, that's good. That's
for righteousness, for what's
And
right.
I think the more people that elevated the voices of the people that were willing to speak out would remember their own abuse.
good.
Because I do think it's institutional, not to minimize anyone's real memories of trauma, right? Like, I really do think that this level of ritual goes back, especially it's been hidden more and more in our
Yeah,
culture, but I think it goes into our childhood in a way that was uh, more insidious and out in many ways. And, I
yep,
just I don't want to be a doomsday prophet for what could have happened to almost everyone, without looking like I'm minimizing that voice. I just think that people suppress their worst traumas. And I
Well,
think these roots
actually, so
know.
Alma and I were just talking about this yesterday because
Yeah.
my defense mechanism is humor. And I'll make a humorous comment in an inappropriate moment, but that's my defense mechanism against
Mhm.
my my torture that happened to me.
mm,
And then people that don't understand, they think I'm just being a jackass, but really I'm not. I'm 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 trying to I'm covering. I'm deflecting,
yeah, I
and
know.
now it's just become my personality.
Hmm. Kimber's like group hug.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, really, really, Kim.
Yeah,
But I don't need to forgive myself because I didn't do shit to myself. Now I forgive the guy that
Well,
did it, the young 12-year-old that did it to me.
yeah.
But
and Voy
I'm
was saying
I'm
the other day
I'm
that
blameless.
Yeah, and humor. Boy was giving a story the other day, and I don't want to misrepresent which country they did it in, but it was some, I think, Eastern European country where two very different groups of people cohabitated and not well together, and they got them together, and they just told each other to tell each other their worst jokes about each other, to lay it all on the table, right? And they laughed at each other's inventiveness, actually, right? Like, even in the face of insult, and worked their ways through problems through humor. So I think humor is a healthy defense mechanism. It does create, we do come from a place where we want peace. We want people to not do this. We want people to not act on any of those impulses, whether learned or like they come out of the blue or something. We want to understand it. We really do, but we also want it gone,
Right. Was that a big issue in your country, Solomon?
What? Abuse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially like, look, people sweep it under the rug because it's always an uncle, you know what I mean, or a nephew. It's always within the family. Hardly ever is it somebody that they don't know. Um, so that makes it extra hard because you don't want to, snitch on the family, or they make you feel guilty. You know what I mean? So,
Okay.
yeah, that was a big. It's not a big issue, but it's more kept secret. Or let's say mom is still young and she's still dating, and then she brings a man home, and then I'm not saying it was my mom because my mom had my dad, but I've seen it around me, like young moms, they have teenage daughters, and then the man, touches the daughter, or so yeah.
Yeah. Well, I actually had that incident happen. So what I did was I beat him to a pulp, and he's not coming around no more. The family member that it happened. It wasn't even my child. It was somebody else's. I just lost control, and I had to be stopped. I had to be stopped. I was going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know what's in me. So, and I know it's for a purpose. What is in me is not for. It's for no reason. It's for a reason, or I wouldn't have it. And people that don't like what I'm saying, they should be happy that it's me and not them, because I don't have a fucking problem with it. So I sleep like a baby. I sleep on my way to go do it. That's how okay I am with it.
Yep.
So
Oh, I like that though, Joe. He said post humor turns PTSD to PTG, post traumatic growth.
yeah, that's a good one.
That needs to go on a T-shirt. Mhm.
There you go. That's what we need to do. We need to start making T-shirts. All these things we all have.
Right.
We've been slacking.
Yeah.
Really, silk screen is not that hard. I've seen hippies do it out of the trunk of their car on Shakedown Street. Make some cool ass T-shirts.
Waiting to forgive someone that will never be around that you can talk to. How do you? Oh, wait, let me read it again. Waiting to forgive someone that will never be around that you can talk to.
It's okay to hate, Tim. It's okay to hate with perfect hate for a reason. Now, unjustified hate, of course, that's wrong. But hating isn't wrong.
But
We
hating is
can,
eating away. I feel hating is eating away at your own soul because it's you're the one suffering when you're hating, not the other person. Because
this
they're
is where we will go into defining words. To me, hate is
Mm,
I hate them so much that I can extinguish them, but I'm not going to let it affect my love for you. my love for this people in this community. That's not going to change me. I'm already this person, so how can it do anything else to me? It can't. And I've already done it. I've already been there. I've already been tested, so I'm not worried about it. And I did it for wrong reasons. Now I'm going to do it for the right reasons. So,
I don't know. It's hard. I forgive quick. I don't know why. Maybe I need to change that about me, but I forgive quick because I don't want to have that burden on my soul.
see, I see it as a relief. Now I'm burdened. I'm burdened. My soul's burdened now because these people are out walking amongst our children.
That's true. That's so true.
Allah Akbar, motherfuckers. Allah Akbar.
I don't know. Whew, that's a dilemma for you.
It's a deep subject. You're right. It's stressful. It is what was triggering. But I see you growing from here.
Mm. And I deal with it the same way you did, by laughter. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Whew,
See, I told you we were alive. 23.
dang it.
Hey, another one.
I think that's too. For me, I thought long and hard about forgiveness, and even the prefix on it, and the stories were told, like Jesus forgives the thief on the cross. So, like to get rid of resentment. Like, why would Jesus have resentment to the thief on the cross in the first place? Right? Like I don't even understand that. So for me, like some words are just like forgotten and forgiven, for instance, like foreshadow at least makes sense where they tell you something in a shadow of something beforehand, right? So what does forgiveness really mean? Well, that means to give beforehand. To give what? Right? To give back to the giver. Okay, to me that's what it is. Like forgive with a capital G, back to the giver for him to sort out, or her, or they, the maker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it really is trusting in the plan, you know,
Or you
without
give
being all like Sky Daddy's coming back to save me per se. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Alma?
no, I was gonna say, or you give back the hurt to the person that did it.
Yeah, you give them a hug and show them love.
No, I gave him back because once I don't know, because some people are just evil, even if
Mm-hmm.
they won't say sorry, or they don't care, they don't got or they act if they don't got a conscience. So by you giving back or taking back your power, um, I think that's punishment enough. Because, I don't know, not punishment enough, but you know what I mean. It's like taking back your power and give them the burden of knowing what they've done, because they're the one
That's
that
it.
have to live with it.
Exactly that. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
that's with the understanding that there is an after hell. After there's a hell for them. No, we're in hell. So how can they go to where they already are? And to prove this point is, um, there's a fact that we're here because who's the god of this world? Satan, i.e., we're in fucking hell. So they can't go anywhere. So they're gonna need to be taken out of hell. That's pretty bad, in my opinion.
So why are those that are trying to be righteous in hell, living in hell then?
Why are some one way and some the other? Is that
Well,
what you're asking?
well, why are we all here when there are righteous
Yeah.
people?
Why we
Well,
try
because
just
go ahead, Alma, please.
no, I'm just saying to say, like, why, or asking to say, why are we trying to be righteous when we're living in hell?
Because we're going to turn it into heaven, and only we can do it.
Is there such a thing as heaven?
Well, heaven's a state of mind, right? Just like hell is a state of mind. But we're gonna take. We are the gods here, so we're gonna get rid of the fucking god here, and become the gods of heaven.
It's an imagined concept, isn't it?
It's a
It's
state
an
of
imagined
mind.
concept where everything is perfect.
Nothing's
Where there's
perfect.
well, no, that is heaven, mate. It's an imagined concept where there's no sickness, there's no crime, there's no starvation, there's no hatred.
But we're not
That
gonna get it until they're gone.
right, exactly that.
Yep.
Is it going to be banished from this earth, or are we
Well, if we
just going to
do,
be spiritually
Mhm.
have our frequency, the frequency that we've amassed, the energy that we've amassed throughout our lifetimes, be it a positive one or a negative one, which will determine where we collect once our bodies have extinguished.
Both achieve it. Our frequency and our actions.
Well, our actions generate a specific frequency, don't they?
Absolutely. When you pick up trash off the street, what makes you feel better than any? Look at that street's clean.
Well, it looks better, yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna live in a better place because we're cleaning the streets per se. You'll be picking up trash. I'll be using my grabber. And my blower.
Yeah, I'll be working 3 times as quick as you.
That's all right. Well, I am crippled. You know, you making fun of it.
So am I.
Cripple? Yeah, dang, Richard.
I'll take that. Yeah. Forgive me, Phil, please. Forgive me, please. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah. You need an extension of your arm, really, don't you? Whereas
No, I need a hip. I need a hip. I need a hip replacement. My cartilage is gone in my left hip when that truck rolled over on me.
Yeah, but if you were a litter picker now, you would need an extension of your arm because you can't bend down.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So yeah.
And a buggy, and in a like a golf cart would be.
And here's the thing, Phil. I wouldn't send you out in your condition litter picking. You can do that at your own volition. I would pick something where you were more comfortable, more suitable for your ability.
Yeah, I'm a heavy equipment operator.
Well, you could say, Richard, you could be at Grand Central litter pick, saying, Richard, there's a crisp bag blowing out the road on Shoreditch Road. Can you go and pick it up? And I'll say, yeah, I'm on it, Phil. So I'll run out and pick it up.
Oh, you're putting me in management.
Well, you could if you want. If you think you're
I've always done it. Yeah, I've always done it. It is what it is.
Yeah. Or you can be in charge of, I don't know, CCTV. Richard, there's somebody just threw a fag butt out the window. Can you go and pick it up? I'll say, yeah. Where is it, Phil? You'll say it's down there. And we're working as a team.
Yeah, sure, of course. Everybody has a different mission.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I've got an ability that allows me to do that quicker than you. You've got an ability. I would be totally shitless bored, sat at a computer watching CCTV monitors, waiting for somebody to throw a fag bat out a window.
Well, I'm managing 50 people looking at monitors. Because there'll have to be so many of them. Because until we get it to where nobody litters anymore, because we get rid of the people that don't give a shit about the earth.
Oh. On the concept of litter, now I've got this, it's probably one of my biggest bugbears. It's a pure demonstration of how little a fuck people give about other people. Okay, it's littering. Now, there's this saying, punishment should fit the crime. So rather than fining somebody for throwing a fag butt on the floor, like 80 quid it is here in Britain, if you throw a fag butt on the floor in certain cities, you get fined something like 80 quid. Why not make the punishment fit the crime and say, right, you've got to do a week of litter picking?
Yeah, not everybody gets this punishment. Of course not.
well, litterers should get the punishment. So I wouldn't even need to go out and pick up litter. You've still got to sit there and monitor because you've got to identify the perpetrators of the littering. You know, so I could have a better role, like maybe going into arrest.
Hey, you do whatever you want, bud. Hey,
Or
I'm gonna be in charge of the electricity, and I'm gonna shut the fuckers down, and then come. Oh, we only come in one day a week, and it's a $15,000 reconnect fee to get your electricity back on. By the way, corporation, factory, you know, like they've done to us.
yeah.
You know, only give them power one day a week at their homes. Old English, forgiven, forgiven, give, grant, allow, remit, a debt, pardon, an offense. Also, give up and give in marriage. Past tense, forgive. Past participle, forgiven. From for, here probably completely, given, to give. From pi root, gab, to give or receive. So it's really it's like a, what do they call that? It's a oxymoron. Forgiven is tough. See the language. Who did this? That person needs to be.
Yeah, I don't like that part where it said give up. Yeah.
That's right. Or to give or receive at the end. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So they got us. You're forgiven. Well, it means something different to a spellcaster than it does to us. Pieces of shit.
Surely we can't force our will on other people anyway. So, firstly, the person needs to ask for forgiveness in all sincerity for it to be even considered, no matter what the crime. Not specifically talking about one crime or another.
Sure.
It's about somebody. I can't say, well, I forgive you, and that person will turn around and say, well, I don't want to being forgiven.
And that's why I said it's for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. The victim should be the one to say that, not the.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, that's what I'm on about.
Let's say the person died, so if the person can't ask you, so that's why I said it's for yourself. Even if they don't ask, you make sure you all right with you. You know, take back
absolutely.
your power. But I gotta drop off because it's been what?
Okay. So I'm gonna love you. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you too.
Good night, AmA.
Sorry we took the end of your show, my dear.
No, it's good. It's good. I enjoyed it. I'm trying still listening, but if I don't type, yeah, then it's I'm knocked out.
Nighty night.
Night night. Much love. Much love.
Much love to you too. We'll talk again soon.
Yes.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Bye bye. Much love.
Bye. Damn, Richard, you brought the heat tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's all good. No, I'm glad it come up. It needed to be brought up.
It's a tough one to raise, and forgiveness is the toughest thing anybody can do is forgive. Appreciate that, and everybody's got their own little story that they have to address with forgiveness. So it is a tough one. And the whole system isn't designed. The system isn't designed right from conception of the human being, right from preconception of the human being. It's pretty much endemic in the human race now. You know, that we've all been corrupted one way or another.
Yes.
That needs to be. We need a great reset. I mean, you know, it's not the Klaus Schwab's great reset. It's our great reset.
Exactly, and that's the message I got last night, actually. And people are gonna really not like me here for a little bit until you start understanding why and what's going on. This is simple. Here's two words everybody uses right now: God. I know who everybody is God to them, but do you know who God is? God is GAWD, Hebrew Strong's Concordance number H1409. It is Satan. Satan made his name God. So we got to stop saying that. And not for our well-being, it's for the people that are going to look up to us.
Oh, here's a question for you, Phil.
Yes.
While we're on that subject, because this played on. It's been over the last couple of days. I've been thinking this. Why were the angels, the fallen angels, Lucifer and his crew, why were they put on this earth? Why weren't they just thrown out into the abyss?
They weren't put on this earth. They subjugated themselves here. They weren't cast down. They came down on their own volition and inserted themselves as angels, but they're really truly demons. They're the Elohim, male and female demons.
Okay.
They're liars. Imagine that. Right?
Even the elect will be deceived.
That's right. That's why it says it. For the whole world is deceived. If we're thinking like everybody else, then we're not fucking thinking.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You know, so
Absolutely.
that's all. Nothing. Anything here is sus. It's everything's suspect until it can be proven to be right or wrong. Guilty until proven innocent, just like they do us. In heaven, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Yes. We're suspect until we're proven otherwise.
No, we're guilty. We're guilty, or you wouldn't go to jail for something you didn't even do. And they wouldn't take 3 bonds out on you to make money on you so they can profit off of your misery of being put in jail.
You're talking about government, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's where we stand. That's who judges us. They're prejudging us. It's even in scripture. It's John. It's in John 7. I think it's 51. It's in the scripture. You know, I know the Bible a little bit.
Yeah.
It's there. Yeah. It says, do they judge you? Are you judged before you were heard and made guilty until you're heard and proving yourself innocent? No, that's the way it's supposed to be, but it's not. Now, I understand some crimes should be it depends on the mitigating circumstances. There's so many variables to this whole thing, you know, but just like in my case, I was kidnapped by the sheriff for 20 days and made guilty until I can prove myself innocent. And I can't do it until September 22nd.
Yeah.
So who's going to pay for that? Well, they are. Because they would want paid. They want paid. They're getting paid. They're not telling anybody. At least I'm going to let them know.
And ultimately, those that pay, it's not them, it's the taxpayer.
So, well, no, I'm going after I'll go after their trusts. I'll go do conditional acceptances on each and every one of them for $1 million. And then when the government, the IRS takes their 33% out, that validates my conditional acceptance.
Okay.
Because they're going to take their 33%. 33, imagine that. Yeah, there's a guy right now, him and 10 others wrote $2 billion worth of conditional acceptances on the governor of Tennessee, the state police, the head of the state police. There's like 20 people they did it against, 10 of them, 11 of them. And they held this guy in prison for 3.5 years. He just now beat the state of Tennessee. And they got him, they took $400 million and take 33% of $400 million. the federal government supersedes the state government. So the federal government endorsed this guy's claim that the state was wrong. So now that's where he's at. So yeah, it's a big mess here. But I'm going to use their system against them. It's a bullshit system. I don't even like being in it or using it. But it's like the Bible. If I didn't know the Bible so well, I couldn't use it against them. It's the key to the bottomless pit. The pit of shit.
Double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it, right?
Well, I wish you all the best with that, and obviously I hope it's a success.
Well, thank you.
Time. September.
Yeah, and the guy that was staying with me, they've already dropped his charges. Same charges. But they're not dropping mine. So it's all good. I got them by their own law. So they can't win.
Yeah. How long's that court case expected to run for then, Bill?
Well, probably a few days, maybe. At the most.
They're not going to draw it out over years or months or anything.
No. It's just a trespassing. It's a misdemeanor. But that misdemeanor is stealing $480,000 from me.
Wow. Wow.
And I could give two shits about the money. I don't care about money. But it's the principle.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Doesn't matter whether it's $500,000 or $1, does it? It's a principle.
Well, it's property that I bought and put my father's name on with me. And then when I went through my spiritual awakening, I had to leave everybody. I couldn't be around them. While I was gone, they took my name off my own property and put my sisters and brother on it, who have no stake, never put a dime in it. I came down here and made the deal with the realtor to buy the 40 acres. So now they're going to come in and take it, and they took all my stuff, my boats, my four-wheeler. They took everything I owned. When I got out of jail, I had to borrow clothes off friends. So. But it's okay. It's all good. It's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
So I'll do it with a smile.
Yeah, do it with a smile. Absolutely that. Yeah. Keep your own positive energy. Keep your own energy positive.
Absolutely. My frequency is going to be high, high, high. It's going to be like Kimba on a Friday night.
Well, I'll add to your positivity, Bill.
Thank you.
If it makes any
that's so funny.
What's that, Bex?
I said you're so funny. Ha ha ha! Like Kimba on a Friday night.
That's right, and karaoke with permagreens. Have you ever seen her? If you've never seen her on a Friday night karaoke, you wouldn't see a happier person. It's like no care in the world. I would love to be right there with her. Absolutely, because I can't sing either. But I wouldn't get up there and I can't get up there and sing. I just can't do it.
Sorry, I was off for a bit. I was aiming. I was fucking A to all the things you were saying though.
Right on.
Fucking A.
Well, you already know this. We've had this discussion, and so yeah, it's been a great stream. I liked it a lot, very much so.
Yes, your interview was excellent.
Well, thank you. For my first one, Yeah, I didn't have to. See, when I do a concrete interview, I'd be like, "Can you finish concrete?" Kind of. Do you do drugs? No, I don't do drugs. Well, I can't hire you because I don't trust you. you. You don't smoke weed or do something wrong? I can't trust you. So I wouldn't tell them that, but that's how it would be. Um, because in my experience of 21 years of owning a concrete company, nobody that does, everybody that has a crutch, that crutch is the support of strength. If you don't have a crutch, like my dad, he didn't have a crutch, but in the end, he died a miserable man and deceived. He lived in his own world. In one of his last words in our last conversation, he's like, "Man, they tricked me, Phil. They really fucked me over. They made 34 years. He worked 2 jobs and spent no time, quality time with his family because he was trying to provide for them. What he was trying to do was make my mother happy because my grandfather, my mom's dad, is rich, so he was trying to give her what she didn't fucking deserve, in my opinion. And it cost him a lot of quality family time. Now we did things. He'd take a week and we'd go down to Louisiana fishing, or we'd go to Pennsylvania deer hunting. And I spent time with my dad. I worked with the man 21 years, so we had a lot of quality time. I'm not saying we didn't, but he could have done things a lot different and been a lot happier. He had a lot better relationship with his children.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he worked 2 jobs so he didn't have to be around my mom. I don't blame him.
Yeah. And this is where the cycle can be broke, when the children realise the failings of the parent.
Yes, absolutely, but it can't be broken until the parent acknowledged it to the child. If my father hadn't said that to me, would I be as tough? He realized it. I made him see the error of the ways of the world. So that validated me.
Yeah. Well, that's a positive end to it.
Yeah, and I got to take him fishing in my own boat.
Yeah.
Yep. I was with him 1 year to Shire 1 day. I left for 4.5 years. I come back, was back 1 year minus a day, and he passed away. And I took care of him for 6 months prior to that because he had his toes cut off.
Yeah. Was that a good experience? Not having his toes cut off, but spending that time with him, Phil?
What's that?
Was that a good experience?
Absolutely. It's worth everything. Everything that I could possibly lose was worth going fishing 1 evening with my dad in my boat, and him having a good time.
Yeah.
And him smiling the whole time.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I like this boat. This boat's nice. You did a good job. I built it myself. You know, I took a straight plain Jane boat and macked it out. And I even made I made him 2 seats so he could sit both ways when we're fishing and when we're going forward in the river or on the lake. Because he couldn't walk, he couldn't move around. So, yeah, it was totally worth it.
The Missy calendar wants a link, Phil, if you're carrying on for a bit.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, that's quite a beautiful story, that, Phil. How that ended out.
Yes, absolutely. I remember the day he apologized to me. I remember right where I was, because when I looked over at him, I was in kind of like shock. and I looked at him, and there was an old, like a 50s Ford dump truck with the eyes. They drew the eyes on it like that show Cars.
Yeah.
And I looked right at that truck. When I looked at him, I looked past him and seen that truck. So every time I drive by it, I think about that day.
Yeah, it's beautiful, that.
Definitely worth it, Richard.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Wow.
It made because everything that I'm dealing with now is because of him. Because he thought I was on drugs, and no, I just see shit that I started explaining it to him when I got back. And I never stopped doing drugs. I did the same drugs when I left as I did when I come back. I smoked some weed, and I'll eat some hallucinogenics. I still do the same thing I did, Dad, but I didn't tell him that. I just let him think that. Okay, whatever. My friends would come back over, and he's like, "I like this Phil. He doesn't do drugs." Then we walk out in the garage where I would work on my stuff, smoke a joint, doing drugs, and whatever made him feel better in his mind. I wasn't gonna burst his bubble.
Yeah.
Whatever, Dad. It's cool. I didn't even go there. But it's just the spirit at work it's something else. It's something that it can't be bought, it can't be wanted, it has to be given. And it's not given by anything of your doing, it's given by the spirit. The spirit gives the spirit. And here we are all together in the spirit.
Amen. When did your dad pass away then, Phil?
It was October 20th of last year.
Wow. When did these orbs start appearing?
The maker, source, whatever you want to call it, came to me on May 18th, 2016. Now, it was with me before then. I just didn't know what was with me. I knew it. Like I told you, I started building weaponry, bladed weapons in 2015. I didn't know why. And finally, it just gave up me trying. It probably just said, Phil, you're an idiot. You're not going to get it on your own. So I'm going to have to come to you and smack the shit out of it. I called that spirit the hand for 6 months because it smacked me into reality.
Yeah.
I said it bitch slapped me into reality. And people are, oh, that's not the right spirit. That spirit wouldn't do that to you. That spirit doesn't bitch slap you. I'm like, okay, we'll see in the end. Here we are in the end. And well, I got all
you got somebody in the basement, Bill?
In the basement? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, damn, I gotta pour brandy now.
Oh, don't mention the word brandy, please. That's my weakness, brandy.
I know. My bad.
Important brandy.
What's up, Dan?
Hey, I just wanted to say you're a warrior. You, Becca, the other fella, and a couple of the other ones, Kimba. I'm glad I met you guys. It's kind of been an interesting couple of days since I met you guys.
Right on. Thank you.
Yes, you're a welcome addition. A pleasure to have around. The
only thing biggest that I can say is in the conversations and stuff, you never walk away feeling duh.
There you go. Well, the thing is some of the things you went through or are going through, somebody's already went through it, and you don't know it till you hear it.
Yeah. Listen, I started waking up in 2013 to 15, but I made the solid connection with the Creator. I'd say probably 2019, right around when they called the COVID lockdowns.
Mm-hmm. I would say mine really started in 2005. I've always been in high school, I knew the moon landing was bullshit. But when the 9/11 happened in 2004, I started coming out of the programming, and it progressed until 2015 with the whole BLM thing out there in Bureau of Land Management thing out there on the Bundy Ranch, the fires, the campfire, all those happenings, the bullshit that was going on, the Jade Helm 15,
Yep.
stuff like that. But then, like I said, May 18th, 2016 at 10 a.m. was when it said, okay, here it is. Pow. I started, I'm like, what the fuck? Well, I'm seeing things that I know were there before, like the Taco Bell bell having a serpent's eye in it.
Say that again.
The Taco Bell, it's a serpent's eye.
Oh, I don't do that shit.
Well, I don't either, but I started seeing things like that. You drive by it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Look at it. Yeah, it's a serpent's eye. It's a snake.
Yes, it's like the McDonald's arches. If you knew
Exactly.
what those were.
The Starbucks thing. All the symbology started popping out at me.
What does the arches actually mean?
What's the arches actually mean?
Yeah, for McDonald's.
Well, that's mixed. There's people say different things. I've never really. Here's the way I find. Here's what I do with truth. I go so far in to know that's truth, and then I don't need to go in any deeper. I know a lot. I know a little about a lot. I know a lot about a little few things, but I know a little about a lot, enough to know it's not right.
Yeah.
Hey, my friend.
I'm not well versed on everything, but what I do speak, I am well versed on.
Hey, my friend. I've been living off grid, working wood for like a decade, and I mean, I have to use it to cook my food, and I've progressed with axes to the point that I either have to have a super heavy splitting maul or a fireman's axe cut in half so I can use it with one hand. Yeah, and it's like trippy because now I'm conditioned for the last like 3 years to use one hand to split my wood.
Well, you want to hear a funny story? Everything I showed up on the screen tonight, I made those for people that I didn't know I made. Why I made them. I didn't know who they were for when I made them. And when the people would come over, I'd be like, what do you see yourself carrying the end days? And they would describe exactly what I just made. So it's funny you say that because I just made this and I haven't even welded the head on it yet, but wait till you see this.
Yeah, see, I need one with ass to it. It's got to have weight to it.
Yeah, it's a metal pipe handle.
Yeah, I just took a jack handle, one of them steel jack handles with the crisscross grit cut in the handle at the end of it, and I put it in my firebox, and then I kept wedging it into an axe head, and then I just kept sticking it in the fire, then pulling it out hot and slamming it, but it's not enough ass. It don't have enough weight.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah,
I haven't
that's
shaved
what I did.
So, yeah, that's water pipe. What I do is I take a ball peen hammer and set it on the edge of it, and then hit the hammer and put finger grooves in it.
Whereabouts are you at, Phil?
I'm 7 miles from the Ohio River between Evansville and Louisville.
Kentucky?
Tennessee, or Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you're at the Ohio River. You're talking the Steel River right there by West Virginia.
No. Straight south of you. At the bottom of Indiana. Go to Louisville, down 65, go an hour west.
Gotcha.
Tell City. William Tell City. The people that founded this town are from the area exactly where CERN is at.
Huh.
It makes a lot of sense why I'm here now.
Uh,
But what I use a lot for handles, I use this fiberglass rod. I got 3/4 inch and I got 1/2 inch.
you made me chuckle with that repurpose stuff. If I walked you around and showed you my situation, you'd laugh.
Well, it's probably just like mine.
I picked up a 77 El Camino, and I've slowly been gathering all vintage parts, all the way down to a 354 bolt main, brand new spark plugs, vintage stuff from the 70s too, brand new in a box. And I haven't paid any cash out. I got Edo Brock headers, direct gear to gear timing by Dynapro from back in the 70s, brand new in a box. Yeah, I'm tripping right now, dude. I'm like, what the fuck?
Nice. I just bought, before I left Florida, I bought 50 of these, 60 of these. I paid 50 cents a piece for these. They were the cane knives. This came up like this. Here, I cut that piece off. 50 cents right there. I still got about 35 of them left. I just give them to people. I give everything I give away.
Hey man, you said something about bullets not working, dude, and you fucking tripped me the fuck out, and I got a vision.
Yeah. So confirm it.
That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Till then.
Hey Becca,
I got a few of these.
Hey Becca, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you open your third eye? I mean, like your consciousness type thing. I don't know what to call it, but anyways, have you noticed things have been working smoother and in your favor, better and easier as long as you stay to the process?
That's the key. But yes, I'm not sure if I assume that I have some level of, I definitely am identifying with some sort of access to something I didn't have before. So I could say it like that. I just don't want to sound like, oh, I'm so enlightened, or, you know.
Thank you. It's okay. Listen,
yeah.
I'm from the hood. I'm from the hood. I rode with the roughest of the roughest bikers. You ain't telling me nothing. I don't even know how to explain it. I don't even want to talk to those people no more. And I grew up with them. They're my best friends. They're like my brothers and sisters, you know? And I don't even want to talk to them no more.
That's funny. I grew up with the Outlaws. My best friend's dad was the president of the Outlaw Indianapolis chapter.
My boy's a shot caller out of Bay City. And you know what's fucked up? Hey man, we didn't see each other for like 9 years, and all of a sudden I come up as a honcho in one crew, and he's a honcho in another crew, and we meet up, and we're like, what the fuck?
Right on. Yeah, I never got into that lifestyle. I grew up in it. I mean, I'm seeing boobies and naked women running around the pool. It's in 6th, 7th grade. I'm like, wow, this is so cool. You know,
to me, listen, all the gang bullshit is bullshit. To me,
yeah, none of those have honor. None of them guys are brothers. They're backstabbers.
Bingo, man. But the bad thing is the ones that are good brothers get fucked over by the ones that are operators.
That's right.
And then it makes it worse.
You already know, because they're snitches, because them guys are snitches.
Yeah. So some of the good brothers get followed out by the operators. And it's just fucking, it's gnarly, dude.
My best friend did 11 years for the president.
Yeah,
got paid. He got paid. When he got out, I took him out. We went to strip clubs. We had a great time.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I'm grateful as fuck that what happened to me, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I got a DUI up there way up north. And I fucking luckily going through the situation, taking care of the DUI, it fucking shook me, dude. Going to the classes and stuff, watching the people's behavior and everything like that. I was like, dude, what the fuck? I grew up like this. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Well, I mean, it's for a reason.
They
Because
do,
I
man.
can walk in any place. I've done this, literally done this. A outlaw biker. le- I knew a bunch of strippers, hairdressers, and nurses. I don't know what it is about them, but that's what it comes. That's what I attract. I can't explain it, but that's just a fact. So I knew these strippers, and this one had an outlaw guy move in with her. They were just supposed to do their thing, and then he was going to leave. Well, he ended up staying, and she was getting her daughter on visitations, and if he was there, she wouldn't get him. She's like, I don't know what to do, Phil. He won't leave. I walk up there, I talk to him, I mention one name, he's packing it. He's like, I'm sorry, man. Packs his shit, and he's gone. I couldn't have done that if I hadn't grown up with him and known what I know. So I just always make good out of it. You know, it's a bad thing. It is. It really is. You know that as well as I do.
Well, it's different aspects of it and how they do it and the different
Absolutely.
people. Yeah, there's different
Absolutely.
there's all different people in that shit. But yeah, that's the stuff we're gonna have to dance around. You gotta understand that zombie thing, it's metaphorical. They're gonna eat themselves too. So a lot of them guys
Absolutely.
yeah, a lot of them guys are gonna eat themselves up. We ain't gonna have to deal with them.
Yep. 100.
It's metaphorical bullshit, but like when they say
What we'll have to do is we'll have to sweep. I'd say we got to sweep up the mess. The sweepers.
that's what's gonna happen at the
I don't want to
resolution.
sound too cocky, but I got popcorn on order and a fucking Invisishield that just appears. You put your hand out and just fucking unlimited popcorn. I've just put it on order. If there is enough time in all the midst that someone could just holographically make me some popcorn and a little shield, I'm just gonna watch it all go down, right?
I hear that a lot. My only thing is with that is that's kind of evil thinking to sit back and not help the situation.
Call me a
It is.
lukewarm, whatever. I quadruple loved everybody most of my life. Right? I quadruple leveled everybody. I fucking love people to the point of being crazy about it. You know, I don't mean like I don't mean like that fanatic girlfriend. I just mean like investigating all the history of the world, making sure the bad guy was the bad guy, and I was gonna stand in defense if anyone needed to justify why Saddam gets to come along, why Hitler gets to come along, why everybody gets to come along. Okay, but then I learned what these MNFers been doing and actually giving a bad name to some of these good guys that actually should deserve to be there. Actually, I'm not seeing anything.
You know why
Okay.
Pablo? I think I've told Bex, but you know why Pablo Escobar was killed, Daniel?
Yeah, because he was working with the government. He knew too much.
No, because he wouldn't run children.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I know that for a fact.
I wouldn't doubt it. You notice how quiet it got? They got El Chapo and it got quiet real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's spilling the beans on the government, dude. Listen,
Yeah, you
there's a
know
bunch of shit.
and you know I know the DEA agent that shot him in the ear.
Listen, they're fucking right now. There's a bunch of stuff going on down behind the scenes, and I can also tell by the behavior of our police and our judicial system here. There's some major shit going on behind the scene, and our media is just so corrupt they're not talking about it.
Look here, Daniel. You like that? I just made that. It's a anvil. I made out of railroad tie.
No kidding. Make me one. That's badass, dude. I want one.
Well, maybe you'll come down and see me.
I'd be honored to, dude. I don't touch cash, dude. I don't even hardly ever leave a fucking 40, 50 mile area.
Well, once a week, get 5 gallons of gas, fuel, and put in your. Have somebody get you 5 gallons, and let's see, you'll probably need. How far are you up from the Indiana-Michigan line?
I refuse to put tags on my vehicles.
I don't either. I haven't ran tags since 2014.
Yeah, but I'm not going to get my hot rod taken. I'm trying to get it finished now. I don't really have a car right now, just a quad.
The key to getting out of these, I've been pulled over twice. The key to success is making the officer laugh.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
And then once he laughs, I got his ass. He's like,
Well, see, I stay on the straight lace, and I've changed what I've done with myself in life, and all the pigs up here know it. They all flat know it. Like I said, I walked out on a $750,000 bond, and I had no income. So they're like, "What the fuck?" And when I walked
okay.
out,
With that
yeah,
said, let me say this:
I
if we're
still
not the
listen.
change, if we don't put ourselves out to be the change, how is there going to be change?
Listen, dude. They had me in a cell with a terrorist marine,
Yeah,
and
you told me
fucking
that on
listen.
Suicide Watch.
The whole felony aisle. I knew almost everybody in this motherfucker from the town I lived in, right?
Uh
And
huh.
fucking, I stuck out like a sore thumb to all them motherfuckers. And the fucked up thing is, all any one individual did was eat shit and sleep. And
Cool.
after about a week of being in there, my routine started to stick. And that Marine motherfucker started exercising, counting and shit. I'm serious, dude.
Did
And
you, when you
I
were in
stuck
there,
out.
did you start
Listen,
losing your memory?
no, I
Because that's what they're doing. They're putting stuff in the food right now where people in the jails
yeah.
are losing their memory.
Not just that, but they sleep. They make them sleep. But a lot of them guys
Okay.
are on dope. I get it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them guys go in there on dope, and if you got that guys coming down on dope, they'll eat each other's eyeballs out, dude.
Well, yeah, yeah, but in these newer jails, see that this county jail is also a state holding facility. So
Yeah,
you would do
well,
state time in the county.
yeah, yeah. Listen, they're in trouble, dude. The jail systems are eating themselves right now. They're ripping each other off. Like they'll take money from one jail to house inmates over here, and they'll get like a big lump sum, and then they'll fucking just not take the inmates. I'm
That's
serious.
right.
It's
No, I
yeah,
know. Yeah, they're
but
about to
they
get in big trouble.
Yeah, and there's no staff. Listen, there was dudes flipping out because people would travel across the state for to fucking see them, in jail, and the guards would just flat cancel visitation because they had nobody to run the facility. They were barely able to get foods to the inmates. I was like, what?
Um, they, like I said, they don't want me in jail anymore. So
Yeah, listen. I don't even worry about it. That's another thing too. That's what things are going to change. You got to keep your state of mind in a certain aspect. I
when you
just don't.
go in there and they take your shit and you go in there and you're smiling and happy and like you guys don't know what you're doing, they start thinking about that. Like, what's this guy know that we don't?
No, we're, we're gonna be all right. Just use your
Absolutely,
memory.
absolutely. It's gonna be fine. I'm not worried about it. Somebody, you know why we're doing it? Because we're the only ones that can do it.
I
Just
guess
like
the thing.
everybody in their position. Dojo, why is he doing it? Where he's at? Because he's the only one that can.
I mean, like one of the biggest things I'm doing right now, because I'm pretty well situated for safety and stuff, is I'm prepping for to have replenishable food for women and children.
Yeah, absolutely. Chickens. Ooh.
Yeah,
Chickens.
yeah. A lot of people ain't thinking ahead like that. There's something that has to die. Something dies and gets its beak lopped off or head lopped off for you to fucking survive each day.
That's right. So, how far are you up? You don't have to tell me where you're at, but how far are you up
I'm
in?
I'm Central Michigan, right dead center,
Okay.
smack center of the
I
state.
used to salmon fish in Manistee.
That's about an hour and a half away from me to the west.
And many two tracks. I've been on many two tracks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't get into that stuff. The deer hunt is my thing. The deer season is my vacation time. That's when
Yeah,
I'm
that
in.
too. That too. I
Yeah,
said many two tracks. You know what two tracks are?
yeah. I
many,
live on
many
one.
two tracks. So, last time I was up there, I got a funny story to tell you. You know what Hoosier hunting is, right?
No, huh?
Hoosier hunting is when Indiana people go to Michigan and while they're out fishing, the locals steal the Hoosiers' um, coolers and take all their stuff. Basically, ransack their campsite. Well,
No,
it happened to my buddy's parents, and my
no.
buddy's parents died in a car crash a year before he did this.
It sounds like a good way to get shot up there.
Well, listen to this. Listen to this. You're gonna laugh your ass off. So we go to this house and get a bag of weed, and we leaving, and they're in the kitchen laughing about Hoosier hunting, and my buddy's getting pissed off. He's so fucking mad. We walk outside and there's a possum. We scare a possum up, and he starts chasing this possum down the street. He kicks it, and it rolls up. He grabs it by the tail. He's shaking it, shaking it, shaking it. He's like, his brother lived up there. We were up there with his brother moved up there. He's shaking it. He knocked on the door. He's like, "Hey, your cat got out," and he threw that possum in the house. Those people, by the time we got back to his brother's house, he's like, "You man, what'd you do that for? That's my dope guy. What the fuck, man?" He's like, he told him, he's like, "Oh, yeah." He threw that possum in there. All you heard was these women screaming and shit.
That's fucking funny, dude.
Oh, Chuck. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm way off grid, dude. I'm like fucking 10 miles of dirt road. Then my driveway is like a mile long, 2-track.
Yeah, any place I've lived ever in my life has been a quarter mile off the road.
You
So
got
I'm always in the woods and the hills.
if you don't plow the drive, you gotta have a good 4x4 to get in and out.
Oh yeah. I don't own 2-wheel drive unless it's a 2-ton truck, a dump truck or something like that. I don't even consider buying a 2-wheel drive.
I'm getting disgusted with the 4x4s they got up here right now, all the way around.
You know what I want? An old Jeep Scout.
I got a 77 Big Chief with a AMC 360, and then I got 2 of them 70s Toyota Land Cruisers.
That's a 363. There's a 372, a 363, and a 345.
What? Oh, I don't know about what you're talking
Yeah, I'm
about.
the international man. I'm the international fanatic, man.
Oh yeah, I had 345 International V8, and they set the timing by the number 8 cylinder, not the number 1.
That's right. And if you get a set of heads for off a bus and put them on, it's got the bigger valves because they're the same block.
My grandpa helped me, dude. I redid the heads on it. I got a AMC, or well, no, it wasn't AMC. It was a International Scout with a fucking AMC Eagle 2-door on top of it. It was badass, dude.
Right on.
Little coupe 4x4. It was sick.
Yeah, I'm pissed off because I just passed up one. It was a hole. The guy bought it, and he got the body. He's got it filled in. He's got it glassed out. He's got it primo ready to paint. It needs wet sanded and painted. And he's got the frames been sandblasted. It just hasn't been put back together. It's all in parts. $900. I couldn't buy it because I don't have my shit. I'm not flipping my stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of upset about that, but $900.
I've been taking my time trying to put together the 77 El Camino. I picked up a rock solid El Camino up here, man. Barn find. And I've been getting jerked on the motors. I picked up a Virgin 350 4-bolt main, but I got to send it in and have the crank done. I want the crank perfect before I put it in.
Sure. Pink rods. That's the only way to go. Pink rods.
I don't know. I snagged up a Virgin 350 4-bolt main. I got a 383 Eagle stroker crank. Got them gears.
Nice.
But it's also taken 2 years. I'm not gonna lie. It's taken 2 years to gather that stuff up.
Hey, you can't put time or a price on cool, okay?
I'm not a Chevy guy, but it's pretty cool, man.
I'm not either. I'm a Ford guy. My dad worked at GM. That's the only reason I know a lot about. And everybody around here has Chevys, and I race mud boggers. I had a 400, aluminum heads, aluminum rods, aluminum pistons. It was basically a startup, run it through the mud pit, and shut it down. It was a 78 3/4 ton Chevy. I'd lowered all the drivetrain, so the gearbox, the transfer case and everything was more level, so there wasn't so much bind on the U-joints. I mean, I did it right.
Yeah, my favorite vehicle of all time was a 79 Ford stepside with a 300 straight 6 with the T18 creeper gear trans.
I had a 79 Highboy.
Yeah, I fucking love that truck, dude. Tow anything. I'm talking you can't go over 50, but you tow anything. I don't know shit, you'll tow it.
Yep. It had Positrack all the way around. Yeah, I love that truck. I love that truck. My buddy dropped a big log on the bed and smashed the side of it, and I made him buy it.
I sat on this big Chief Jeep for a little over 15 years. Had it on bricks up in the shop. I get it out, redo the whole fucking motor, and then fucking something locked up in the front, and I crashed it in shitty weather. I pulled the motor out of it. Come to find out, the transmission in this Jeep is the same thing that was in that Ford truck. It's a T18 Beckenborg trans creeper gear.
What's that mean, Rebecca? All the veggies were free. What are you talking about?
Oh, I said what I was, that's why I was on mute for so long. I put some butternut squash, sweet potatoes, caramelized onions, and apples, and a Maui marinade pork tenderloin in the fridge.
Oh, right on. I didn't
Already
even see
in
Charles
the
here.
oven. I was
Oh,
making dinner.
Charles,
And I
what
wish,
was
when do we eat? When do we eat?
I know, I wish I could share it with you all. There's enough too. I only paid $2.75 for the whole thing.
Hey, Daniel, can I give you some advice?
Sure.
Drop the sandwich maker.
Oh, it's just a joke, dude.
You're never gonna get it accomplished that way, man.
I'm good, dude. I like my own food.
I'm just joking around with you.
You think I
I
don't
laughed
know
my
that,
ass off when you said that. I know you do. I know you do. I'm just fucking with you.
That's the internet, bro.
Did you see Charles in there?
Yeah, I just said hey to him. I said, "There's Charles." He is. I didn't even see him.
You
My
know what I
brother.
think every time I sit down and eat after I say that? My cooking's good, dude. Why do I want somebody else to do it?
Well, it's not. You don't need somebody. You want somebody.
Agreed. It's just a joke, dude.
Yeah, I know. I know. You'll learn me a little bit once you're around a little more. We'll learn each
No,
other.
no, I already get it, dude. You remind me of a couple dudes I grew up with, but you're 10 times smarter.
Well, thank you.
They still don't get it.
Yeah. Sometimes I wish I could just go back to sleep, but then I'm like, nah, I don't. Hell no. Fuck no. I mean,
I'm telling you, man, they did something, dude. We're already set free now. As long as you're living right, their bullshit don't matter.
facts.
I just
Facts.
don't listen. I don't know what the fuck they did, dude, but they did something. Check that out. And as I'm saying it, the cuckoo clock goes off, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Hell no.
As I say, whoop, there it is.
Is
Listen,
it does it
go
cuckoo
ahead.
the same amount every time? Or are the
No,
cuckoos offbeat?
it cuckoos off the number. It cuckoos once for 1 o'clock. It cuckoos
Oh, is that
twice.
what time
Yeah.
is that what time you're at? 1 o'clock there?
No, it cuckooed 4 or 5 times, but it's off.
Oh,
I got to spin the clock somehow. I got something going on with it. I'm trying to figure it out. I've only had it going up a couple days.
I didn't mean to notice that. I mean, my stepmom
Yep.
brags about keeping her grandfather clock in good time or whatever, right? She had it set so it would give the right chimes and the chime on the half hour or quarter hour. In hindsight, I always think it's might have been kind of terrorizing on a subconscious level, unintentionally. I'm sure.
Listen,
Grew up with that, like
I grew up with
chime.
that in my grandfather's house. I'm just grateful to have one of my grandfather's clocks.
I like the cuckoo. I grew up, my best friend's mom collected those growing up. I'm very familiar with them. She had many, actually.
Well, anyways, as I was saying, yeah, I don't know what the fuck they did do, but a couple years back, I'm telling you, they did something. We're already free. For some reason, I think that fucking soul recycle shit got shut off. I don't know, man. It's weird ass times, dude.
I'm talking to Charles. Sorry.
All I know is I feel kind of like right now they got some kind of fucking shit going. As long as you're living right, dude, you're good. You ain't gotta worry about shit.
Charles, he come in late, bud. We were building away. We were like setting off triggers and all kinds of shit. You missed it, bud. I wish you were here. What you been doing, homie?
I'm the one that asked if he was coming up, so that's
Oh.
what he was responding to.
I'm just cracking on him. You know, he gets it. Oh, Charles, you need to do some editing anyway. That editing that takes a lot of time. A lot of time. I had fun up there with him the other day. It's been a while since I had fun over on his channel. Well overdue.
Yep.
I like that fella. He ain't shy to fucking say it how it is.
Yeah, Charles awesome. Charles awesome. We butt heads sometimes, but it's all we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it different most of the time, and it's like that's what I'm seeing, and that's the problem with a lot of us. We're thinking the same, but we're saying it different, and we got to reach a common understanding, and we are. I'm just saying.
I think that's what I noticed and liked about his channel too the most was the different variety of people and opinions, and nobody was butting heads and being disrespectful.
Oh hell no! Yeah, we don't tolerate that. There's no reason to. I mean, we're there to build, not break down. We're there to build up.
It's just anywhere else. People get all pissy. They'll boot you. They'll fucking block you. Everything else. You know, if you say something they don't agree with, it's like, well, how are you going to get anywhere with that? You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it says in the Bible, you know, I refer to the Bible a lot, and it says in the Bible that everybody will be arguing. You fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. Well, we know that while everybody was going chaotic, we're all calm, cool, collective over here, and about 3 or 4 channels that we bounce around, and everybody else is at each other, going nuts, and it's like, man, people are crazy. And that makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, listen, it has to do with the phones and stuff. They're agitating people with the frequency. It's coming out of the phone.
Well, it's not working on me.
I think some of us have just figured it out and raised our frequency so high they can't.
Right. Absolutely. I agree. Unbeknownst to us, I'm just glad we're here. I'm just glad that it happened to us because we're just some lucky motherfuckers. If you want to say that, we know it's all predestined. It's already been decided, but we didn't know that at that time. I mean, that's how I perceive it. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we're in a frequency war.
Absolutely.
I've just never. I can say that I looked at some of these agendas, like right down into my high school, right down into my family, you know, and I'm just grateful. I've never been more grateful to be an outcast in my fucking life. Okay, like I'm just really glad I'm not on the end, because I think that as all forgiving as we want to be, and as much as we want to think that people have been brainwashed and they don't know what's going on, like I think the threshold of evil moves forward towards I don't, you know, like on some fronts I think that there's a level of blindness and just self-justification to do nothing and to just accept and follow, that's like, it's like a faithless existence that's like, I don't know. I think it's almost worse than being an exploiter who's aware of everything that's going on, right? You're so easily flipped. We think they're so easily flipped, but I don't know. You
They're
know?
space. They're space fillers. They're void fillers.
Yeah, it's like that fluoride case
You can
Well,
that
I
Chuck
can
referred
say,
to.
I can
you can
honestly
tell.
say that my family is, they look like my family, they sound like my family, but they're not my family. I don't know. That's my experience. The people that I've known all my life are not the people I've known all my life. Period.
It ain't
Mine
that,
have
Cracker.
always
You changed. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank God. Thank God.
Dude, you ain't telling me nothing, dude. It's like, duh.
Well, it says in Second Ezra 7:50 that there's two worlds. It says it right there, two worlds. So I believe there's a good world and a bad world. We came out. We were in the good world, and the good us in the bad world went to the good world, and the good us in the good world went to the bad world. I remember 2000. I remember 12/21/12. I woke up and the colors were different.
What do you
Like
mean? 2012?
12/21/12 is when it happened. That's when the spirit changed. That was the end of the world spiritually.
No,
My calendar's right.
no,
Yep. 333. It's 333.
no.
The
It
grass
happened.
wasn't blue like a bluegrass was. It was a greener color. It was the colors. I've done decorative concrete all my life, so colors are my thing. Hues of colors are my thing.
It shifted sometime right after they called the fucking COVID lockdown.
None.
But it
Well,
was
it
right
might have
before.
shifted, but it happened in 12/21/12. Majorly
Yeah,
happened.
yeah. I think it shifted well before 2019.
I physically felt it sometime around when they called the lockdown.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean
I've
that was
known this, Daniel.
that,
Go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry.
well, everybody comes to an awareness at different points in their journey, don't they? So for you,
Do you
Phil,
know why?
you notice a change back in 2012. I noticed a change um, back in the 1980s in this country. And there was a definite societal change,
Mm-hmm.
and it was to do with politics, but it was also to do with um, seeing how ignorant people were following the music in this country. Then there's the sort of like societal music, bands like the Jam and the
The
Who.
punk era.
Um, yeah, the punk era. Moving on to like the second wave of like the
Oh,
revival of ska and things like that.
I
But
Mm-hmm.
know when
for me, there was a change in the 80s in this country, and it was much down to the political arena.
it was during Bill Clinton's bullshit.
No, no, it was before that. It was
Oh,
83, 84, I would say.
that was the Reagan era.
Uh-huh.
Ronnie Reagan and Margaret Thatcher got in. Margaret Thatcher was in power in 1979. Her and Ronnie Reagan got together. They introduced this the cutthroat style American capitalism into this country back then. So and at that point, in 1984, I was 20 years old. So I was well on my way to being I was well into my working life, paying taxes, but I was also pretty much aware of the politics of the nation, how it changed. Um, but I had an experience it's not really an out of body experience when I was 7 years old of being engulfed in a whiteness of light and becoming a paranoid. But that what it actually made me was appreciate the fact that I wasn't alone in my own mind, really. And at 7 years old, it wasn't drug induced or anything like that. But the 1980s was a massive change really, and it pretty much then there was a demise from that point. There was a demise of morals. You know, they legalized same sex sex, etc. If you get my drift. So I've been watching that gradual progression since the 1980s, really. And then in 1989, I'd had enough of this. I'd just had enough of it. I eloped the country with my new wife, and we travelled to Europe just to try and get away from Britain. But it sort of followed that. The politics followed us all the way over to Greece, Crete. There was no escaping it, really, and I ended up back here. But as far as the awakening going to the agenda and a divine, I'll call it a divine intervention in the awakening process for me. It's just been a gradual realization, really. It's going all the way back to probably the late 1980s when I realized it was something bigger than just politicians dictating something.
Margaret Thatcher. That dude pissed me off.
Yeah. The Iron Lady, she was known as.
Uh-huh.
You know.
She reminds me of Eleanor Roosevelt.
Oh, she was a bitch, mate.
Yes, bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
She was a bitch.
I started my feelings towards her, the Falklands. During the Falklands? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, every leader needs a war, don't they?
Yeah, but you know what? That was over Black Goo, right?
What was it over?
The Falklands was over Black Goo.
Oh, I don't know that. What's Black Goo?
The black goo, the graphene oxide, the programmable matter, the programmable matter.
Is that right?
That's right. Yes, sir.
Well, how is that relevant to the Falklands then?
Because there's a deposit of black goo there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
yep.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna head out, guys. Thanks for having me up. Have a good evening.
Hey, you're welcome, Michigan. Be good, bro.
Yeah,
Nice.
It was nice meeting y'all.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Dan.
You too, lady. Have a good one.
Yeah.
See you, bro.
Bye.
Yep, sure was.
Bye. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't aware of that, but yeah, that's true.
Well, I might have a look into that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's Ecuador or Peru, I believe.
Argentina,
Peru, the east or the western side of South America. There's three deposits of it there, and the largest is owned by the Bush family.
Still there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Did you hear what I said?
I'm here.
Yeah, Phil, you said there's three, and then it shut up.
Okay, there's three deposits of it there in South America, and the largest deposit is owned by the Bush family.
Okay.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Imagine indeed. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is true. It's speculation, of course. But you know how they get that out of the rock, how it comes out of the rock? And how they figured this out was because the Nazis had some of it. And the OSS took it, and the Operation Paperclip happened. And they told them how they how they retrieved the graphene oxide, the black goo, out of the rock was through child sacrifice.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that nuts? Now I don't know if that's true. I can't say that I know that 100%, but I've heard it from good sources. But yeah,
Guilty until proven innocent, eh?
absolutely.
Let's
Yeah,
have that. We'll have that one.
yeah,
We'll
I
take
like that. That was a good one.
Yeah.
I've deserved those. I've given you enough of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
But you know where it comes from. You know me well enough to know where that all of it comes from. So that's what matters to me.
oh, absolutely, yeah. 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 But yeah, I think as Mitch was saying about an awakening in 2019, I think en masse it might well have happened.
Well, what I've received about this is some of the most important to the cause are woken up later, because if they were woken earlier, they would have been so targeted and so driven nuts that they wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks.
Yeah.
So they weren't woke. They weren't awakened. They weren't activated. They weren't. It's not an act. It's not awakening. It's an activation.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there are those like John the Baptist paved the way for the coming of the Messiah. So there are, this is a thing about why people are awakened. I mean, 9/11 wasn't a thing. A lot of people say, "Oh, 9/11 woke me up to reality." I wasn't even aware of 9/11 being a conspiracy. And I can remember that. I can remember I was in my accountant's, and the accountant, as it was happening, my accountant come in. And it would have been might have been like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was in my accountant's office, and he said, "Oh, have you heard what's happening in America?" And I went, no. So I had my accountant's meeting, and I rushed home. I was staying with a Scottish lady at the time because I didn't have a television. At the time I was homeless. I was living in my workshop, and I had this Scottish lady, and I was glued to television, but I wasn't aware of anything conspiratorial about it. It was so later on in my YouTube life that I realised, I'll have a look at this. The same as with Flat Earth,
mhm.
and the fake moon landings and things like that. It was so late on in life that I was made privy to these questionable events. And like the furthest thing that woke me up to something really wrong with the establishment was organised institutional paedophilia. That was my awakening to the truth of this world.
Jimmy, Osavo.
And, no, it's prior to that because I actually got involved with on a personal level with somebody. I was attending protests, etc.
Okay.
A guy called Mickey Summers. But I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Jimmy Savile he might even still be alive because what they did was they exhumed his body. Once they buried it, they exhumed his body within a few days, I think, and then moved it somewhere else. So I think it's a bit of like an Epstein moment where they just they exposed the truth and the reality of things just to get it out there. This is the truth. Don't say we haven't told you about it, and everybody knows about it. But there's a potential that he was sort of like, we'll just say like a sacrifice, really, without actually being killed. They just say, right, you've done your job, Jimmy. Now go off on this little island or go off on this wherever they might well send them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've done your job. It's like I mean, recently every prime minister has had a specific role to play,
I
particularly
agree.
let's say go back to Tony Blair, that was part of he was part of the 9/11 agenda of weapons of mass destruction and anti-terrorism and the bringing in the heightened surveillance, etc. So even going back to them, they've got a role to play, and then they're shuffled out of Parliament. They're shuffled out of being Prime Minister. The same as like Boris Johnson has now disappeared out of politics. But he had a specific role to play. That is to get people through the medical thing the last 3 years, and then they moved in Liz Truss. She did a little bit to like collapse the economy and kill the Queen. She was blamed for killing the Queen, and then she didn't last very long. And then they moved in now Rishi Sunak. Now his role, I'm pretty sure, is to introduce the digital currency (CBDC), just because of his background is in finance, because of his allegiance with the World Economic Forum.
Yes.
And another fact is the fact that he is of non-English heritage. Okay, so what they're going to be bringing in, and I mentioned earlier on about Sharia law. Okay, and how they're going to be doing away with these.
Yeah, the Sharia law is a smokescreen for the no-hide.
That might well be the case, but in Sharia law, homosexuality is against the law and punishable by death.
Yes.
Which is why I'm alluding to the fact that we're getting a mass amount of Muslim integration into this country, refugees, etc. And it looks like what they're actually doing is just building, an Islamic army in this country.
Yeah, controlled opposition.
Absolutely that.
Yeah.
Absolutely that. And I've got Muslim.
Tel Aviv is now the homosexual capital of the world, the realm. Now it's no longer San Francisco; it's Tel Aviv.
Wow. Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but just looking at these little things, it's a potential really for what they're going to be bringing in. But if they want to get rid of a lot of people, they're gonna empower the people that they want to get rid of, so they come out of the shadows,
expose themselves,
and say, right, you lot, we don't like you,
right?
We're going to get rid of you. So the whole gay agenda, I think, is a psyop to get these people to expose themselves, and they're not. Here's the thing about Freemasons. To be a Freemason, you need to believe in a divine creator. Okay. Which is why they'll say, "Oh, we'll accept any religion as long as it's." What they hate is people that don't believe in a divine creator.
It's the supreme creator, yes, but we know that's not our maker.
It's not our divine creator.
That's right.
It is that supreme being that exists. So people that don't believe in that I'll still use the word divine creator. People that don't believe it just ain't really with that agenda, really, because you can't go in there not believing in the divine geometry, sacred geometry, and all this stuff. But it's the same with Muslims as well. Islam.
Have you ever looked into the Lucis Trust of the United Nations?
Now, the Lucis Trust, I've looked a little bit into. I haven't delved down into it too deeply, but I'm familiar with it to a degree.
Okay, I'm gonna send you some stuff with your craft link. Also,
please, yeah. I'm just itching. I mean, it's just something really that I would like an answer to. Is this a camera glitch, or is this is this an object being revealed momentarily, like is this like a cloaked vehicle that's being revealed momentarily during a thunderstorm? And it's only like, it's like about a quarter of a second it's revealed for, but because of the sort of static in the air at that time, I'm open to saying, right, somebody might say, well, no, that's indicative of a camera glitch that happens when there's a static in the air. Or somebody might say, well, there's no way, because just because of the position of it on your camera lens, it's like, and the angle of it. And the thing is it's exactly the same shape as the things that you've got exposed. So, but I've been putting off, and I'm thinking, right, shall I just do it and then hope? No, because I want to include your footage in it as well, Phil. Really?
Yeah, absolutely. You're more welcome to any of it.
Yeah. So I'm sort of, well, I've been asking you for ages, and I know you've given me the links before now, but I would appreciate it just because I could cross. It's on my list.
Well, what you're going to do is you're going to drop your email in the back chat, because that's what I need.
I'll do it now.
Okay, and you will get it. My word.
Yeah.
Now, what if I was to tell you that the same punishment that the Luciferians, or the same, not punishment, the same outcome that the Luciferians will receive is what the Christians will receive? And
Go on.
the reason I say that is because if you need saved, you're not the Savior. And if you need to harm others, then you're not worthy of being. So basically, if you're not worthy of being, if you need to look up to something that's, and you can't see the truth of the evil of it, is where I'm going with it. No, I know it's out there for you, but you'll see it eventually. You'll see it. You'll see it. I'll make sure you see it.
I know good and I know bad. I know good and I know evil. I believe I know good and I know bad. Okay.
Yes, and I agree. You do. But like I said earlier, if we're thinking like everybody else, and what's it say? Even the whole world is deceived.
Yeah.
Now, what would deceive the whole world? What would be?
The elect. It's the elect. Even the elect will be deceived. Now, I'm not sure. I'm not elected for anything, am I?
Yeah, you are. You are.
I haven't been elected.
Well, you are. It don't matter what you think or what you want. You are, because you're here with us.
Yeah, but I've been selected then, not
You've
elected.
been activated. That's right. You've been activated, bro.
I've been selected, and I've taken on the challenge. I've accepted that challenge. But
I think you either receive or you deceive. I don't think you can be both.
Yeah.
Agreed. Wholeheartedly.
And this is the thing about those that receive and deceive. These are the ones that are condemned to the wrath, I guess, of the Almighty. If I put it like that. Those that know but continue to deceive. Those that know evil are the ones that surely cannot be forgiven.
Yeah, they trade a lifetime or 1,000 years, even if they had 1,000 years to our 100. They trade a lifetime of wealth for eternal
damnation.
Gain.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, biblically, I can prove it also. It's in Isaiah 13.
Go on.
That about the Jesus and the Luciferians, it's in Isaiah 13. It's right there. The one that takes them out is the one they've looked up to the whole time. It's Lucifer takes them out, and it's basically it's a trick. They've been doing the deceiving, but they're going to be deceived at the last minute. It's scriptural.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep.
I've often, actually, to be honest with you, Phil, and even before you actually mentioned it, I have questioned because my repentance, all I asked for was to meet people. That was all I asked for myself, to meet people. Okay, I didn't ask for anything else apart from to meet people. And when I became introduced to people like people in the chat, people on this channel, people in, Rebecca and you, and just so many people that are on the same page of love and peace, etc. Okay. Now, perhaps I am cheap because all the devil has to do is say, "Oh, Richard, he's so cheap." He hasn't asked for money. He hasn't asked for wealth. He hasn't asked for a big house. He hasn't asked for, whatever. He's just asked for meeting people. Is he just really cheap? I can deceive him just by introducing him to people. And he will think, oh, this is a gift from God, from the Father, from the heavenly realm, from the Creator. Am I being deceived by being introduced to people like you yourselves?
No, not at all. Quite the contrary.
Well, this was my curiosity. Am I that cheap that all I want is to be able to meet people?
No, that's love love thy brother.
Yeah.
You're that's pure. You're not asking for anything of the world except to meet the same spirit.
And this is what I'm asking. As is transpired, I am meeting people that are not of this world, that don't want to be a part of this world. That is the gift I've been given. Is I'm meeting people like yourselves that are on pretty much on the same page. We might take the literacy of the scripture maybe out of context, or
Well, that's nobody's fault. Not everybody can receive it. And, it's just, it is what it is.
but then again, it comes down to interpretation and intent, doesn't it?
Well, I would agree with that. I would agree. Under normal circumstances, I would totally agree with you. But these are not normal circumstances. And
I think here is what I think I see is that you still represent a very, very very healthy boundary of when I was expressing that, of the opposite of when I was expressing that evil threshold coming towards us, right? You represent actually a very, if compassion's the wrong word, a very passionate, forgiving, kind, understanding, gentle and firm, that you're like a very, all that is embodied in that Christ consciousness that I know
what
you
we
identify with,
what we want. Right?
Pardon?
Wouldn't you agree? He embodies what we want to achieve for everybody.
Well,
in the end, at the end result, after everything's done.
I'm happy with my thresholds for my story. You know what I mean? But I also know that, people have all been wounded in different ways and come through those stories in different ways that, I'm not here to push my idea of justice on anyone. If anything, I'm here to just reconcile what I understand is that some people have done things that I think from what I've studied in all sorts of understandings, even on a metaphysical level, that they won't get to go to the next level at the same time as other people at bare minimum, like from what I understand, and that there's a commonality in people who in I'm just saying that I'm happy with where I'm at. Like I don't plan to be just like Richard, but I think we're all unique in our ways of coming to a point of should there be more people not worthy, let's just say, that's not for us to deem, but maybe it is for us as one consciousness to deem, like we have to have these kinds of debates and and opportunities to sort of show our best foot, because that's what I think that you bring to the table always, Richard. So on that front for sure I could work harder, like, and I just think for me sometimes I want to remind you that whatever you're looking at in terms of whatever you name him, like there's a mirror in front of you that is who you were from the outset, right? Like, and who you are from the outset, like that is just deserves the accolades, on a spiritual front, in my opinion, even more than the role model that you have chosen to choose to embody to the best of your human capacity, which I think is honorable, because I think that's what we were told those stories for,
Yeah, I totally agree.
Well, it does say it. I would just want to interject this. It does say that not everybody that uses his name is going to receive the same outcome.
Yes.
Some will use his name and receive the blessing, so to speak, and some will receive the punishment. So there's that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The punishment is a dread. If it will come upon me.
You don't have to worry about it, bud. No, I won't hear it.
No, I'm not worried about it because it's a moment in time, isn't it?
That's right. It is, but you have no worries.
It's not a worry.
I know that.
It's not a fear. It's it's like, it's just.
It's an anticipation.
That's a word. Yeah. And I don't dwell on it. I really don't dwell on it at all.
Well, you can't because your spirit's not, because your spirit knows already.
Yeah. But I mentioned this on McLovin's live last night at the end. Is it possible we're all individual? Well, here we go. I was sort of likening it to skin. Okay, the cells of skin. Cells die, skin cells die, but they are replenished. Mm-hmm. So for 8 times, all the people that have been born and have passed away are just like skin cells, but they're all part of the same skin. We are now we're all of the same skin now, all replenished in this replenished skin now, but all part of, throughout time, the history of man. We've still all contributed to that master body. So, well,
let me ask you this. For those who haven't received the truth, the full truth hasn't been revealed yet. So how can they be held to that standard of judgment if they don't have the truth? Like my dad. Like my dad. He wasn't revealed. The truth hasn't been revealed. So he got out before judgment was to be made.
Maybe this is where the knowing the heart comes into it.
Sure.
Knowing simply knowing the heart.
But he made his peace with it, in my opinion, when he realized that he had been manipulated, deceived. Wow, Phil, that makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
And he gave me the tools to change his mind. Here's how I changed his mind with the flat Earth, or the domed Earth, however you want to put it. I said, Dad, because Dad was big into CB and ham radios.
Yeah.
I'm like, Dad, how do you think a ham radio operates? If the signal, a signal goes straight, right? So how can it bend around a curve? And it bounces off the dome and down. He's like, oh, damn, it makes so much sense. Damn, I hate it when you're logical. Damn you,
It,
damn
it,
you,
only
Bill.
takes, it only takes a little seed, doesn't it, of questionability, something that's saying, oh,
Logic of undeniable logic.
yeah, and it's sort of being able to assimilate with an individual as to what seed you plant in them. So if you likened it to ham radio, or people trying to expose the reality of the now with a great reset and say, you learn nothing and you'll be happy, people think, oh yeah, I don't like the sound of that. It's just different seeds at different points in time, and then awakening people to the whole of the deceit, which stems back to the indoctrination of our parents and our parents' parents and our parents' parents' parents, etc. All leading up to a point I hope it's in the near future, because I want to be here to see it.
Sure it is. That's their choice. It's up to them. Whether they want, like my dad, he could have received it and he could have said, no, I don't want it. But he received so much and it made so much sense. He was ready to die. And literally, by showing my dad the truth, I literally killed him. And now I don't hold. No, that's the truth. Because I was with him the whole time. I watched it happen. Like it broke him. Like he felt so defeated that it literally took his will to live away. But I hold no regrets of that. And if anything, I'm proud to have done it because he went out knowing the truth.
That's exactly that. And if life is eternal, then this moment in time, and here's the most important thing I can gather from it, Phil, is you spent the last year in that relationship with him, so it's
all by design.
So his life wasn't in vain.
Not at all. Not at all.
He brought you into the world, my friend.
And had I not been attacked by my dad 5 years prior, I wouldn't be where I'm at. I wouldn't have left. I wouldn't have grown in their presence like I grew out away from them, because I didn't have to worry about family. I didn't have to. My children were raised. I just left it. I was done with everybody. I give them all I could give. So I felt no remorse or regret for leaving them. They made it like I abandoned them, but I know that I didn't. If I had stayed, I'd abandoned myself. I wouldn't have completed and been to this level of consciousness that I'm at if I'd have stayed, because I would have worried about them over my own well-being, because that's what I've done my whole life.
Yeah. Rebecca's backstage.
Oh, okay.
She said that I coughed and hit leave instead of mute.
That's okay. I was just copying your email down.
I'm not very good with emails, Phil.
It's okay. Well, what you got coming, so you better be okay with it.
Yeah.
You got gyms coming, and I'll send you just whatever you want, bud. Whatever you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, simply a link to your videos, and if you don't mind me directing people to the source of your videos.
What I'm going to do is I told you I'm going to give you that password of that. That's why I made that Flipster 333 photo Google account for. It's just shared. Yeah. So Dean has it. Adrian has it. People I trust have it. So
that's sweet.
Well, I mean,
what a sweet thing to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait till you see the password. You're gonna realize why I trust. Because it's one
oh.
of those where if you use it in a bad way, then you're just a piece of shit.
Well, the last thing I want to be, Phil, is a piece of shit.
And I know you're not, bro. I know you're far from that.
No. I mean, I see us all as part of this skin.
You're my neighbor. You're my neighbor, homie.
Absolutely, yeah. The skin of, it's that we're all different cells of the same skin. We're a team.
Well, liken it to the body of, the body. Some are the head, some are the hands, some are the. That's what I would liken it to in a way of understanding it.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, or keep it to simplify it. We're part of a jigsaw.
A machine. Yeah, we're all cogs in the machine. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't operate unless I can operate, and
That's
vice
it.
versa. So
That's it. Or
me having my own company and trying to run 11 men and my brother and my dad and a secretary. So there was, 11, 12, 13, 14. There was 14 of us that I was responsible for every day for 21 years.
Wow.
So I'm very good at organization, very good at forethinking. That's the secret, the key. Forethinking.
Is another one.
All of it. That's under the blanket of forethought.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, at 26 years old, I'm sitting in a boardroom with. There's a company called Reflectix. You know that bubble pack foil insulation. It's got the.
Yeah.
Okay, the company that makes that is from my hometown of 450 people.
Wow.
And I'm doing $100,000 at 26 years old. I'm doing $100,000 concrete floors and columns and anchor bolts, setting anchor bolts for new buildings and things of that nature.
Yeah, that's amazing. Somewhere out there, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't. I was gonna cut joints in it, and the president comes out and tells me I don't want joints cut in it. I said, Steve. I ended up marrying his secretary. That's my son's mother. Was his secretary. I said, Steve, if I don't cut control joints in it, it's gonna crack all. It's gonna crack all over the place. It's gonna be shit.
Yeah.
I don't want joints. I know what I want. I know what. He was the CEO. He actually built a machine to build that, manufacture that insulation. He should have stuck with the insulation manufacturing because he didn't know shit about concrete. And I told him, argue with him. No, I don't want to. Well, within 2 weeks, that floor is cracked every which way but loose. Yeah. Because I said, what I did was I poured sonotubes and set the anchor bolts in 16-inch sonotubes, and then I poured the floor. So off the sonotubes, boom, it went everywhere. So I'm sitting in at 26 years old. I got like $55,000-$60,000 at stake right here at 26 years old, and I held my own. I was confident enough, and I stood my ground, and I got paid. But that's. I look back now, and I'm thinking, man, that's a lot to put on a 26-year-old guy.
Uh-huh.
I mean, so that's how I grew up.
Yeah.
So
what age did you start in the concrete business?
I could finish concrete like a man when I was 14 years old. My dad would literally take me out of school when he poured large slabs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, fuck me, mate. You're a veteran. That's 12 years a veteran.
I'm a lifer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what I said this earlier on. A boy is considered a man when he can do the work of a man. So you become a man at 14.
Yeah, I was bossing 40-year-old men around, pissing them off, having them leave me on jobs because they're angry at me. I have to call my mom to come and get me because the guys left me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Dino in the chat. Hello, Dean. Is he coming up for a chat? Fuck me, mate. You're up to over 7 hours here. That's a day's work. Well, it's not. Almost a day's work. Half a day's work in the summer.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm until I fall asleep, I'm good. I haven't been up for a while, so figured it was a good time to get AmA in there and interview her, and that was fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. I did actually find her channel. I subscribed to it. I wasn't familiar with it, so it's expanding the network, isn't it? People that have people that can teach the world to sing. Really, sing a pleasant tune, a tune of love.
Yes, absolutely. But
So,
yeah, that's how I grew up. And I grew up. My dad was a general contractor. I just took to concrete work. Well, I took to it because I seen the profit margin in it. And at 17, I could finish concrete like a man at 14, but I did my first decorative job at 17 years old. Between my junior and senior years of high school, I did my first decorative job.
And what was that exactly?
It was a sidewalk, porch, and a back patio on the reservoir. It was on a mansion. That was my first job. It was my first wife's best friend and her husband. One of those what do they call them? Spring and fall relationships. She was like 20 years younger than him. He was like he had a phone company. It was called Dial One. It was a long distance company or a phone system for businesses. He was a multimillionaire. And she married him because she was his secretary, and she ended up marrying him, divorcing her husband, cheating on him, the whole thing, the whole bad situation. But that's how I met him.
Dean's in the back, Phil.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
Dino.
My mate.
How's it?
Dino.
G'day. How are you, Richard?
Oh, I'm uplifted at the moment, Dean. Phil kind of sort of backed me into a little bit of a corner, I think, but I'm hoping we got an understanding, particularly to do with scripture and the misinterpretation and the misunderstanding that a lot of people have, and that I'm uplifted. Thank you, Phil, for that, and Bex and AmA. And,
you're very welcome.
Yeah,
bloody awesome.
It's pretty much another level, really. Again, as if there isn't another level to climb.
Well, Dean, I don't know my scripture, so don't pay no attention to me.
I was just going to say,
You guys got me cooking up a storm like I'm having everyone over for dinner. I have made enough dinner for all of us.
Good on you.
What's up, Dino? I'm good. How are you, brother?
I am well. Yeah, just got home from work. Having a cease,
Right on.
And just acknowledging the conversation. I mean, Maureen pretty much was cooking meals when she was 7 and 8 years of age. Yep. Docking lambs, milking cows. I was pretty much doing all that same sort of stuff. Maybe not so much cooking, And I was definitely out there on the farm, milking goats, milking cows, and
we're the last of the OGs.
Yeah, well, the thing is, that's a very true fact, actually. I missed that, right? Well, I don't know. I'm still doing it. I'm not bloody milking cows as such, but I'd love to.
You still living that spirit of it.
Oh, yes, because I think it's a lifestyle you live. Yeah? Pardon, what was that?
Dino, have you got somebody else with you there?
Maureen.
Yeah, Maureen.
Oh, hello, brothers and sisters.
Hello, Maureen.
Oh, what's up, my good friend?
Love you guys. One love.
One love,
Yeah.
too.
Maureen and Dean.
I love you guys too.
Two
Ah.
crazy peas in a pod.
I'm picking up a storm for everyone.
Yeah, I'll have a bit of a storm. Can you
Did you hear me,
Uber it?
Dean? I said two crazy
Can I hear
peas
you,
in a
Phil? What
pod.
did you say?
Two
Hey?
crazy peas in a pod.
I'm
Yeah,
green
yeah,
today
that's
too.
pretty much it, bro. You know, yeah.
It's funny, I'm wearing green and he's calling us crazy peas on a pod.
Yeah, Maureen's got a
Oh.
green jersey on with a green hat. I'll show
Hey,
you.
I'm wearing green too.
And
See?
me.
I don't know if you can see.
Right.
I can't see, but I'm wearing green.
Well, you know
Oh.
it's a term of endearment.
There we go. Green.
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 Well,
Green like two peas in a pod.
I'm green, but I'm not.
Isn't that funny?
And
Green.
just for Boy, I haven't done my hair, just in case Boy checks in.
Okay.
Dean, I got some news
We
to
don't
tell you,
tell
brother.
everybody, but I haven't
What was that, Phil?
I got some news to tell you. We both knew
Yeah.
this time was coming, and I got it yesterday. I made a TikTok. I got back on TikTok, and I got back on Facebook. Paula,
Okay.
pretty much not gilded me, but made me realize, pushed me that direction. And I'm like
Look.
fighting it.
A
No,
little
I don't
nudge.
want to. I'm still on vacation. Fuck that. So I make a TikTok, and it's out 10 hours. It's got 888 views.
Wow.
And I'm like, God damn you, Paula.
Good on ya.
It's time to reveal what I know. It's time. It's time. I see it in the spirit. Everybody's so deceived right now. Basically, it's time to spill the beans on everything. Back to the old way for me. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, you've done the groundwork,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
you know.
Yep.
So,
It's just time to be revealed.
yeah.
I got it yesterday. Oh. And confirmation through Paula.
Okay. Yep.
Just letting you know what's up. You know what time it is.
Yep. Well, I was with Richard in London last, and I feel it's all coming together. Really, it's yeah,
Absolutely.
it's just amazing. Really, I was thinking about it on the way home as I was driving home, and yes, you just can't help knowing that you're in the right place.
That's it. At the right
Yeah,
time.
Dean and I got a lot of time together. We were talking about this years ago.
Up to what was your longest you spoke? 15 hours.
17. Me and Phil did a 17-hour conversation.
Felt like I had to cook him tea.
Well, it was important.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Yeah, that was when I was showing Dean the truth of this Bible, the truth that I had been given. And where do you stop when you start that?
Well, when you finish it.
Exactly.
When you find you've gone as far as you can.
Well, you didn't want to leave, and I didn't want you to go. So we just kept discussing it. And
Exactly.
People will see what we know.
Of course it will. It's amazing. I mean, I still believe that. I still believe that there's a this thing with the 100th monkey too. You know, like we just get enough people.
Absolutely. I agree.
And I think that'll just the whole shift will come in because the you know the opposition is few compared to the many, right? Once the many get going, right?
Well, their lie will break down. Their lie will not stand.
Yeah, they've got to come together.
Come together.
Propaganda.
Well, and I think they use our own power against us.
Of course they do.
And so
Absolutely.
they're definitely weaker than us, right?
I wrote this down on the panel yesterday, Bex. Just in the conversation, I just started writing this down on my little pad here, and I said, we invent, and they take it and symbolize it with spells and turn it against us, reverse the power over us. That's what I wrote down, right? And that's exactly what they done. All of the goodness that we come up with, they find a way to twist it around against us.
Right.
Yeah, but once I started seeing them, it was over.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not talking about that, but that's the scene that I feel that we've been in, right? And we because now we too are reversing things, right?
That's right. That's right. That's a fact. You got to go through hell to get to heaven.
Well said. Well said.
The first time I told you that, Richard, I thought you were making fun of me. I was misunderstanding you. Remember when I said it's not mine, it was divinely given. Yes, everybody should want to receive what I was given. And you're like, wow. Because I just really got to know you, and I thought you were mocking me, but you totally weren't.
No.
I know that. At the time I didn't. I realized it moments after, right then in that same stream, I realized that.
Yeah.
But yes, it's true. It's not crazy. It's wild.
It's wild.
It's wild.
It's a wild ride, guys. Wild thing.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. And I promise you, anything that I give you my word, anything I tell you about that book, it's not from me. It's not of me, brother.
Yeah, I ingest it all, Phil, and I'll I do question.
I know you do. Of course, everybody should.
Which is why I kind of distilled everything down to two fundamental things. And that's knowing, understanding, and going into the world with love.
This folder I created, wait till you read it. You're gonna be like, wow. Whoa.
Is it a lot of reading, Phil, is it?
Well, you know what? It is a lot of reading, but it's a lot less reading than trying to discern it all by yourself, because I give more than abundant amount of scripture to back these findings, facts, and revelations.
Okay. Is it like reading two Bibles? That kind of duration of reading?
It is. Well, that Bible is how many people are in Earth? That's how many Bibles that book is. It's different for everybody
Ain't
because
that-
everybody takes it a different way because they have different hearts.
Yeah.
Bible. It's too
But-
much killing. Isn't it?
Hang on, Rob.
My mate here can tell you it's not. He was part of it. I was looking for something all weekend, and I was talking to him. I'm looking for to prove the Moses covenant false and a lie and a deception. And and I looked down. I'm sitting here talking to him. Dean, I can't fucking find the proof, man. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I was fretting. I'm like, God damn! I've been reading for 2 days. We talk. I look up. We talking a little more, and I look down. I'm like, holy fuck, Dean! I just seen it. I just found it. Right? All I had to do was call you. You remember that, Dean? Yeah.
Yes, I remember that. I remember that. We were looking into you were looking into Moses.
Uh-huh.
And it was-
Isaiah 24.
Yep. And he stood face to face with the Lord.
But not
Well, he
when-
spoke face to face with the Lord, right?
That's right. But John 1:18 and John 5:37 says nobody has seen him. But the one who,
How do we know he's
what's that?
What's that?
Did you hear?
No, this is
Can you
this
hear
is
me?
why this is why the secret societies use hand gestures as symbolism.
Good on you, Richard.
Yeah.
I was blessed with my mama's ears.
It might also be why JJ Organics and Joe Cool show up on their own screens.
Or they're one and the same almost. I think it's part of
But I'm not suggesting anything. I love the two of you as a duo. I wasn't trying to be like
Yeah, I love it too.
we just want to know what Maureen said.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I heard it. I heard what you
I
said.
can't remember now. I can't remember. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. I can rewind. I can rewind and filter at a later date. It's there forever now.
Of course.
What was whispered was something. Ask them how they know it's real, or something like that.
Yeah, talking about the scriptures.
Ask them how they know it's real. So that's the loudest whisper I've ever heard. That.
There you go. There you go. See, it was it.
Oh dear. I can't even really remember what I whispered now, but hey.
He just said it.
What was it?
Not sure if that all that word is really real.
Oh, yeah.
Did you listen to Chuck reading the occult anatomy of the human body or of the body? Because it really ties a lot of it in. The book that Chuck read in 2 parts, and now he's putting it out in a 6-part series. Each chapter he's going to re-record on its own, but it's really fascinating.
Let me answer that. Here's how I know. Because my 2 best friends at the time, and still, they confirmed it. They called it. They witnessed it, they verified it, and they acknowledged it, and it boomed from there. That's how we know. Plus, the scripture speaks for itself. If we believe that book's either a fucking all truth or it's all fucking lie. Right?
And it is actually the inspired word, not the word. Am I wrong?
Inspired by who, though?
Well, it's inspired by
Satan.
Well, it's inspired by however it's interpreted, really.
It's inspired by Satan. That's fact. And I'm going to reveal it. I'm going to show you that it's Satan's Bible.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you who Jesus is. Just open and expand your mind, and don't hold yourself back. Because I'll give it. I'll show it.
Yeah. So
And
what is
anybody reads it, they really can't really say shit. Prove me wrong. That's what I say.
Where have you got it, Phil? Where have you got it?
I got a Bible breakdowns on my Facebook, but I've been screenshotting every page.
So what's your opinion on the Messiah then?
The Messiah's garbage. The Messiah is not the Messiah. He's not. Why would you come back 2,000 years before the time to come back?
When that happens, it'll be not the Messiah that they're looking for.
That's exactly right. The Messiah is their Antichrist, their Messiah, not our Messiah. Everything's flip-flopped. Everything is their truth, not our truth.
So we got the anti-Messiah and the Messiah.
We are all the Messiah. We are all the Antichrist. We're the Antichristos.
Yes. Yes.
Because why would we claim to be Christ? Christ is anointed as dead. You only anoint the dead. What do we live in? A maritime dead corporation world.
That's part of it. That's half of it.
No, yeah, it's just the cream of the top of it. That's the foam you blow off the beer. I can prove. I've proven
all
it.
those laws came out of that book to begin with.
It's not that I'm acknowledging that book is truth.
No, I know what you're saying.
I'm acknowledging that I found the truth that they were hiding from us in that book. I'm talking to Richard.
It reveals that book, right?
That's right. I use their own words against them.
Taking the good from the bad or bad from the good.
John 1:18, John the Baptist says, "Nobody has seen the Father but he himself who descended from the Father." And Jesus says the same thing in John 5:37. So who is Moses talking to? Who gave Moses those 10 commandments? The one who dwells in darkness, from 1 Kings 8:12 and Exodus 20:21. The L in Genesis 14, who is Phanuel of Luke 2:36, who is Jesus' two-time great-grandfather, Phanuel, the fourth archangel, Uriel. Jesus is a Nephilim. He is the child of a angel rape, a demon rape of Mary, came in unto Mary, just like the Nephilim came in unto the daughters of men. That's where Jesus comes from. It's there in the scriptures. There's 2 Jesus in that Bible. Well, actually, there's 3, honestly. But two is good enough.
Well, no, if there are 3.
Well, here's this world is broken up in 3. There's the good them, the bad them, and then us, divine spirit. We're not of them. We're not in need of a physician. We're not ungodly. It says Jesus came for the ungodly. I'm not ungodly. I'm divine. I'm divine. You're divine. Dean's divine. Maureen's divine. Beck's divine. Everybody we're in contact with here are divine spirit. The truth is written on our heart. We don't need told not to screw our neighbor's wife or kill or love our parents. That's an insult to me.
You know not to.
That's right.
Yeah. It's an insult to me, and I have really, struggled to have a relationship with my father. But I would never even ponder the idea of relishing in his death, let alone, killing him.
Right. The thing about, and those 10 commandments aren't 10 commandments. They broke it down to, what is it now, 9, 8? Because some of them are redundant. They're the same over and over. I've got it all. I've got everything that everybody will need. I've been gathering. My father gathers for 6 years, 7 years now. I've got 20,000 pictures and videos in my my main account, and I got about 8,000 in the account that I share with you all.
I
A
was,
lot
I
of
was,
data. Huh?
That's it.
carry on, carry on. I'll just, when you finish, old buddy, I want
I'm
to
finished.
talk to you.
I'm finished, brother.
The other day, I was writing some stuff down. I was thinking about how, actually, I was thinking about the Great Tartarian Halls, right? And how most of these old asylums were in these great halls.
Mhm.
And so I wanted to sort of find out where the hall came from, right? The word hall. So I did a little bit of a look into it, and it comes from Old Saxon,
Okay.
as Harley
Oh, how
or hall or hell, right?
Mhm.
And then in Gothic, it's Halja, which is also meaning hell, right?
I read
And
it.
so the Tartarian halls, like the great halls, a lot of these great halls, they turned them into asylums, and they did that a lot in this country too, not just the other places in the world I see.
Well, that makes a
And
lot of sense.
mm,
horrible.
I posed it that whatever they didn't genocide out of the bloody who was there before, they just
Drove them nuts.
they drove them nuts and put them in asylums. Yeah.
Right. That's why that cotton mill in Cannleton has so many um um what's the word I'm looking for? Disgruntled spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Lost spirits for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
You can
very
think
they're
if you think of that and you think of the terms of the amount of time that they've done that to people, how many trapped souls there are here, right?
many.
Mm,
Too many to me.
too
That's
many to me.
that's gonna be our biggest unknown job here is setting them free.
I know. I've thought about that for years.
Yep.
Very
All those
violent.
orbs that fly around on the screen that I talk to, they're all like you just said, they're all trapped.
Mm,
That makes a lot of sense. You know, thinking back the years of the things we've seen.
yeah. Now I know what my mother meant by not being in the world, right?
Stay
Very,
out.
very smart woman.
Mm,
Ahead of her time.
Deck
ahead
the
of her
hall
time.
of holly.
Decades ahead of her time. But her spirit
Mm,
knew what to tell you, so it was right on
mm.
time.
Got goosebumps over that. Whew.
She was a very earthly woman, eh?
Mm,
All about the
She's here again. She'll be right beside you. Maybe not. You might not even know it, Dean.
Oh, we we know
yeah.
sometimes. I'll say, oh,
No, I mean in a new body, and
Yeah, well, that's true, and I've always thought that.
you go,
your dad
oh,
could be in that baby boy.
my little man.
Uh huh. Start looking for his characteristic traits.
He's gorgeous.
Oh, I'll tell you, buddy, sad news there.
Wilder
But
shit
on bet.
happens.
Yeah.
We've got lots of his stuff here. We've got his food. We've got a brand new tin of milk powder. We've got all his nappies. We've got bottles, clothes. And she just took what she wanted and walked out again, mate, with baby and her boyfriend without a word.
They packed up in the bloody early hours of the morning and
Didn't
buggered
even
off.
say
Didn't even say
goodbye.
a thing.
I texted the night before. I said, "Oh, are you guys coming home?" Because we were looking after Bubs and we were loving it. And she says, "Oh, yeah, later on, but we're leaving. We got to be at the boat early." And I went, "What?" She said, "Yeah, I'm going to go home." I said, "Oh, okay." Acted as though I wasn't worried about it. Anyway, I heard the car coming and I thought, "Oh, yeah, they're gone to bed." Bugger me. We hear the car drive out a couple of hours later. I says to Dino, I said, "Shit, they're gone." I got up and had a look. Yep, I'm gone, all right. We got her a cot. We got her an expensive high chair that, but that's all been left. I'm thinking, she moved in a hurry for a reason, I think, because her boyfriend had to go to court the day before. I'm just wondering whether the boyfriend had to be a certain place at a certain time, but didn't have the guts to say. But anyway, I'm keeping in contact with the dad. They're down with her dad, so hey.
Right.
Leave it at that. You can only help the ones that want the help.
So where is the little man at right now?
He's with them.
He's down in Blenheim, down the south side of New Zealand.
Okay.
Which is just straight across, really.
He'll be
from
back.
Wellington. They go into Preston, and then he's just in the next town in Blenheim.
Yeah, little man will be back. If they're not, he might still be.
He's all right. If he's smiling, I know he's happy. I just don't like them planting him in front of a TV or a phone or something so he can just sit there and glare at it.
Yeah, he definitely get a better life with you.
Yeah, well, we don't watch TV. We don't even have radios on. Heaps of toys. All he wants.
He loved it.
And he loved it.
He had his own little corner. All his toys in it. Own little shelves to put it in.
And he even leaving his favourite toy here, and I thought, "You'll be back, little man."
Yep. Yeah, I got that. He'll be back.
Yeah, drawers of clothes.
Anyway.
But I'm keeping in contact. I'm getting photos.
He's going to be super little man with Dino around.
Hell yeah, he's Dino's. He's starting to say Papa, but he goes Papa.
Oh, God, Dino's hit. Dino, you're hit, bro. You were hit.
He loves Dino. He used to fly for his glasses, but he's learnt now, no touching Papa glasses. Yeah, Papa, Papa.
And he calls Maureen Nana.
Nene.
His first words were Nene.
Well, Dean, you got a lot of love to give and a lot of care to give to that little guy. So
yeah. And I got another little great grandson on the way. So there'll be 4 great grandsons.
I know what you're going to give for Christmas. You take a business card. And you put a pink circle on it, and you're like, "This is your birth control pill. Hold this between your knees."
Good on you. I must remember that.
Good on you.
I like it.
Yeah, I give that to my buddy, him and his wife.
Oh, thank you, brother.
That's funny.
Oh, I think that's hilarious. Oh.
Hopefully,
it's birth control that works.
Hey?
I said it's birth control that's guaranteed. As long as you hold it between your knees, it will never let you down.
Yeah, I can understand.
Nana put out a call. She wants some girls now.
Yeah.
I've got enough boys.
Got enough great grandsons. How about a couple of great granddaughters?
Well, we gotta have we gotta have the little guys. There's so
But
many women.
all
Quit
my
being so
children,
selfish,
I'll tell you
Maureen.
what.
Quit being so selfish.
I'll tell you what, Phil. He was how many pounds when he was born?
9/11.
9 pounds 11 when
He
he
was
was born.
huge. And she
Well, my boy
let
was
me
9'6". Wow.
ouch.
And
Yeah. Did
and
she have it naturally?
Yes.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah, a couple of stitches, but hey, that happens.
My wife couldn't have Justin naturally. She just was too tiny.
Oh, I had all mine naturally as well. 6 of them.
Yeah, Melissa was like 5'1", 5'2", like 95 pounds when she got pregnant. And she
Yeah.
was all belly.
Yeah. I'm only 5'5.5".
Well, she got thrown in that fuckery system of Pitocin. Let's induce labor. Oh, you're not dilating. Emergency C-section. That fuckery. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't believe in that bringing them on, because I think that's
It's a deception. They're cutting the tie of the mother and the baby.
Of course. Just another way of breaking the bloody. It's another division.
Yep. Another way to.
I birthed our Phoenix mother. She had a water birth, the mother.
Oh, and you were the midwife? Like
I was the midwife next to the midwife.
Nice.
That's cool.
Oh, I tell you what, that's April. That's the one that's been here and left again. And yeah, it's the first one to hold her, the first one to slowly lift her out of the water, first one to hug her, and she cried, and I kissed her on the forehead, and I passed her to your dad, and she said, "Oh no, I'm holding Mum's head above water." So I just tucked him up my arm, or her on my arm. Oh, who's cutting the cord? Mum, can you do it? So here I am holding this little wee thing, cutting the cord. I thought, oh, wow.
Yeah, that water birth is amazing. That's amazing stuff.
Nobody wanted it but you.
Yeah, but everybody was busy. I've got this little wee thing tucked in my arms, and it's...
I would have given it to Mum and get that buddy out of it.
Well, she was still on the water.
She was still in the water.
She was still in the water.
Right.
She got out after that, but I mean, once I got all the bits and pieces out.
Yeah, if people haven't seen that baby swimming stuff, wow, that's something.
They do, the little...
It's amazing.
I was amazed. I thought I was drowning her. Midwife said, "I just hold her there, she's fine." And the little arms and legs are going, and I'm freaking. She said she won't breathe. She won't breathe until her mouth and nose comes above the water.
You know that what you went through there, that's why they are keeping dolphins. That's why you can't communicate with a dolphin. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's messed up shit.
Yeah, I've seen some of those. No, it's a beautiful thing.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And plus I was the first one to kiss and cut the cord of my oldest grandson from the same family. That's Aiden.
And he's about to be a father soon.
Yeah, and he's got a beautiful little great grandson coming along.
How long did you wait to cut it?
I just waited until the nurse told me,
Yeah, it was 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, it can be on there for quite a while until the actual afterbirth comes out.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 30 to 40 minutes. It stays connected.
Yeah. That's the one. So all the little bits and pieces can drain and...
Yeah, the antibiotics, the
Yes, all
the
that neck stuff.
yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Things you cannot buy.
Mm-mm. Heck no.
Yeah, that's cool shit. I love it. I'm glad you went through that. I'm kind of
Yeah,
jealous of you.
so am I, mate. So am I. Other
I only
people
had
went
one.
through it with me, but I didn't know really what was happening until you do it yourself.
I only had
Really?
one scare with being a medic. I only had one thinking I'm going to have to deliver a baby. One time
Yeah.
did that happen. Luckily, I didn't have. I'd only been on it like a year, and I was the only one. I was the only medic on call.
Yeah.
So it was like I couldn't ask nobody. I couldn't turn to nobody. I had a driver and myself. Like fuck.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my god.
Dino was born in the car, in the back seat of a car.
Well, look. Yeah, I rest my case.
Happens anywhere, mate. It happens anywhere.
Well, no, this is in the ambulance. I was in the ambulance. We went and I picked the lady up. My driver and I picked the lady up and had to take her to the hospital.
Oh, okay.
And I thought I was gonna have to deliver the baby on the way to the hospital. Luckily, I didn't have to. But she started crowning.
Oh, shivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, I was like 5 minutes away from it.
Sometimes it don't take that 5 minutes, mate.
No, I know it comes out like a rocket.
Oh, shit! Watch those shoulders fast. You're buggered.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah, that head started crowning, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm not ready for this. You know, I just finished school. I'd only been on a year.
It's fascinating watching another life come into the world, whether it's animal, human.
Yeah.
That woman was squeezing my hand till my hand was hurting. Once we got to the hospital, my hand was killing me. She squeezed so hard. Yeah. Her husband was at work, so she didn't have anybody to drive her. That's why she called the ambulance.
Fair enough, yep.
Yeah. So, and she's holding my hand. And I'm like trying to breathe, calm down. Like, don't have this baby. Please don't have this baby. She's like, it's coming. I was like, quit pushing. Stop. It's okay. Just wait. And I look down and I see the head. I'm like, oh, fuck.
You do realize that stop pushing does not work.
Well, yeah, I do. But here's the thing: I was like, I was 20 years old and just finished medic school, and I was not ready for that.
I understand, but you were there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. There's no stopping it, but when you don't want it to come, you're going to try to say. I tried to say anything I could to do it.
Slow the bloody thing down.
Yeah, just a distraction for that moment.
To get to the hospital, please.
That and we had this lady who was bless her husband, that poor guy. She lost her mind, and she would run out in the fields, in the bean fields, and she was kind of a bigger lady, and she'd wear those moo dresses.
Oh, yep.
This lady's like 70 years old, but could run like a fucking jackrabbit. I never seen nothing like it. We're trying to catch her because we're like trying to get her in the ambulance to take her to the hospital, and she's like doing like football zigzag moves, and me and two other guys are in this bean field. The beans are like knee high, and she's hopping rows, and she boom. She looks like a rugby or football player.
Cool.
My buddy, Jim, grabbed a hold of her and had her by her waist, and she took her arms and raised her arms, and that dress come up, and her boobs come up. Her boobs were so they hung down. She older and had like 5 or 6 children. Her boobs come up and everything, and he's holding her dress, and she's buck ass naked. Oh man, oh yeah, it was something funny. So we finally got a hold of her, and she's all sweaty, and because she lived in a trailer, taking baths was she didn't like to take baths, so she stunk like a freaking pig farmer. And all three of us grabbed a hold of her, and she's squirming. And oh my god, I'll never forget that day either. That was crazy. That was a wild ass day. But
yeah. The things that happen through life.
yeah, I have definitely have a lot of memorable times being a fireman and a medic. Definitely.
Learned a little bit more about human nature. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the downfall to it is it makes you not a morbid, but a hardened individual. It gives you
You've got to be so strong, even though you want to cry, eh?
Yeah, that's the only downfall to that job. But it definitely takes a special individual to to do these jobs. A nurse, doctors. I don't have really much respect for doctors. I have a lot of respect for nurses, nurses' aides in nursing homes. Those kind of folks, because they do the shitty jobs, the hard stuff nobody wants to do. Big respect for them ladies.
And they get underpaid too.
Underpaid, underappreciated, overworked, and yeah, absolutely, 100, absolutely. Yeah, they should make those we call them candy stripers or those nurses' aides. They should be making what a doctor makes, in my opinion.
I tell you what, it's a hard job, my friend. I started off at 16 before, when I went back, I took off from home at a special needs place. It was an institution about an hour or hour and a half away from where my parents lived, because I knew I had my sister in there. And I wanted to go and see my sister as well as work there as a psychiatric nurse, okay? I got all my certificates in that. I was up to where I could, give injections, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on in them places. It's like, you had to give them the injection not to have kids and all that, because it was amazing. But they wouldn't even let me see my sister, let alone speak to her. I thought, what's that got to do with it? But nah, they kept me well away. They told me if I saw her, I had to get out of sight. I thought, bloody hell, I've been living with my sister. Why can't I be with her now as well as working? Anyway, I left. I couldn't handle it.
Yeah, you would think they would want you to be around her for comfort.
Exactly, my friend. The matron was such a bitch. A piece of works.
Well, just alone,
horrible.
The fact alone of cleaning the shit, rolling the patients, that right there is. Some of those young ladies are stronger than I am. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. There's no way in hell I could do it. There's no way in hell. I'll just be honest about it.
I'm just going to get the charge. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3 special needs people in my family. 2 sisters and a brother. Well, late brother, he's passed. But I grew up with it and I thought, yes, that's what I want to do. And I wasn't even really allowed to do it because my sister was actually there, institutionalized. And I thought, it's not fair. So, yeah, I left.
Upside down world. Upside down clown world, Mile.
Exactly. And a year and a half after I had a job, I said to my boss, I'm leaving Masterton. This was a Wairarapa College boarding school for boys. I was a prep cook, dishwasher, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, well, my sister can do this. And she was 18, and I thought, right. So I spoke to my boss, and I says, look, I've got to leave, but I've got my special needs sister coming out of this place. And I'm just wondering, I mean, she could peel vegetables, wash dishes, clear tables, you know. She says, oh, yeah, that's basically what you are doing. She's okay then. She said, I'll give her a go. I didn't tell her why I had to leave. And yeah, that was my sister coming out of Kimberley, first job, living at a little flat that I got for her for, what was it? I think it was
Diane?
about 8. Yeah, Diane.
Okay.
Yep, Diane. And then I took off and left her to it, and she did really well.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And as I said, my other brother, he passed away a few years back. He was, what was he?
I was telling Betsy and I yesterday, we're talking about this. I said, I have more respect for nurse practitioners than I do doctors.
Oh, yeah. They do a hell of a lot more, my friend.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You gotta have an open heart, but you gotta, you know, it's hard. I had a little boy. There was a little boy down there, and he was 6, and he'd only been walking for about 18 months, and I don't know why he was in there, because he used to follow me around when I was working in the ward. And anyway, I found out his name was Benjamin. And I used to go, "What's up, Ben?" He put his thumb up. I mean, he wasn't very big. And he'd go, good, home? I went, home? This is your home? No. He pointed at me and said, home? He wanted me to take him home.
Oh.
Oh, it was so sad. I thought about adopting him, but because I was single and I was running away from home at the time, I had to leave. Oh, broke my heart.
I bet.
Oh, yeah. I get really attached to them, eh? But then, as you say, you've got to, you know, control those feelings, which is the hardest part.
Yeah, if I was in these nursing homes during this pandemic when it happened, I would got fired immediately probably, because I would have been I'd have been hell on wheels.
You're not putting that in anybody's arm.
Well, that and separation from their families, doing that to them people.
Exactly.
That's just fucking cruel and unusual punishment. That's just wrong as fuck.
See, Diane was kept away from us. We lived in the same town, but we weren't allowed to even go through the gates.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you.
That
They couldn't
was
have stopped
crazy.
me. Yeah, absolutely nuts.
And she didn't even have the jab.
No,
she's jab free. Well, she was when she left here. She's now living with my stepdaughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now we know the agenda. Now that we know the agenda fully, well, almost fully, it even makes me angrier.
Same, mate. I've just been getting advertised on different channels I'm on for the next second lot of booster shots. I'm thinking, I
don't think we'll have to deal with it. I don't think they got the balls to do it, girl. I don't think they're going to have the balls to do it. They're going to threaten with it, but I don't think they'll have the balls to do it.
Nah.
I seriously don't. I don't see it happening.
I think there's too many people fucking already waking up to the fucking, I'm not having any more of that shit.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone I know that went down with it, my friend, was the ones that took the jungle juice, as I
Well, you
call
didn't
it.
even have to take it. Dad proved that. All you had to do was
We
sleep with somebody that
haven't had
had
a
it.
cold.
We haven't had a bloody
We haven't
cold.
had
We
a
had nothing.
cold, a snivel.
Bit of a snivel.
Well, it's only the weather change. It's natural. We're on the farm now, baby. We're in a wetter place.
Oh, sure.
We're up in the hills a bit. It's lovely.
Well, you guys were there the whole time. You know how it went. You heard it. I set the phone down.
Oh, yeah.
You guys laughed. You gotta laugh at out of me and Dad.
I do after that. I think they're just over them bloody selves.
Yeah. Yeah, he was something else, wasn't he? Oh, Lonnie.
Aye. So was.
He was a character, for sure, for sure.
For sure, for sure.
I was just thinking some of the times I've been on the phone with you, and here I just set the phone down. He didn't know I was on the phone with you. He just, I'm like, shut the fuck up about this. Or, God damn it, what? You remember. It's funnier than hell. Dad. We're like brothers more than dad and son. I've started missing him real hard here the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I guess I hadn't accepted it or I haven't dealt with it yet, and because I haven't had time to. All this shit's been happening.
Exactly.
Sometimes it takes about a year before it actually hits you anyway.
Yep.
Well, I'm out here by myself. Jason's not even staying here now. He's in town with his grandma because his grandpa went to a nursing home. So he's been staying with her. So I've been out here for a month and a half by myself. And I'll probably be here another few months by myself.
And you're finding it all okay, or?
Well, no, that's what's got me thinking about things that I've not thought about yet.
Aye, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not distracted. I'm not kept busy. I'm not, too much time on my hands, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I can distract you guys with a pleasant thought. I cooked myself some butternut squash, 3 baby butternut squash, and 3 yams and some onions and apples. And then I made some rice and some gravy and a Maui roast tenderloin. And then I just had this most Thanksgiving meal listening to my friends talk. I'm going to be nourished all week from this stuff. It's like such a beautiful, it's like Thanksgiving, and I don't even know what month it is. I'm so moved by my meal. I've lost track of time. So not to make it about me, but I had to tell you guys because that meal was just so simple and easy and like, yeah. I cooked the rice with all the drippings from the veggie stock. Yeah, no added fats of any sort. I just had veggie stock.
No, veggie stock. We do the same, hun. We do the same. Yeah, a lot of my veggie stock just kept to. Oh, yes.
But roasted apples, roasted yams, roasted butternut squash. It was so sweet. It was all like just, that's why I wasn't going to cook the rice but I needed something like a little plainer and salty to go with all the sweetness. And it really balanced out. And now I've got so much. Yeah. So blessed. I might even make a soup, make a curried yam and butternut squash soup.
I do that with all our leftovers. I make a soup out of it. Just put them through a whiz.
Our cat Jippy just telepathically told me he wants fish for dinner.
Hey, Dean, you'll hear something hilarious?
And the best thing, oh, sorry.
You're all right.
I just wanted to say the best thing about that meal was the only thing I paid for was the pork tenderloin, which was I got it at 50% off. For $2.75. And I
Yeah.
paid for the gravy. I paid $1.29 for a powder gravy package just because I was splurging on the yumminess. And everything else I scavenged, actually not even from, like, you know, going, say, shopping at the local free, we have a
Yep.
free kitchen. You know, that stuff was actually the stuff that was like to be tossed from the place, like not to be all like I'm going through the garbage. It's just in boxes outside, you know?
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's like,
I understand.
so it's like such a gift too. It makes the food so much better when you're like, people would pay, like a family would pay like $75 to $100. People would pay $100 for the meal I just made, the final product, you know?
Yep.
My rice turned out like risotto because I put all anyways, I had to keep at it anyways. Turned out like, it's so beautiful
If
for
you were
such a
doing
fat-free
that
meal.
in a diner,
Yeah.
you'd be
I was
rich.
just gonna say, I've worked in kitchens between 7 and 9 years, and the waste, and I used to get cunning. I used to say, "Can I take all this home for my rabbits and my chooks?" And I'd slip in, if the steak wasn't cooked that night,
It was going to get
it
tossed.
was in the bin. And I thought, come on. So I'd stick it in a couple of plastic bags, drop it in the bin with the cabbage leaves and lettuce leaves and things like that. And yeah, we used to live like kings for nothing. I wasn't going to let it go to waste. I'm in charge. I was in charge, and I thought, right.
Good on you.
But yeah, I used to take the lovely steaks home, oysters, all sorts of things.
I
Lettuces.
ran a catering company for years, and my boss threw so much out. So I used to feed a neighborhood after every wedding. I'd just pull up till the point where people were sick of the fucking menu. Seriously, my boss overproduced so much. Then I made them really rich by scaling back, even though they didn't know it, scaling back portion sizes because I couldn't feed the leftovers to anyone. And then, but also on the side, he was like, he couldn't make chicken stock fast enough. So I'd get to take like 6-7 chicken carcasses home and, make soup from them. And yeah, it was good. I'm very good. I really enjoy making something out of nothing, like it's a real, I'll always go straight to that sales shelf and be like, what's going on? I got tuna. They got tuna down at my store right now on for $1 a can. Like, you got to stock up on some things,
I'd go down to where they're bloody cutting the fish up and buy the heads. Yeah. Get the heads. Ooh, they're the good.
I've been making a veggie tuna casserole to die for. Like, I took some to work and people were like, we need more of that. I'm like, I know. It's just so simple too. Like, just lots of vegetables. And that's why I'm blessed. Yeah, I'm really blessed. I'm actually taking tomorrow off work. My coworker did it last week, but I'm going to do a 5-day week so I can go to the Monday. Monday, you can get a lot of vegetables.
On ya.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of ours are out of our own garden at the moment. We're getting into our winter veggies, which is silver beet, cabbage, and all that. And we got leeks and all sorts coming away.
For the last 2 weeks now, in about half hour to 40 minutes, I've been standing out on the back patio, and there's these 8 deer come by me every night, about 40 feet from me every night.
Awesome.
Wow.
And I've talked about the Sasquatch here. I'm shooting for the video of Sasquatch. That's what I hope to achieve. I heard him last night. He was out there banging on the tree. Boom, boom. Making all kinds of ruckus, making all kinds of sounds. Then the owls started. We've had the conversation about him here. But yeah, I want to get the first ever video with man and Sasquatch smoking a joint. That's my goal.
On ya.
Didn't we learn
Awesome.
his name is Norman? Isn't his name Norman? Wasn't that what we learned in 2020?
Well, no, this is a different. It's a different crew. I don't know what his name is. I haven't talked to him yet. I've been about
Norman
30
or
feet
George?
from. I've been about 30 feet from him, but yeah, he's here, and the deer. Once the deer, now the deer are comfortable. You know, it's a process. I got 2 coons coming up. I got those 8 deer. I got squirrels. That rabbit died, by the way.
I thought,
like
yeah,
a squirrel, actually.
I thought it was a squirrel, but
No,
yeah,
it was a cottontail rabbit.
all right.
Yeah, I lost
That
it.
big fluffy one, wasn't it?
I just thought the nose was quite long for a rabbit.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a cotton. It was a cottontail. Yeah,
Okay.
it
Still
died.
feeding on its mum.
Was his name Peter?
No, it wasn't Peter Cottontail hopping
Peter
down the
Rabbit.
bunny trail.
Flopsy, Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail.
But yeah, yeah, I knew it. I knew it wasn't gonna make it, but I didn't want to say nothing.
Yeah. You gotta try. You gotta try.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
But yeah. So I wanted to share that with you, Dean. You know how we roll with the nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shit.
Yeah, well, if the deer are coming in that close,
Every night.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're
You can
used
put
to me
some
now. I
maize.
sit there and
You
smoke
gotta
a
get some
cigarette.
maize. Get yourself some maize.
They love that.
They love maize, mate.
Well, they got the whole bean field. They walk in the bean field and eat. And then
Oh,
they go
yeah.
back. They go out into the bean field about 50 to 100 feet, all 8 of them. They'll sit out there and mow down for about an hour, and then they'll walk right back by me.
Wow.
Yep.
Is there a stag and hinds?
Well, the antlers shed. So, yeah, there's a buck there. He's shed, but you can tell in his build. He's big. He's way bigger, and his dew claws are back about 4 inches.
Right.
Right.
He's so heavy. Yeah, but yeah, there's 4 fawns, 2 sets of twins.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cool shit.
Gorgeous. Family stew.
Morty baby stew.
Well, you know, hey, maybe one day it'll have to be that way, but as of now, they're just friendly. They're letting the nature come in so the Sasquatch is comfortable.
Yeah.
I know somebody hears this scream, they're gonna be like, "Fucking
I
Phil's
understand
lost his
what you.
fucking
I
mind."
understand what you mean.
Yeah. Yep. I know you do.
There's a couple of deer in the back over here. A stag and a hind fellow. And when he's got the cows grazing over here, they mingle with them while they're grazing.
Yeah.
But as soon as that bloody bike comes to get the cows, they're off. And I've watched them several times, bloody run up the hill and they go into this one patch of bush. I know where they go. Yeah, but they also have another escape route too. There's one of the people on the farm here, buddy, got a little dog, and they take it for a run round the track, and every time that dog gets onto those deer, it chases the hell out of them. So they're pretty switched on, yeah. But I can stand in the right place. I can spot them.
Right?
Yeah.
Like a shrub.
Beautiful nature.
Like the bush you are. Bushman.
Yeah. I took a couple of young fellas, Maureen's
My grandson and April's
boyfriend
told Dean to take them for a walk with the sluggy.
We ain't after deer or anything, but
No, they just went for a walk.
just to see if we could get a bunny or something for them.
Yeah.
But anyway, buddy, yeah, it was quite good there. We I showed them how to track a deer and showed them where the signs were. And Aiden, he's quite keen.
Oh yeah, he's been in the army. He's done a couple of years, so.
So anyway, I've talked to Buddy Jared about it before, and he said, "Well, you know, you just got to give him a ring and organise something, and if somebody wants to go hunting, they're free to go as long as they organise it first."
Yeah, so we know no one else is up there.
Oh, right on. That's what's up. Not
Yep.
many people in North Island have that opportunity these days,
Hell no.
right?
There's a lot of places being cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna get worse.
Yeah, forestry is our biggest enemy in cutting things off.
Oh hell yeah, we've got a lot of forestry.
Because they take over the end of the side roads, you know, the no exit roads, where the track used to be, where they used to have tracks that used to go into like beaches and out of the way places that now you can't get to because the bloody forestry have taken it over and put a bloody lock gate on the front of it, you know.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
And then you go up there and a few years later and they're all gone and you think, what the F? And you see these little wee bloody trees starting to come away and you think,
yep, they got them in the ground as fast as they bloody take them out.
holy, it's horrible.
Yeah, New Zealand pine industry is big over here, and there's a lot of land that's like on the east coast that now farmers are just saying, "Well, bugger it," you know.
Yeah.
Lease it out to the bloody forestry. They get better money like that.
Yeah.
And they can do something else, you know.
Hey, I'm gonna end this at 8:32:23. It's
in the morning.
No, right now I got 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 23 seconds.
All right.
Well done.
I'm at 8:26:34 right now. So just letting everybody know.
Yeah.
Okay.
8:36.
8:32:23.
Right.
In like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
In about 5 minutes.
Yep.
Yep. And it's 4:04 on the clock here at the moment.
In the afternoon, that is.
Right. Right. Yeah. A lot of cuckoo clocks were going off when I would say something. Bex and I were talking last night. It was, what was it? 23:20. No, who was that? It was 23:23 military time. No, that's so AmA. It's just the numbers are there, so I'm going to stick with the numbers. You know how I do.
Yep.
Yep.
So I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Well, I love you guys. It was a pleasure hanging out on your stream here, Phil. And
no worries. Love having everybody.
I'll be thinking of you.
Thanks very much, Phil.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, much love, Mal.
Yep.
It's 8:27, 8:27:50. So I got like 4 minutes. So.
8:28.
Yep, 8:28 now.
It's 6 minutes past 5 in the morning here.
Cool.
So it's 9:06 p.m. here, and it's still light out.
Yeah, it's light out now here.
Richard, thanks for coming up. It's been a real like always.
My pleasure, Phil. It's like I say, it's all I ask God for. Oh God, I'm cheap, mate. I'm cheap.
Actually right now sending you an email.
Okay, though.
So just so you know, it's on its way.
Okay, though. Okay, though. You know, in the good old days, we'd have been called pen pals, I guess. You know, where you'd wait about a month for a reply.
For a bloody letter to come back.
Isn't this quicker?
Hey, no more snail mail though. No more snail mail.
Well, there's something.
I send letters. I draw a little snail on it and a little wee track, and I go draw around the envelope onto the back, and I go snail mail.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing about the old pen pals was it was actually a pen rather than just hitting a bloody computer screen.
Yeah.
There's a joy in writing. I find I love writing.
I had a pen friend in America.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was 11 and she was 10.
Yeah.
And I kept in contact with her right up until about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And then she moved, so I lost contact. I tried to find her, and I even got an invitation to her wedding, mate. It was bloody awesome.
Yeah, there's a romance about it, isn't there? Really?
Yeah.
Have you you've looked for her on Facebook?
Yes, I have. Under her married name, her maiden name, and yeah, I just can't find her. I've looked up her brothers just to see if she's a friend, you know, of theirs.
Yeah.
I've found her brother Robert, but there's no mention of his sister in there, and I'm thinking,
Have you said anything to him?
Yes, I have.
And
I've asked him if he's got a sister called Christy, and I have never had. He's read it, but I've never heard back, and I'm just wondering whether he remembers the letters. And I mean, I've got a photo of him. He was one. He was in the what was it? Not soccer.
Football.
Baseball.
Base.
He was quite. Yeah, he was quite top in baseball.
Anyway, we must be getting close to the 4 minutes.
Yes, it's 8:31. We got 1 minute.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, look at that!
Well done. Well done.
Well, I'll get my goodbyes in now,
everyone.
and I'll say I love you all. Keep
Love
up
you
the
all
fight.
too.
Stay positive. Keep going. We got to keep going.
Yes.
You know, a rolling
Absolutely.
stone. And we're on a roll, really. You know, not just here. There's a lot of places we know it. We're on a roll.
Yep.
You know,
100%. Yeah.
and it ain't just on this. It's not
Thank
just on the
you.
internet. It's out in the streets as well.
But we
Probably more
can stay on. I'm just going to end the stream, but we can stay in the back. We can stay in the chat, can we?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can end the stream.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
You know, we call it a lock-in here, like a lock-in after pub hours. It used to be a thing before they had.
19,
get the
20,
lock in there. Oh, we used to get
22,
bloody hell.
23. Boom.
Oh, you missed that.